morning. Let's come to order and go on the record, please. I'm Karen M. Kimmerite, a commissioner on the North Carolina Utilities Commission. And with me this morning are Chair Charlotte Mitchell, Commissioners Kimberly W. Duffley, Jeffrey A. Hughes, Floyd B. McKissick Jr., William M. Brawley, and Tommy Tucker. On January 17, 2024, the Commission issued an order in the biennial Consolidated Carbon Plan and Integrated Resource Plans of Duke Energy Carolinas, LLC, and Duke Energy Progress, LLC, pursuant to North Carolina General Statute Section 62-110.9 and 62-110.1C. And I will call this the CPIRP docket going forward. And the CPIRP docket, among other things, scheduled a technical conference which was later rescheduled to occur on this date and time for the purpose of receiving oral presentations with an opportunity for commissioners to ask questions on the testimony of interveners on Duke's proposed 2023 CPIRP. The order limited participation in the technical conference to the intervening parties in the CPIRP docket that filed expert witness testimony and required those participants to file a list of individuals who will appear at the technical conference, as well as any presentation materials. The intervening parties participating in today's technical conference are and will appear in the order as listed as follows: the public staff, the Attorney General's Office, the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates 1, 2, and 3, the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, the Environmental Defense Fund, Total Energies, Avangrid Renewables, Tract Capital Management, the Carolina Clean Energy Business Association, the Clean Energy Buyers Association, and Appalachian Voices. On May 31, 2024, the Commission issued a procedural order directing that each participating entity or group of entities participating as a consolidated group be limited to 15 minutes of presentation time, with the exception of the public staff, which will be limited to 30 minutes of presentation time. The Commission will adhere strictly to the time limits outlined in the May 31, 2024 order. The Commission therefore asks that each participating intervener pay close attention to the 15-minute time limit and not exceed the time limit. I will also be monitoring the 15-minute time limit and will let any participating intervener know if the 15 minutes has expired. I now call upon counsel for the parties to introduce themselves for the purposes of the record, beginning with Duke and then the public staff.
Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. My name is Hayes Finley, appearing on behalf of Duke Energy.
Good morning.
Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, members of the Commission, Brett Rachel with the law firm of McGuire Woods on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nadia Lord with public staff on behalf of the using and consuming public, and also appearing with me today is Zeke Creech with the public staff.
Good morning.
Good morning, Terrell Moore with the North Carolina Attorney General's Office. I'm joined today by my colleague, Derek Mertz.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ben Smith from Kilpatrick, and I represent Avangrid Renewables and the Environmental Defense Fund.
Good morning.
Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. David Neal with the Southern Environmental Law Center. With me is Nicholas Jimenez and Thomas Gooding on behalf of Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Natural Resources Defense Council, and the Sierra Club, which we can call SACE et al.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of Walmart Inc., Carrie Brennan and the law firm of Spillman, Thomas & Battle.
Good morning.
Commissioner Kimmerite, on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, Justin Somolowski, and I'm joined by my co-counsel Ethan Blumenthal.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Andrea Bonvecchio. I'm with the law offices of Brian Bryce, and I'm here on behalf of Appalachian.
Good morning.
Commissioner John Burns with the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association. I'm joined in this docket by Ben Snowden and Gordon Smart of Fox Rothschild.
Good morning.
Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, Christina Kress with the law firm of Bailey and Dixon, appearing here on behalf of SIGPIRP 2 and 3. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am Kurt Olson. I'm acting as local counsel for the Clean Energy Buyers Association, and I am with Grant Snyder, who is their counsel that will be presenting with.
Good morning. For any other appearances, can you please step to a microphone so that it can be recorded? Thank you.
Good morning, John Mitchell on behalf of the United States Department of Defense and all other federal executive agencies.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Daniel Simon with the law firm Nelson Mullins, Riley and Scarborough. Thank you.
And who are you representing?
I'm so sorry. I'm here on behalf of Tract Capital Management LP. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Are there any other attorneys who need to make an appearance? With that, are there any procedural matters that we need to address before we get started? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and get started, and we'll begin with the public staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Thomas. I'm an engineer with the Energy Division of the Public Staff, and with me today is Dustin Metz, the manager of the Operations and Planning section of the Energy Division. We're going to go through our presentation just to give you a brief overview, talk through some of our key takeaways, talk a little bit through some of the testimony that we filed by the witnesses, by the public staff. Next slide.
And if I can, Mr. Thomas, really quickly, Presiding Commissioner Camright, we do also have in the room the other witnesses who filed testimony in this proceeding for the public staff, witnesses Lawrence, Williamson, Michna, Hinton, Fahey, Nader, and Boswell. And if the commission does have any questions related to their specific subject matter, they are available to come up to the stand.
Thank you. Those witnesses will not be initially presenting this morning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I want to start at the top with some of the public staff's key takeaways. So our testimony is quite lengthy, and we is supported by a deep investigation of Duke's both August 2023 CPIRP filing as well as the January supplemental planning analysis. Duke presents in that portfolio a recommended portfolio with an interim compliance date of 2035. Based on our investigation, we looked at many different interim compliance years, inputs, and modeling assumptions. We believe that Duke should pursue interim compliance by 2034, and that decision drives a lot of the recommended changes we make to their near-term action plan, as well as other modeling inputs throughout the planning horizon. Our own modeling, as well as Duke's modeling, do suggest that interim compliance by 2030 or 2032 could require unreasonable quantities of new resources interconnected at the time of significant load growth and retirement of existing coal generation. Our near-term action plan contains some slightly higher targets for solar, onshore wind, and advanced nuclear, and a more cautious approach on natural gas, and for reasons that we'll describe in our testimony and later in this presentation. We also believe that Duke should continue to focus on measures to increase interconnection capability above and beyond the measures that they are already taking. We detail that in our testimony as well. And we do believe that a particular focus on the near term on solar plus storage would be prudent and save costs, reduce costs for ratepayers. We do find that the Duke's proposed near-term development activities for long lead time items such as Bad Creek 2, the expansion of the pump storage facility in South Carolina, advanced nuclear and offshore wind are generally reasonable, although we do find that the offshore wind acquisition request for information that Duke proposes in its supplemental planning analysis should be better defined with a more reasonable path to to advancing development while simultaneously protecting ratepayers from cost overruns. Next slide, I'll pass this to Dustin Metz to talk about our near-term action plan.
When looking at the table at the bottom of the slide, the public staff has some minor differences to Duke in regards to the near-term action plan, but generally they're very similar. The higher load forecast coupled with increasing solar penetrations will require more energy storage in order to best utilize that resource. At this time, uncertainty exists with larger volumes of natural gas generation given the recent EPA 111 rule and the declining capacity factors of the generation assets over the life of the asset. If more large load seeks to locate in Duke's service territory, target volumes in the public staff's near-term action plan may need to be adjusted upward. But at the same token is, if some of the load does not manifest itself, some of the procurement targets in the public staff's near-term action plan could be minorly adjusted downward. Going a little bit over some of the technologies highlighted in bold in the graph. Looking at solar, there's a slight increase in our proposals, as Mr. Thomas's testimony discussed in more detail on some of those actions that could be taken in order to leverage cost savings. However, Our modeling does show more energy storage is needed. Transitioning to onshore wind, our model sensitivity showed a rather robust selection of the technology. However, there still are some unknowns on the timing of those assets and whether or not we can achieve the energy values that are estimated within the modeling forecasts. Shifting to combined cycles. As I stated earlier, there's still uncertainty with potential EPA 111 compliance. Then lastly, advanced nuclear. Portfolios that had accelerated advanced nuclear had the lower overall cost in PVRR, coupled with other benefits such as overall lower carbon intensity of compared to other portfolios.
Mr. Metz, real quickly, did you mean to mention something about the combustion turbines as well? I heard you talk about the CCs, but not the CTs.
The combustion turbines are similar to the overall combined cycles. However, given the combined cycles before EPA 111 compliance would normally operate between a 75 to 80% annual capacity factor, those getting reduced potentially to 40%, which will be discussed later in my slide deck, is more impactful than the simple cycle combustion turbines. However, simple cycle combustion turbines still will require EPA 111 plan compliance by the utility, because if left unlimited within the model or dispatch, they would run or have the possibility of running higher than a 40% annual capacity factor. Shown on this graph are the overall portfolio cost. Over on the right-hand side is a chart showing the relative scale of PVR for Duke's plans, which are the top three in orange, followed by the public staff portfolios in blue. Earlier compliance equals higher cost. Later compliance equals less risk and may have minor impact to the actions listed in the public staff's near-term action plan. It is worthwhile noting that there are similar costs of multiple portfolios at or near the approximately $150 billion PVR impact amounts. And you see, looking at the graph on the slide deck, you look at Duke's P3 Paul base is approximately $150 billion, followed by the last five of the public staff's modeling sensitivities. For my view, this illustrates there are multiple pathways with similar costs to achieve the compliance dates. We're just getting there in different ways. It's also important to note that these cost estimates listed in this PVR graphs do not capture all the utilities costs, and there will be other cost increases that are sought for general recovery in general rate cases. Mr. Thomas?
Sure. We can move to the next slide. So as Mr. Metz pointed out, present value of revenue requirements for PVR is this single number that can be helpful in determining the relative scale of the build out and the timing, right? Further out costs are discounted further, and so they have less of an impact on the total PVR. Another method that Duke uses and the public staff use as well to analyze our portfolios was estimated retail bill impact. And so both within Duke's testimony and filing and the public staff's filing, we've attempted to estimate the bill impact of our portfolio with a 2034 compliance, which you can see here in blue, to Duke's recommended portfolio, P3 fall base, which has a 2035 compliance date, and Duke's P2 fall supplemental portfolio with a 2033 compliance date. So we tried to put these in context, and I will note that our attorneys are currently working on a correction to these charts where there was a miscalculation in the public staff's estimates of its own portfolio analysis. I'll talk a little bit through some of that analysis, but generally it would put our portfolio slightly less of a bill impact, particularly in DEP. That filing will be coming shortly, but generally there's still a lot of close resemblance among these portfolios as you go out over time. And again, as Mr. Metz noted, this doesn't capture all the costs. For example, distribution level costs that you might find in the multi-year rate plan, those are not included here. This is simply the new generation, the cost of retiring generation, and the cost of operating the system, more or less, fuel burning, operations and maintenance costs, major repairs, and transmission infrastructure.
And Mr. Thomas, you stated that, you just said that the filing would be coming shortly. You're referring to the correction, and you'll be filing corrected information shortly. Is that?
Yes, essentially these two graphs corrected in Williamson Exhibit 5 and 6. So we're working on that. There was during discovery, we found an error in some of our treatment of investment tax credits, which will reduce our bill impacts relative to what they are shown here.
Thank you.
Of course. And, just simply note, over the long term, in particular in DEP, our portfolio selected significantly more offshore wind, for example. So you can see that it does increase that cost while that's being deployed, but those result in production cost savings later on in the portfolio that help to level out that cost increase. So there's a lot at play here: the timing of resource deployment, how it's recovered, over what time period, and the operational savings it can provide. But it is a complex picture, and these bill impacts hopefully help paint a picture of these different portfolios. Okay, moving to the next slide. So obviously, as the ratepayer advocate, cost for us is a major concern, right? We deal with customers that have trouble paying their bills, and so we believe that we can implement this plan that it will have costs, but there are ways to control costs, incremental steps that you can take to be more cost effective with the resources that they have, and to reduce the bill impact to the greatest extent possible. For example, one proposal outlined in my own testimony and witness Boswell is that Duke should take advantage of aggressive advantage of the Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment loan program operated through the Department of Energy. Our own modeling, which only considers some of the benefits and doesn't necessarily capture all of the potential compliance costs, suggests that aggressive application for EIR funding could save ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars over the next 10 years, and could even result in cost-effective deployment of additional resources over and above what is already being planned. We also believe that Duke should continue to seek creative solutions for interconnection bottlenecks and costly transmission upgrades, which have been an issue in this state for some time now. Some examples in my testimony are potentially competitive procurements to repower existing qualified facilities that have been operating for close on a decade now and are coming up on the end of their PPA terms. Some of these facilities could be cost effectively repowered without triggering transmission upgrades. And also potentially siting solar or storage or even wind at the site of fossil sites. A combustion turbine is only operated some certain number of hours per year. That surplus interconnection capacity can provide a significant benefit of clean energy in furtherance of HB 951's goals, while not triggering those expensive upgrades that greenfield solar often does. There's no silver bullet to the interconnection challenges kind of facing us in the state, but there are many incremental steps that taken together can help us get there without needing to continually build out our transmission system.
Continued integration of a transitioning energy fleet will require new transmission in order to maintain reliability. The recent Carolinas Transmission Planning Collaborative Public Policy Study, coupled with expected Duke Energy progress to Duke Energy Carolina power flows, are starting to show stress points on the overall transmission system. The public staff's near-term action plan laid out a series of actions for offshore wind. It's worthwhile noting that should the commission choose to delay interim compliance, it does start shifting out the need to move faster on a potential offshore wind deployment. We need to define a series of actionable steps and promote a conducive bidding environment for future long lead time resources. And we need to have a heart-to-heart discussion on cost certainty and risk sharing for these long lead time resources in order to leverage and protect ratepayers from cost unknowns.
And Mr. Metz, before you move on, I did have a question about your, let's say, fourth bullet point about cost-effective projects that can ensure reliability issues or timely interconnection of needed resources. Could you give an example of what you're referring to?
So looking at overall holistic transmission planning, to the extent if we identified just again from a hypothetical, if we say if X amount of solar generation resources need to be built in, say, Duke Energy Carolinas, and if the company has projected a need for natural gas generation in Duke Energy Carolinas, there could be ways that we can implement transmission projects that can lever synergies off one another. If we build natural gas generation in areas that are already transmission constrained, however, there's limits of how far we can move away from Transco, we may need to upgrade segments of the overall transmission system to allow that input of the generation resource. When the company, again, in a hypothetical, when the company is evaluating the sizing of that facility, we could also project how much solar or other generation resources would be needed and build the transmission line once. However, in doing that type of holistic study, we also have to evaluate, it could take 1 year longer to build out all those transmission projects, but you'll have more certainty to reduce the bottlenecks, as Mr. Thomas talked about slightly earlier.
Thank you.
So moving to the next slide, we want to briefly go over load forecast. So, load forecast, in addition to the interim compliance data, is essentially the major driver of all investment decisions. If load was going down, we wouldn't have to build nearly as many resources, but it's not. And we have, in fact, rapid development of new economic customers, both in North and South Carolina. The Toyota EV factory here in North Carolina, the BMW expansion in South Carolina, data centers coming, many high impact load customers, very high load factors. So they're almost running at full tilt all the time. And this is relatively new for the Carolinas, right? Duke's normal organic load forecast projections, we use complex regression models to look at class, residential, commercial, industrial, or load forecasts over time. And we refer to this as this organic load forecast. They've been doing this for decades. They don't have that regression analysis looks back at history to predict the future. With this change, these new customers, that's no longer really viable to necessarily predict where those load customers are coming and how large they will be. So Duke worked to develop kind of an independent methodology to essentially add separately these customers to the load forecast, using a variety of thresholds for how far along developed are they, how sure are we that they're coming, what's the delay factor. And they added these loads to the normal organic load factor forecast. And so we and other interveners have raised some concerns about potential double counting, right? So if some of these loads are already showing up in economic growth projections, they're going to show up in your commercial industrial load forecast because those take into account your economic load growth. But these are unique loads, so it's possible that it wouldn't capture everything if you didn't manually add them back. So but we've also noticed that there's a lot of uncertainty here. There's not a lot of data that we have in North Carolina that we can compare it to say, well, this customer looks a lot like these other customers, and I don't think they're actually going to ever break ground. And so we've seen even in the update between January and April that some of these large load customers are dropping out, withdrawing, or delaying. And we're seeing this effect particularly in DEP. So, we've worked through the data to in part develop a potential sensitivity, a alternative load forecast that eliminates the effect of the double counting. But the takeaway here, because this is something that is being worked on and challenging utilities both in Virginia and Georgia, and across the Southeast. And so we recommend that Duke continue to really monitor these loads, these large customers, both in our areas and in neighboring areas that experience the same issues, that they continually update the commission with changes to this load forecast, new customers dropping out, that type of thing. And then also to continue to improve and use probabilistic models to evaluate this load and the certainty with which it will come, and continue to update those models with things that we've learned both in this jurisdiction and similar jurisdictions. Slide. And so that is the gross load forecast. That is essentially, this is the megawatt hours that will be required by customers here. But then we have load modifiers, so grid edge, rooftop solar, electric vehicles, tariffs and energy efficiency. All these affect the load forecast. So we've looked through those, and as summarized in Witness Williamson's testimony, generally agree that the forecasts are generally reasonable. We do make some recommendations with regards to demand side management, which can be called upon by the system, similar to a CT, subject to the parameters of the program as a supply side resource. And we recommend that Duke explore in future carbon plans, potentially modeling new programs to determine their potential impact and savings to help refine its program development. And then also, we recommend that Duke begin developing some equivalent to power pair for non-residential customers, which is essentially incentivizing the utility to, the utility provides incentives for these companies to build solar and storage or other resources. And then those resources can provide system benefits by allowing Duke to dispatch these, particularly the storage resource, in times of high grid demand. But either way, these forecasts will require continually to check and adjust to see what kind of energy efficiency these new large load customers might come on, or what creative tariffs or other collaborative programs between the utility and these large customers can produce for the system.
One of the takeaways from the public staff analysis is that some form of new natural gas is going to be recommended, but there's qualifiers, as discussed extensively through multiple public staff witnesses' testimonies, and to be built in the Carolinas. While the final EPA 111 rule did not include hydrogen per se as a best system of emission reduction, that does not mean that we should not continue the discussions about the technologies that impacts the system. If hydrogen will be used in the future, we need to start evaluating and counting that load in order to generate that fuel. Hydrogen will not be produced in an island. The existing coal fleet is aging. However, Duke should continue to evaluate and make sound decisions in maintaining the existing fleet while striving towards interim compliance. If the EPA 111 rule is not overturned, Duke Energy Progress's coal plants may need to be retired slightly earlier than expected, which would have influence on the near-term action plans. One large takeaway from this slide is just 40%, just to try to drive that home. New combined cycles that'll be built, to the best information that the public staff has of right now, will have to be operated approximately half of their expected annual capacity values. That does impact the economics of these natural gas assets. That, however, with one of the public staff sensitivities, it still did select the resources. However, it is the location in which they're being selected and the timing of how they're being selected. The company will need to, or the company, Duke will need to file or somehow summarize of what their ultimate plan will be for EPA 111 compliance.
Mr. Metz, let me ask a clarifying question. You just mentioned that it's critical to consider location and timing in regard to the new rule. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, thank you. So one of the items that the public staff identified is where should the resources be built in regards to should they be built in DEC or should they be built in DEP? My testimony showed the overall power flows that are occurring from DEP to DEC and how those values are approximating up to 25 or 26%. To give that in context, that Duke's model runs show that approximately 25% of the energy produced in Duke Energy Progress under their P3 fall base is but to serve economically Duke Energy Carolinas load. The public staff modeling with some of the changes that we've made shows a shift of combined cycle location from, instead of the combined cycles being built in DEP, to be built in DEC. DEC has more load growth relative than Duke Energy Progress. Did I answer your immediate question, Commissioner?
It did. And then could you explain timing? You mentioned timing as well.
Yes, the overall timing will be coupled with when the resources are needed, of course. When there is a strong correlation of when units retire, existing coal generation units retire, combined cycles are typically being built. So what does that mean? So if the company was to potentially delay a coal retirement for economic reasons or other factors, it could potentially impact the need, a delay or defer a combined cycle by a year. But at the same token is if new risks or unknowns start manifesting themselves with some of these older generation assets, we may need to evaluate and potentially moving those projects up accordingly.
Thank you.
And maybe to one last point, it was also that we were seeing a shift in some of our sensitivities from some of the combined cycles being shifted out. Nominally, the fourth and fifth and sometimes sixth combined cycles shifting out to 2034 plus or minus. So what does that mean? That may mean that we don't necessarily have to make those decisions today in this carbon plan for potential CPC applications, and those can be checked and adjust till the next carbon plan proceeding.
And if I could just put a finer point on that, I think witness Commissioner kind of goes over this extensively in his testimony that near-term action plan essentially calls for seeking 5 CPCNs prior to the 2025 carbon plan order, which will come out at the end of 2026. And we, as I said before, we are believing that we need to be more cautious there because this is a lot of money to spend on assets that may only run 40% of the time, depending on how the EPA rolls out and how load forecast comes. And that's kind of what Dustin's talking about, right? Is kind of pumping the brakes a little bit and saying this is a risky asset at this juncture, and let's see what we need. And it may be that they are needed, but we are worried that these costs could become stranded for ratepayers and lock them in over the next 35 years.
And also be transparent and I believe fair that the EPA 111 rule dropped after Duke filed its P3 fall base. EPA 111 rule dropped just very short time before the public staff filed its testimony. So I think everyone needs to kind of step back and reflect on what the EPA 111 impacts mean for these future natural gas resources. Public staff's recommended 2034 interim compliance state and near-term action plan seek a balance to least cost planning, grid reliability, and execution risk. Overall, we consider the public staff's proposal to be aggressive, but not impossible. Duke must take reasonable steps while also moving aggressively on new resources in both the near and long term to ensure a reliable grid. Long lead time resources create an interesting impact on the near-term action plans that need to be made today, inclusive of transmission. And that's an important point also to note that new generation assets and transmission need to be had in the same discussion. They can't be independent of one another. Planning for carbon neutrality in the face of significant uncertainty will require frequent adjustments and refinements, some of which will need to take place outside of the 2-year CPIRP cycle. We need a degree of flexibility to adjust to changes in expected load, future energy regulation, as we've seen with EPA 111, and leverage all opportunities to decrease costs. Pivot to Mr. Thomas, if you'd like anything to add.
I think Mr. Metz summarized very well, and that's what our testimony tries to get at, is that we want to protect ratepayers while following the law and implementing it and making sure that we aren't locking ourselves into a path where we'll have lots of regrets later on. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Metz, for your informative presentation. And let me check with the commissioners to see if they have any clarifying questions. Okay. Commissioner Duffley.
You were talking about the EPA rules. It's just a procedural question. Will you be working with this DEQ regarding state implementation plans, or touching base with DEQ regarding what North Carolina is going to be doing?
Yes, we have had conversations with DEQ and we continually to try to, well, not try to, we continually to have conversations with them to see what their overall implementation plan will be.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add to that, however, our impression from our discussions with the North Carolina DEQ is that the state implementation plan will largely address existing coal and how to handle that. But the rules for new natural gas are not decided by the implementation plan. Those are effective with the finalization of the rule.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you very much. This is just to understand the framework of analysis for you and for, I think, a lot of the different interveners. From the definition least cost, which is not really that closely defined anywhere. It seems like for public staff, the two cost metrics in your presentation and in your testimony are the present value of revenue requirements and the bill impacts. Am I missing any other least cost, or are those the two kind of overarching metrics that we should be paying attention to?
In terms of costs, yeah, I think those are the two major indices that we're looking at.
And then could you just say really briefly how you view the two of those in general terms, what they are? I mean, I think they could be interpreted as different things. You just kind of walk through the two of them and just describe what are some of the things that went into them, how are they done, that sort of thing.
Sure. Yeah, I can take in to add on if you want. So the PVR essentially is the starting point. You take modeling output files from there, and that looks at, the cost of the production costs, that's fuel and operations management costs. It takes into account the tax credits for new resources, both production tax credits and investment tax credits for eligible resources. In our case, it took into account some of the Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment Act savings that would reduce the revenue requirement of some of these. And then those costs of all that new generation, operating the new generation, the new transmission that is kind of baked into it, all of that is kind of put into this model that essentially estimates the company's revenue requirement each year. So taking into account the allocation to retail of these of the bill impacts that's for the bill impact, but it takes into account the cost of capital, the weighted average cost of debt, the cost of equity, the capital structure, and it essentially estimates this and then brings back that cash stream of revenue requirements back to the present. And so there's a lot of uncertainty around there, and I think that it's easy to look at a list of portfolios and say, well, let's just pick the lowest one and go ahead. And I think PBR what it doesn't capture, right, is, well, first of all, a lot of uncertainty baked throughout, right? So there's a little bit of a margin of error, you could say, to each of these portfolios. But importantly, what it doesn't capture is a lot of things like stranded asset risk, right? What happens if we build a plant today and it can't operate nearly what it's projected to operate? It doesn't provide that energy value. So we have to go couple it with something else, and maybe it's not the best resource at that point. It doesn't capture a lot of the nuances of failures at certain sites and what happens when there's a disaster on the natural gas system that impacts resources here, those kind of extreme events. It's really looking at this, if everything works perfectly and normally, this is what we can expect. And so we look at these numbers and like I said, we aren't trying to necessarily pick just the lowest number, because that may have additional risks that maybe aren't captured in that number. And so we're looking at that, and then the bill impact analysis, and then taking all of that in context with what are the execution risks and how much of these resources do we have to build, and what is the likelihood that we will regret building or not building this resource in the future. And then we look at how is it implementing the laws? Is it violating CO2? Is it a reasonable delay? Are these reasonable actions supporting this plan? And so we kind of try to take all of that into account when we're making the analysis, but it's a very complicated calculation for the PVR and the bill impact, I will say that, and but it's a lot that goes into it. But again, as I think we talked about this in the 2022 carbon plan, it's not everything, right? There's a lot of costs that are not included in that PVR. Everything distribution level is not. And you all know from the multi-year rate plans that we went through last year that distribution is a significant component of their Duke Energy's annual spend. So if anything, these bill impacts are holistically an underestimate.
Thank you for that. You anticipated and answered a lot of my concerns, as you often do. Often do. Just a couple clarifications and follow-ups. The bill impact, you talked about the revenue requirements. You know, the bill impact is just converting the revenue requirements to a household bill. So you're taking into consideration population. Is that how you get to there?
Sort of, yes. It's essentially, it looks at the revenue requirements projected and kind of compares them to what the revenue requirement is today. And it kind of looks at how much is that revenue requirement changing. And then it applies that percentage change in each year to the bill. So it's not like a full cost of service study. It's not a full rate case. There's a lot of, nuance that's lost there. But it essentially tries to mimic the system and the allocation factors and then allocate those costs over the bill. So we frame it as a residential bill. It's kind of a retail bill. It's just showing the changes in the retail revenue requirement and applying that to today's residential bill as an example.
Okay. And from an economic standpoint, the present value obviously is the present value. So 2023
Yes.
dollars. When you're looking at all the bill impact charts, what dollars should I consider those in? Are those 2023 dollars, or do they have inflation baked in?
I believe they have inflation baked in. I can either check with you, or if Witness Williamson knows for sure, I can, but I believe that there's inflation reflected in there. But I can clarify for you.
Just moving forward from an economics standpoint, it's really good to know kind of that. And last thing, we have so many different scenarios, and I don't envy your job or anyone's job doing the modeling here. There's a lot of different running scenarios it seems like, for some of the other models. Is there running scenarios and sensitivity analysis on the actual cost calculations? So, you mentioned 5 or 6 things that we don't know, cost of capital, inflation, discount rate. Will there be modeling of what the relative cost breakdown of these portfolios looks like if the economic future is very different? Or I just get the impression that most of the modeling is on the technical side and not on the economic side. Is that correct?
I would say, if you want to.
I would say it'd be a fair characterization that we didn't perform advanced analytics and modeling exercises to get a degree of uncertainty associated with the bill impact analysis, that we try to make one set of distinct assumptions there and look at the changes between portfolios, Mr. Thomas.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think, what happens if we, if the question you're trying to answer is what happens if we lock in this expansion plan and then costs go up by 20% or down by 10 or up by 50. We did not complete that analysis. It would be something that could be done, but it is kind of we wanted to kind of look at that kind of post factor analysis. I mean, that's really looking at what happens if those costs go up, but we were already locked in. And I think we were really kind of looking at some of our sensitivities. How do we get there, and what decisions should we try to make today that can be adjusted in the future, but still result in kind of building these as least costs? But point taken, I think, some of that post hoc analysis about costs and what that does to ratepayers' bills could be helpful in illustrating the risk of some of these portfolios.
Well, I really appreciate this. I don't want to go into all the details and get into, there's plenty of time for that, but framing this, you've been really helpful, just understanding the targets. So thank you extremely much.
And you may be excused. We appreciate your presentation, and we'll move on to the Attorney General's office next.
Thank you. Good morning. The Attorney General's office calls Ed Burgess to the stand.
Okay, can you all, can you all hear me? Great. All right, should I begin my presentation then?
Yes, please begin.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ed Burgess, and my background is in power system planning and renewable energy, where I've assisted a wide range of public and private sector clients for over 12 years. I provided testimony for about a dozen state commissions on a range of topics and helped launch Utility of the Future Center at Arizona State University, where I received degrees in engineering and multiple graduate degrees. For about 8 years, I was with Strategy and Consulting, and I've now founded a founding partner with the new firm, Current Energy Group. And I'm glad to be here today to provide this presentation on behalf of the Attorney General's office. Next slide, please. This provides a brief overview of the topics covered in my testimony on behalf of the Attorney General and a summary of our recommendations. The topic areas on the left include the interim target for emissions reductions, coal retirements, renewable additions, natural gas additions, load forecasting, and customer load reduction programs, and transmission planning. Just to briefly cover a few of these, we recommended an interim target no later than 2032 to satisfy the statutory guidelines while recognizing the challenges from new load growth. And we, in several of these other topics areas, we've not only, I think, offered a critique of some of Duke's analysis in terms of what they may have missed or not included, but presented those as an opportunity for some sort of constructive solutions going forward and how to better meet that target. And so I won't have time to go through all of those today in the 15 minutes. So I wanted to focus mainly on one of the topic areas, which is coal retirements. But just wanted to flag that we do have these, what I think are some sort of constructive forward-looking approaches that could be applied in each of the topic areas covered in my testimony. And so with that, I think I'll go forward to the next slide, which is that, but before I get to the sort of four strategies to assist with coal retirement, I wanted to just provide a little bit of a context of some of the concerns and preface this by saying a central theme, sort of concern laid out in my testimony is that we're now entering this critical path time period for both coal retirements and clean energy additions, both of which are necessary to meet the 70% interim target within the statutory guidelines. And, one of the concerns that I raised is that we are seeing the beginning of this pattern of actions or really, inactions on Duke's part over the last year and a half that may have made that critical path much more difficult to meet and maybe contributing to the company's proposal to delay the interim target by 5 years. And I'll use the example of the Mayo plant as just one example. I don't want to overstate, the importance of this, but I think it's indicative since this plan is kind of earlier on the timeline. And basically what we saw is, way back in early 2022, Duke's initial analysis in the Encompass model showed that the optimal retirement date for the Mayo plant was 2026. They, in their filing, ultimately selected 2029 as the retirement date for that plant, and cited issues like need for replacement generation, transmission upgrades as part of the reason for that. And so the commission did order in its final order in the last cycle for Duke to take appropriate steps to optimally retire its coal fleet on a schedule commensurate with that carbon plan filing. And so, I think we're operating under the assumption that 2029 date would hold for the Mayo plan. We then saw in the most recent general rate case for DEP that Duke had proposed no new transmission investments for enabling any coal retirements, including the Mayo plant, and no replacement generation resources for the Mayo plant either. And so now we have come to this carbon plan, and we see that the Mayo plant's retirement date has been delayed yet again until 2031, which doesn't seem consistent with the commission order, and again, it's kind of kicking the can down the road, and no actions taken to sort of support the 2029 date that we initially thought was going to be held. So, I think that we can go to the next slide. One thing I wanted to also address was this potential, I think, preconception that coal is serving as a base load resource and that will be needed to address some of these large loads that are being added. The fact is that Duke's own modeling shows that many of these resources are expected to operate relatively infrequently, more akin to a peaking resource. Mayo, for example, has projected capacity factors in the kind of 4% to 11% range in 2028. So even after some of these new large loads are added, and that makes plants like this really ideal for replacement with certain types of peaking resources like batteries that can still support system reliability. They have high effective load carrying contributions. And, so my testimony, I think, offers, kind of this critique of, maybe what could have been done at a plant like Mayo, but then lays out, I think, some recommendations going forward about how we can apply, some of these solutions to maintain, this schedule that's needed for timely retirements. So next slide. And I want to just sort of remind folks a little bit too about, why does this matter? Why are timely retirement's important? It's important to know that, with the coal plants, there's significant costs, not just the fuel, but ongoing, capital investments at these plants, rising O&M costs as they get older, and those can be quite significant. In fact, looking over the planning horizon, fossil resources grow to be one of the largest, components of the revenue requirement in Duke's modeling. And so, some of that investment maybe, could be put towards newer clean resources instead. Additionally, there's, new IRA funding opportunities such as the EIR that public staff mentioned, and that's sort of a time-limited opportunity. Some commitments have to be made in this carbon planning cycle and won't be, sort of an option in the next carbon planning cycle. And so those need to be seriously looked at because in, some of my analysis, those could reduce the replacement capacity costs, the capital costs, some on the order of maybe 20 to 30%. So that's a significant savings opportunity. We, of course, heard about the new EPA rules requiring some of these retirements to take place perhaps by 2032. So now's the time to sort of start doing some of those in order to avoid a serious time crunch towards the end of that deadline. And then finally, the critical path for meeting the 70% carbon reduction, it will become much more difficult if we kind of wait till the last minute and start to think about, retiring a lot of generation, right at the end of that. And I think it goes without saying too that, continuing some of these coal resources will extend the public health impacts and the emissions that are associated with those. Next slide, please. Oh, I think we skipped. We go back one. Yeah, there we go. So some of the strategies that, I want to cover, there's 4 listed here. And just in the interest of time, I'll just jump right into the first one, which is more on-site battery replacement. If you want to go to the next slide. And so one of the strategies that we're recommending here is to consider more battery replacement options at these plants. Duke's modeling, only assumed that about a little over 4,000 megawatts of batteries on the total system could be added, versus about 25,000 megawatts of natural gas. And so, I think my view is that this is an inappropriate assumption for a couple of reasons. First, some of the supply chain issues Duke cites, I don't think will persist, through the end of the decade. And then also the fact that there's surplus transmission available at these sites that could help to speed up the interconnection process and could be taken advantage of to get some of these resources online more quickly. As I mentioned, batteries, according to Duke's analysis, have a high reliability value. In some cases, in the near term, it's 100% ELCC and, sort of going down a little bit over time from there, but still very valuable from a reliability perspective. And also, we saw that Duke's modeling didn't fully capture some of the IRA benefits like the EIR and also the full amount of the energy communities bonus credits. Next slide, please. Next strategy would be to look more closely at off-site replacement generation in conjunction with any needed transmission upgrades. Duke said that, some of these retirements will require transmission upgrades if they don't have replacement generation. And so taking that assumption, the next logical step in my view would be to look at, well, what is, could we do replacement generation somewhere else in the system and still do those transmission upgrades? But that wasn't really studied by Duke. There were some conceptual projects that they mentioned, but they didn't actually do any cost analysis on whether those could be feasible in conjunction with the offsite replacement. And so, as a result, we have a proposal before us that didn't really take into account, some of these more kind of competitive solicitation opportunities. Perhaps there's more, out there beyond just this sort of generation that Duke has proposed at its own sites, and we could look to those other options. Go ahead to the next slide. Another strategy to emphasize is looking at more staggered unit retirements. Duke's modeling basically assumes that, some of these unit retirements would be forced to happen in tandem with each other. So you have extremely large amounts of capacity being retired simultaneously, sometimes, several thousand megawatts at a time, rather than, thinking about a more staggered approach where you could have one unit retire 1 year and then another maybe 2 years later. And that's pretty common from what I've seen in other utilities in the way they evaluate these retirements, rather than locking together, these retirements. And that, may present a more of a glide path or a way to sort of bring online more gradually replacement resources and have some advantages through that. Next slide, please. Finally, I think, it's warranted to take a closer look at some of the gas conversion options, particularly Belews Creek. That was one of the requirements in the last carbon plan order to study that. Duke did study a sensitivity of Belews Creek in its initial P1 portfolio. But I think it was really, in my view, insufficient to sort of take seriously that, the fact is that, there's some advantages to this kind of conversion option, can keep online some generation capacity, for sort of an interim period while we get other things online. And the capital costs of doing that are very low relative to some of the new capacity options, like a new combined cycle, for example. So Duke's analysis was limited to this one variant. And it also had some assumptions in there that, in my view, were a little questionable, for example, including firm transportation capacity for gas all the way through 2045, when really, this was meant to be sort of an interim bridge solution that didn't, wouldn't maintain the plant, nearly as that long. And so I think taking a closer look at those cost assumptions and really taking this, I think is a serious option. Okay, and then how are we doing on time? Are we?
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, perfect. A final point on this slide. The other thing that the scenario did not include was any deferral of CC capacity. There was some minor deferral of CT capacity, but the real, I think, larger cost savings would come from a CC deferral. Okay, we'll go to the next slide, please. So just to kind of wrap up in the last minute or two here, some of the key takeaways I just wanted to leave folks with were that, recent inactions on some of these retirements, Mayo was one example of that, is, indicative to me that, there may be some more kind of systematic delay in some of these retirements, and that may not be in line with what the commission had directed. These delays have created a situation where it is going to be a lot more challenging and costly to meet the 2030 target for the interim target. And so, I think it's very important, for some of these actions to be taken in the next stretch here. We're really, as I mentioned, in this kind of critical path if we're going to meet interim target consistent with the statutory guidelines. So, going forward, I think, some of the strategies I outlined, the 4 strategies for coal retirement, will be important for doing that while maintaining reliability. But in addition to that, this should be, I focus on coal today, but there's a whole other series of recommendations in my testimony that should be pursued in concert with that, to add the clean generation to the system, and to, have near-term additions of renewables, battery storage, improving, transmission in many ways that I think echo what public staff had mentioned earlier too. And then also focusing much more on customer-sided resources as we were entering this period of higher load growth. So all of those are part of the package, and thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very helpful. Let me check with the commissioners to see if they have any clarifying questions. Seeing none, thank you, and you may step down.
Okay, thank you.
SIGFR, I believe, is next.
Thank you. SIGFR 2 and 3, excuse me, calls Brian C. Collins.
Good morning, Mr. Collins. You may proceed when you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you again for allowing us the opportunity to present a summary of our testimony this morning.
Mr. Collins, if you could please pull the microphone a little bit closer to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the purpose of our presentation today is to present a summary of our findings and recommendations. Duke's Preferred Pathway 3 in the CPIRP, updated in a supplemental analysis filed on January 31st, 2024, results in the retirement of approximately 8,400 megawatts of coal-fired generation on the Duke system by 2035. Because of the size of the Duke system and the scale of new resources necessary to replace coal-fired generation, this level of generation retirement and its timing raises legitimate concerns regarding customer impacts, both in terms of reliability and rates. As explicitly stated both in House Bill 951 and in the Commission's order adopting its initial carbon plan, reliability is paramount. The importance of a reliable grid was particularly demonstrated by the events of Winter Storm Elliott in December 2022. In this proceeding,
Mr. Collins, do you want to change the slide?
oh, sorry. Yes. Next slide, please. In this proceeding, Duke specifically requests the Commission affirm its modeling as reasonable and requests approval of certain near-term action planning items as reasonable and necessary to reliably serve electric loads under the changing energy landscape in North Carolina. With respect to its near-term action plan items, Duke is requesting Commission pre-approval to incur specific project development costs for certain long lead time resources, including onshore wind, pumped hydro storage, and advanced nuclear. Next slide, please. The specific resources incremental to Duke's August 2023 CPIRP filing that Duke included in its supplemental analysis amount to over 7 gigawatts and now includes offshore wind as well as additional natural gas-fired capacity, solar, and battery storage. Duke claims that the primary reason for the January 31st, 2024 supplemental analysis filing was due to what Duke considers expected extraordinary load growth on its system, requiring incremental resources that it claims should now be included in the CPIRP as compared to the August 2023 filing. Next slide, please. According to Duke, the forecasted 2038 winter peak has increased from 35.5 gigawatts in the August 2023 filing to 37.6 gigawatts in the January 2024 filing, an increase of 2.1 gigawatts or approximately 5%. The annual energy forecast has increased by 24 terawatt hours or approximately 12%. This is a significant increase in expected load for both DEC and DEP's respective operations in North Carolina. The total cumulative capital spend for the CPIRP in Duke's August 2023 filing was $92 billion by 2038. In the January 24 update, Duke now estimates its total cumulative capital spend by 2038 to be $128 billion. This is a significant increase of approximately $36 billion, or approximately 39% in a span of less than 6 months. Next slide, please. In the August 2023 CPIRP filing, Duke estimated customer bill impacts growing at a compound annual growth rate of approximately 2.2% for DEP and 2.9% for DEC for the period 2024 to 2038. In the January 2024 CPIRP supplemental analysis filing an update, Duke now estimates customer bill impacts growing at a compound annual growth rate of approximately 3.4% for DEP and 3.7% for DEC for the period 2024 to 2038. These are significant annual compounding increases. As a result, Duke's revised forecasted compounded annual growth rates result in cumulative customer bill increases of approximately 60% for DEP and 66% for DEC by 2038 as compared to 2024 rate levels. These are significant bill impact for customers and do not even include all expected costs that Duke will incur for executing its carbon plan, nor do they include capital investments that are unrelated to carbon plan implementation. As a result, because these are not all-in cost estimates, these are already concerning rate impact estimates are conservative. Next slide, please. For perspective, the current estimated customer bill impacts by 2038 versus current rates in 2024 would amount to an approximate $1.5 million per month bill increase for a typical 50 megawatt industrial customer taking transmission service with a 90% load factor. Considering that these are estimates and then that they are understated because they do not reflect all costs necessary to implement the carbon plan, nor costs related to implementation of the carbon plan, the expected level of future bill increases for customers is staggering and should give the Commission great pause. The magnitude of the expected bill increases is a threat to the competitiveness of industrial customers in Duke's service territories, not to mention a threat to Duke's residential and commercial customers. Along these lines, it should also be noted, next slide, please, that Duke's residential customers will see approximate increases of $87 per month by 2038 based on Duke's estimated compounded annual growth rates in the January 2024 supplemental filing. Again, these are extraordinary increases and conservative estimates and should cause the Commission to question whether Duke's as-filed CPIRP constitutes reasonable steps as contemplated by the NCGA in House Bill 951. The actual customer rate impacts experienced by 2038 will likely be much higher because the CPIRP includes only estimated generic transmission costs and do not reflect the complete actual transmission investment costs necessary to implement the company's CPIRP. Furthermore, these impacts do not account for the non-CPIRP investments in the company's generation, transmission, and distribution systems. Next slide, please. Regarding reliability, present law requires that reliability should be maintained or improved because of the unprecedented level of intermittent resources planned for the Duke system to replace historically reliable coal-fired generation. The Commission should be flexible and give the company as much time as is required in meeting its emissions reductions. We believe more time is needed for implementing the CPIRP due to uncertainty in load growth, resource costs, supply constraints, and the viability of new and unproven resource technologies to enable reliable operation of the Duke system. Next slide, please. Duke examined over other pathways for achieving a 70% carbon emissions reductions by 2030. However, there is increased cost and risk to reliability meeting the interim 70% target by 2030. As a result, I recommend that the Commission not require Duke to meet the 70% emission reductions target by 2030 and instead focus on what steps and timeline are reasonable under the totality of the circumstances while complying with the requirement that reliability must be maintained or improved. Because of the risks and the uncertainties in implementing the CPIRP, Duke has recognized that its recommended 2035 target for 70% emissions reductions via its preferred pathway 3 could be extended further into the future. The Commission has the discretion to determine optimal timing as well as the appropriate generation and reserve mix to achieve the least cost path to compliance. Importantly, it must take only all reasonable steps to implement the carbon plan. Next slide, please. On top of the uncertainty regarding assumptions in the CPIRP, one concern is the unknown impact if joint capacity planning had been performed by Duke on a combined basis for both DEP and DEC. The lack of joint planning by DEC and DEP is a significant impediment to developing a least cost plan for emission reductions that can be approved by the Commission. Again, this uncertainty regarding joint planning is troubling, and again, the impact is unknown. As a result of the discretion afforded the Commission and the requirement for the Commission to take only those reasonable steps in implementing the CPIRP, I recommend the Commission require Duke to model a scenario in which DEC and DEP are sharing capacity for planning purposes. This recommendation protects ratepayers from the risk of the company's overspending and overbuilding in the interim before a potential merger is consummated. For the company's expectation, the merger would be effective approximately January 1st, 2027. Next slide, please. Certainty should be reached regarding the merger of DEP and DEC as soon as possible to avoid Duke's progression down a path that could have adverse consequences on customers in both reliability and customer bill impacts if the optimal resources on a combined basis, joint planning basis, are not selected for replacing coal-fired generation as part of the near-term action plan and or otherwise. If this is not possible, the Commission should consider delaying the timeline for achieving the interim emissions reduction targets set forth in House Bill 951. Next slide, please. I also recommend that the Commission establish rate mitigation measures for customers with respect to CPIRP implementation to protect ratepayers from the unprecedented and extraordinary exposure of rate increases associated with the CPIRP implementation. This is reasonable, important, and necessary for customer protection. Rate mitigation could be, for example, in the form of a rate phase-in over a specified period of time after Duke is granted an increase in a rate case to recover costs associated with implementing the carbon plan. Parameters regarding rate mitigation could be developed through collaboration with Duke, the public staff, and customers. Next slide, please. Though the company is required to file an updated CPIRP every 2 years, the current environment is dynamic and in flux with respect to load growth, resource cost and availability, supply constraints, and resource technology development, creating uncertainty regarding reliability and bill impacts for customers. Therefore, I recommend that the Commission require updates from Duke every 6 months regarding the progress of the CPIRP. This is a reasonable requirement, especially in light of the extraordinary load increase that occurred less than 6 months after Duke's CPIRP filing in August 2023, as well as the significant rate impacts Duke projects. Next slide, please. Specifically, I recommend the company be required to file with the Commission status reports every 6 months, identifying any major developments in the process. These reports should include an update, the approved portfolios or portfolios, as the case may be, present value of revenue requirement, total capital spend, and estimated customer rate impacts. More frequent updates are needed on the process beyond just a 2-year updated formal filing. This would add another layer of customer protection and complement biennial filing. Warn the Commission if the circumstances have changed regarding the preferred CPIRP, and help the Commission and the companies check and adjust sooner rather than later. Next slide, please. I also recommend that the company include estimated rate impacts on a class-by-class basis in the proposed 6-month reports for all expected investment on its system, including not just the CPIRP-related investments, but also the non-CPIRP investments. This would give the Commission a holistic view of the expected customer rate impacts on the horizon. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, for your presentation. Let me check with the commissioners to see if they have any clarifying questions. Seeing none, thank you, and you may be excused.
Thank you very much.
I believe that NCSEA is next.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite. The North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association calls Dr. John O'Brien to the stand. And Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, Dr. O'Brien elected to forego slides, but we do have a hard copy of the outline that was pre-filed Wednesday for the procedural order. If the commission would like a hard copy, I could pass that around now.
Do you have hard copies available?
Yes.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. We were retained, I'm with the Vista Consulting Group, we were retained to perform a study for NCSEA to do an apples to apples comparison of wind and nuclear.
Dr. O'Brien, can you move the microphone a little closer to you so we can hear you better? Thank you.
My background is I was a scientist for the Department of Energy, studying nuclear energy. And after that, I did spend time as a commissioner on the Florida Energy Commission, which was a legislative commission, and chair of the climate change subcommittee of that commission. As I mentioned, we were retained to look at the aspects of both nuclear and wind side by side in an apples to apples manner. The discussion I'll have today is really more qualitative than the discussions that I've heard so far, because I believe that there are issues going forward of adequacy and reliability that need to be factored into the decision about offshore wind. Mr. Moore, who authored the piece on the nuclear side, could not be here today. He is a veteran of the nuclear industry and still a strong participant in it. I was teaching a course as I'm a professor of public administration, and I was teaching a course on public economy when I did this study. And one thing I was very impressed by is the economy of North Carolina. I believe that it is well poised to become probably the fastest growing economy on a state level in the United States over the next decade. And my concern, and I have a list of things that I could go on about the economy here, but the one that is probably most important with regard to the discussion today is the manufacturing sector in this state. It is robust, it is large, it is poised to grow. And both nuclear and wind will contribute strongly to the growth of those sectors in this economy. But I'm not going to go through all of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go forward and just point out this is not a normal IRP at all. It is very abnormal. There are factors that have come into this that are hugely different than the ones that are normally confronted by any utility commission trying to determine forward mix of generation and other assets. You have to back down on the carbon emissions, and you're introducing new technologies and new business models, completely different. The two business models are also second mover models. In other words, first of a kind is not going to happen in nuclear. It is not going to happen in wind. And so why do you do second of a kind or second mover? It's to get information from the first movers. And that is an important aspect of this that I believe has to be taken seriously with regard to the allocation of resources for determining the mix. New nuclear is something that we are in favor of. We think that the new nuclear aspect, and I have the study here, it's quite a comprehensive study comparing the two of them, and it's not a modeling exercise. It is an actuarial discussion based on facts of the two different technologies, side by side, how they compare. And I will cut to the chase now and just tell you that there is no advantage to nuclear in terms of starting that first. But it seems as if what has happened is it's go nuclear, you've allocated resources to it, it is the early site preparations going on. While with wind, it's more like wait until we see if we need it. And the problem with that is that nuclear has uncertainty to it, especially the new nuclear. Even the old nuclear has uncertainty to it. And I don't want you to get me wrong. I am not anti-nuclear. I think that that must be in the mix, that it must be pursued. The problem is, as I mentioned, the economy here over the next decade is going to grow very rapidly, and many benefits will accrue to the citizens of the state because of that. Because when you grow GDP, everybody gets a slice. Problem is that if there is a hiccup with the new nuclear and you haven't taken the time to look very closely at the wind option, then that option may not end up being available. So the conclusion of our report, as I mentioned, is that there's nothing that says that new nuclear should be deployed before wind. That in fact, the early development costs for wind are very small. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been put on the table with regard to nuclear is more than you could spend on early development for new wind. You've got two developers here who have already gone through and worked on it and invested significant funds. So the last part of this is there was a proposal for an ARFI. I want to point out that everything here is an RFI. If you look at classic public administration, this is all what we're doing. And the idea of getting more information outside of the realm of actual negotiations between the developers and the companies is not going to work. The way this happens is these two developers, Avangrid and Total, are negotiating right now with other states and other utilities, and they're coming to conclusions. There are wind farms being built. There are wind farms operating in the Northeast, sending offshore wind farms, sending power into the continent. Those are the lessons learned. That's why you have a second mover strategy with regard to nuclear, is to let somebody else be the pioneer and take the arrows. Somebody else is taking those arrows. They're the developers that are here. It is very important, in my opinion, that direct negotiations occur, not more information gathering, that there should be two negotiations, and this is my recommendation, it's our recommendation. Number one, go forward with nuclear, do that. But the second part of the recommendation is set up two separate negotiations between each of the developers and the companies, but have those negotiations be real negotiations where agreements can be reached, where you can see the outcome, where real costs come out of it, not a study that tells you what the cost might be. We did that. It's right in here. We have cost data in here. It's not a modeling exercise, but we can say what things cost, whether there are vessels to do it. All of the other things are in here. So that is really what we are recommending, is that within the context of the ARFI, if that's what it is that you end up calling that proceeding, that you also have a paper record reporting in the judicial world. You have joint status conferences and joint status letters and all kinds of things of that nature. It's not expensive. It's a no-risk strategy. But the risk that exists, if that is not going to occur, is that this economy will, as it will, grow. You have big tech coming in. You have an incredible economy in this state, speaking as an economist, that it'll be growing and nuclear will hiccup, which it has in the past. We also, by the way, predict, and the data for it are in here, that new nuclear will not be available until 2039, as opposed to what's in the plan. And the reasons for that are in the report. So I just implore you to consider the idea of initiating meaningful, constructive negotiations between the companies and the developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. I just have one clarifying question for you about you're recommending as you call it, meaningful negotiations about offshore wind. What is the difference in time frame between what you could expect from those types of negotiations versus an ARFI?
Well, to get a interim, or say a penultimate report by the end of this year, you could start and it could begin. And I believe that within the next time frame that you are considering this overall plan, that you would have real data, real agreements. Right now, it's not even clear whether it's going to be owned and operated by the companies or whether it's going to be an offtake agreement with regulatory-like conditions in it to allow for cost recovery. So I think it's going to take time to put that together, but what is essential would be those negotiations sitting across the table from each other. The developers already know the answers. They're constructing those answers today in other venues.
Okay.
So I can't really say how long it would take, but what I can say, in my opinion, not going down that road means that offshore wind may not end up being able to replace the capacity for generation if the new nuclear option, for some reason, as it has in the past many times, hit a block at some point.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. O'Brien. Let me check to see if there's any additional clarifying questions. There are not, so thank you for your presentation, and you may step down.
Thank you so much.
It looks like it's SACE that is next up.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. We would call Mr. Goggin and Mr. Duncan.
Good morning. You may proceed as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for having us today. My name is Jake Duncan. I'm the Southeast Regulatory Director for Vote Solar. With me today is Michael Goggin with Grid Strategies, LLC. In the interest of efficiency today, I'll speak for a while and then pass it to Mr. Goggin at the very end. Next slide, please. So we both presented testimony on behalf of SACE et al. And jointly with North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Next slide, please. I'll describe the overview of the testimony that SACE et al. Put forward, dive a little bit deeper into my testimony, and then again pass it off to Mr. Goggin at the end. So SACE et al. Put forward 4 pieces of testimony designed to address the holistic cycle of the resource planning process. It started with Witness Wilson, who addressed the large new loads, the load forecast, and the resource adequacy study. Witness Rampani addressed the analysis of Duke's modeling. She got into fine detail a lot of the modeling decision and the analysis that Duke put forward, and then and also assessed the resource and portfolio selection that the company put forward. Mr. Goggin, to my left, addressed transmission planning and interconnection solutions, and myself, I submitted testimony on maximizing distributed energy resource to fill in the gaps that transmission scale resources need help with. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, Witness Wilson and Rapani couldn't be with us today, so I'll briefly summarize their testimony. Again, Witness Wilson addressed the company's load forecast and resource adequacy study. His core recommendations were to address the large new loads by essentially taking them out, creating a different class for any large new loads, 20 megawatts or greater, and then creating several different pathways to address these new loads to add a level of certainty to the load, whether or not it's going to self-generate, whether or not it will take a long-term contract, or if it will be more uncertain, and then address those accordingly. Witness Wilson further recommended the commission engage professional forecasters to create that the company engage professional forecasters to develop a more comprehensive load forecast with scenario analysis, and that the company further study the relationship between extreme winter weather and load to gain better insight into winter resource adequacy needs. Witness Rampani, again, evaluated Duke's analysis and proposed pathways. Her core recommendations were that the commission should not approve Duke's recommended P3 fall supplemental portfolio or the near-term action plan. She recommended that the commission hold in abeyance any decision regarding Duke's proposed gas blowout until there can be more certainty around the economics, the utilization, and the response to the EPA regulations. She recommended that the commission require that any further CPCN for gas include a required clean portfolio alternative analysis, and that the Duke explore earlier coal retirements, and that the commission should approve wind and solar additions consistent with P1 base core. At the end, witness Goggin will get into more detail on how we can interconnect those level of resources consistent with P1 base core. Next slide, please.
I do have one clarifying question from witness Wilson, the last point, and you may not know the answer to this since it's coming from a different witness, but it states that Duke should study the relationship between extreme winter weather and load. Is her testimony that Duke did not do that in its filings, or that that they're looking for further information, if you know?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay, we can explore it further during the evidentiary hearing. Thank you.
Next slide, please. I'll take a few minutes to dive into my testimony. Again, I evaluated the integration of distributed energy resources into the planning process with four key areas: behind the meter storage, electric vehicle managed charging, virtual power plants, and broadly distribution resource planning. Next slide, please. So for behind the meter storage, at a high level, the company did not integrate behind the meter storage into its resource planning at all. This is despite the fact that behind the meter storage pairing rate with solar grew from 1% in 2019 to 10% in 2022, and is expected to keep growing due to national trends and the change to the solar choice tariffs. So in order to assess the scale of this customer-owned resource that the company is not paying for yet is shaping load and likely reducing peak, I performed kind of a high-level analysis that took the company's own behind the meter solar forecast and applied some assumptions around the level at which customers will pair solar storage with that, based on data from the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab and the Solar Energy Industry Association. And I found that by 2038, there may be around 469 megawatts of behind the meter storage on the system and around a gigawatt by 2050. Again, these are customer-owned resources that the customers are using to shape their own load and potentially reduce peak that is not currently incorporated into the load forecast. Next slide, please. My recommendations regarding behind the meter storage are one, to require the company to revise its proposed plan to incorporate a behind the meter storage forecast, or at a very minimum, require such a forecast be incorporated into future plans. This forecast should be structured to delineate between what I'm calling naturally occurring storage, which customers would adopt of their own volition with no outside financing or incentives or payments from the company, and any storage that might receive a payment from the company for grid services that the storage offers. I then also recommend that Duke be required to evaluate how incorporating these behind the meter storage resources may change the model selection of combustion turbines. Next slide, please. Moving on to electric.
Before we move on, I have a clarifying question about the behind the meter storage. Did Duke not include any behind the meter storage in its forecast, or was it just minimal? So can you elaborate on whether they included it at all?
Subject to check, in discovery, the company stated they did not incorporate any behind the meter storage in their load forecast.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and Commissioner Duffley?
And the 10% growth, what's the split between residential and non-residential?
I am not sure of the answer to that. That was taken from the company's testimony in the CPIRP. They just stated that it grew from 1% to 10% in those years.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Moving on to electric vehicle managed charging, the company again did not incorporate EV managed charging into its load forecast. So it asymmetrically treated EV load by including the entirety of the projected yet to be realized EV load, but did not incorporate the entirety of yet to be realized EV managed charging or other load management protocols. So again, to develop a kind of a potential analysis. I applied a few assumptions to the company's EV peak load forecast. I assumed that I took the assumption from Brattle Group's virtual power plant reports that 40% of EV managed charging will participate in a program. I'm sorry, 40% of EV load will participate in managed charging by 2030s, and the findings from a South Carolina Duke managed charging pilot that saw a 76% reduction in peak load. And this produced a 2038 winter peaking resource of 251 megawatts and a summer peaking resource of 658 megawatts in 2038. This is reinforced by the fact that in supplemental modeling, the company did include a North Carolina time of use rate, which is different, of course, than a managed charging program that also reduced summer and winter peaking by meaningful amounts. Next slide, please. So to remedy this, I recommend that the commission determine that the company's load forecast overestimates EV load, and to incorporate EV management potential into current CPIRP or at a very minimum future CPIRPs. Next slide, please. Moving on to virtual power plants. Again, the company did not model virtual power plants as a resource in its IRP. VPPs differ from other DERs in two regards. One, that they're an aggregation of multiple DERs generally put together, and two, that they're designed specifically to deliver a grid resource. VPPs are further the only resource that can meet grid needs and lower customer bills, because the cost to the company of running the program, a big chunk of that cost is payments to individual customers for the value they're producing to the grid. And power pair and the recently approved active load management will enable greater VPP growth and knowledge for modeling in the future. So my recommendations regarding VPPs are that the commission require the company to work with stakeholders to do two main things. One, to incorporate a behind-the-meter solar plus storage program as a supply-side resource in the future CPIRP, to be based off of the learnings from power pair. And this should include C&I customers. So after power pair runs for a while, we'll know the cost of the company and how it performs and what services are delivered. And so that can be submitted into the model as a selectable resource. And the model could select 20, 30 megawatt chunks of power pair as a system resource. And second is to create a portfolio, several portfolios of a variety of demand-side management programs together that can holistically act like a power plant that the company could submit as a supply-side resource in the future modeling. And then finally, I recommend that the commission establish a 300 megawatt by 2030 VPP goal for the company. Next slide, please. Finally, distribution resource planning is a key element to enable the maximum deployment of cost-effective DERs. Distribution resource plans provide deeper analysis, data sharing, clear investment planning, and really guide the company's DER programs and investments. I will stress that the Duke's Integrated System Operations Plan, or ISOP, is not a DRP, and I lay out the reasons why in my testimony. And that's reinforced by the image on the left of the screen, which is a map from the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab that lays out states with clear distribution planning requirements. You can see North and South Carolina are not on there. And so my core recommendations on the next slide are that the commission should establish distribution resource plan requirements as a part of the future CPIRPs that have specific goals, filing requirements, and procedures that I lay out specific recommendations as a starting point in my testimony. And so with that, I'll pass it off to Witness Goggin.
Hey, thank you. Michael Goggin with Grid Strategies, and I'm talking about grid issues. So I focus mostly on the transmission system. I have a number of proposals for recommendations for how Duke can more quickly interconnect new resources, particularly renewables and battery storage. These include expedited interconnection processes, using battery storage to help interconnect other resources, and also just moving to more proactive multi-value transmission planning. That's generally a much more effective way of planning and paying for transmission than using the reactive interconnection queue. And Duke is moving in that direction with the multi-value strategic transmission process at the Carolinas Transmission Planning Collaborative. However, I have recommendations for how that process can be strengthened, and the commission can require that the transmission that is being built actually be planned through that process. I also found that the interconnection costs that Duke has assumed in its economic modeling for wind and solar resources were excessive in some cases, and that does bias the analysis against those resources. More importantly, the limits on the economic modeling of and the economic deployment of solar and batteries, I think, does significantly skew the build. It basically limits how much of those low-cost resources the model can select for both using solar to meet energy needs and batteries to meet capacity needs. And that, I think, underdevelops those solar and storage resources and therefore overdevelops the gas resources to meet those energy and capacity needs instead. And so I review the rates at which other grid operators have been able to interconnect solar and storage and find it's much higher. And then, as I mentioned, I have a number of solutions for how Duke can expedite the interconnection and move to a much higher rate of interconnection that would be higher than those proposed limits. I also, in the transmission expansion, I talk about the value of expanding transmission ties to neighboring grid operators, both for economic interchange and accommodating these higher renewable levels, but also for accessing diversity during extreme weather events like Winter Storm Elliott. The reality is that sometimes you and a neighbor will be affected by a storm, but at least one of your neighbors is likely not going to be as severely infected, and that gives you a really valuable lifeline in those situations. And then finally, I do review some of the reliability and economic risks associated with gas generation, including looking at Winter Storm Elliott, and basically explain how resources like renewables and storage that do not have those fuel price risks, I think are really valuable and helps diversify the portfolio. Thank you.
That concludes our remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. Let me see if there's any clarifying questions. There are not any, so you may step down, and we appreciate your presentations. And I believe that the Environmental Defense Fund is next.
Yes, Presiding Chair, I have physical copies of the slides as well for ease of review if you all would like them. Otherwise, we can just rely on the screens.
Okay. We have the information already, okay. So we don't need anything to be passed out.
Oh, excuse me, calling Bill McCaleb and Josh Kaplitz.
Good afternoon, or I should say good morning still. You may begin your presentations whenever you're ready.
I was wondering that as well, whether it was before or after.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like I'm. Oh, my name is Josh Kaplowitz. I am a senior counsel with Lock Lord. I've been working in the U.S. offshore wind industry for over 12 years. My most recent experience is as the vice president for offshore wind at the American Clean Power Association, which a role I played for 2 years. And then I've spent 5 years as counsel to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and the Department of Interior on offshore wind leasing and permitting. So I bring a national perspective, unbiased by any particular developer or project, and an inside perspective on the federal role in offshore wind. Next slide. I'm going to build off of Dr. O'Brien's testimony, and I have 5 key points that I want to make, and I welcome questions along the way. First point I want to make is that offshore wind is a mature global industry, which is rapidly maturing in the United States. As Dr. O'Brien noted, this would make Duke a second mover, able to take advantage of the significant experience that is already accrued and is rapidly accruing. Second, offshore wind provides some unique benefits to ratepayers as compared to other resources, both renewable and conventional. 3, and perhaps most important, offshore wind needs contractual certainty in order to happen in any state, but particularly in North Carolina. And there's a bit of a window of time in order to provide that certainty and get offshore wind to fulfill its full potential. Fourth, believe that offshore wind, based on my analysis, I believe offshore wind can deliver as soon as 2031 or 2032 if it is provided with this contractual certainty as soon as possible. And lastly, I implore this commission to take the broader view and look at how a project pipeline of offshore wind can optimize ratepayer value and provide optionality, not just for the interim goal, but also for the zero net carbon goal of 2050. Next slide.
And before you go to the next slide, I have a question about, you say offshore wind needs contractual certainty soon. Can you explain a little bit more about that and what time period specifically soon refers to?
Absolutely. Well, so contractual certainty means, what I mean by that is a legal mechanism that allows for project developers to have, to be able to economically develop their projects and make those investments. I'm agnostic as to what that mechanism looks like. There are lots of options. You see just north of us in Virginia, a pretty good model in the regulated utility space, but there are lots of different ways to slice that onion. But the important thing is you need project developers, and we've seen this up and down the East Coast, need that certainty in order to pull the trigger on investing not just in procurement of large components, but also the permitting process, which is incredibly intensive, capital intensive in sort of investing in surveys and the like. So.
And could you follow up and just tell us what your recommendation about when soon is? What do you mean by that? And when are you requesting that the commission consider that contractual certainty?
So I'm recommending that the ARFI, or the advanced, or the ARFI include a commitment or an order to get Duke to commit to a contractual mechanism at the end of the RFI process. So I don't want to put an exact date on it, but ideally it would come as soon as the end of 2025. By the end of 2025, at the latest, we would want individual projects to have that, or in sufficient capacity to have that contractual certainty. And as I can show you, that will sort of set the first domino and allow for development to happen. And as we've seen with projects up and down the East Coast, we have a lot of reference points. And once you get that contractual certainty, there is roughly a 6 to 7 year runway between that contractual certainty and when these projects can be not only constructed, but up and running and delivering power into the grid. So.
Thank you. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Sure. Yeah, I got a little bit ahead of myself. I can next slide here. Can we weave in that response? But so talking about offshore wind as it stands now, it is a mature industry. It is rapidly maturing in the United States. The industry is more than 30 years old. The first offshore wind farm was built in 1991. 75 gigawatts have been deployed in Europe and Asia primarily, but also in the United States by the end of last year. Costs have been declining over time, and this is due to several factors, including just repetition, muscle memory, supply chain maturity, standardization of processes, and increasingly large and more efficient wind turbine generators. US has lagged, but I'm proud to say that at this moment, 4.1 gigawatts of offshore wind is under construction in the US today, and 2.6 of those gigawatts is under construction off of Virginia Beach, just to the north of us. We'll talk more about that project in a sec. The chart here, I've done a calculation. If to your point about timing, if we can get certainty, contractual certainty by the end of next year, developers, I believe that those first projects can start construction around, as soon as 2030, 2031. Based on my calculations, on that date, you could have as many as 18.7 gigawatts of offshore wind spinning in US waters on the East Coast by 2031. And I can happy to explain more about how I arrived at that calculation, but this is based on existing project proposals and their nameplate capacity. It's based on existing procurements that are either have been awarded or have been announced and scheduled, and based on a reasonable projection of the permitting status of these projects. Now, the costs, I didn't put this in the slide, but costs have gone up recently due to macroeconomic factors like inflation and rising interest rates. But NREL projects that those costs, that is, if not a blip, at least something that is going to be overridden by these general trends that we've seen on other continents where costs do decline as the supply chain develops and you get that muscle memory. Next slide. So offshore wind carries some benefits, some unique benefits that really aren't found in other resources. Offshore wind is good for reliability. It balances onshore solar. You've probably seen these charts before, but this is the offshore wind blows strongest when there isn't solar energy, so they work well together. Offshore wind has a really high capacity factor for an intermittent resource, over 40%. And this is because offshore wind blows stronger and more consistently than onshore wind. So it really does add resiliency to the mix. That's to say nothing of the fuel cost savings that Dominion, for example, calculated over $3 billion of fuel cost savings over the first 10 years of its 2.6 gigawatt project being operated. And then I know this is outside of this committee's jurisdiction, but there's substantial economic developments. Southeastern Wind Coalition found $3.6 billion, calculated $3.6 billion in economic benefits to the state just from a 2.8 gigawatt project. That includes ports, manufacturing opportunities, and the like. So how can we bring these benefits to North Carolina? Next slide. So we've talked about this already, but the need for contractual certainty is really a prerequisite. And this chart really underlines that. If you look at the 7 states that have mandatory procurement of offshore wind, those are the states, not coincidentally, where offshore wind has happened, or where projects are either have been built, are under construction, or are in advanced stages of planning. Whereas states that have goals, but not those mandates for contractual certainty, projects tend to languish because there isn't that catalyst to investment. Really good example here is in Virginia, our neighbor to the north. The Virginia Clean Energy Act had a 5.2 gigawatt offshore wind mandate that directly led to what we've seen now, which is steel in the water and a project that is on time, projected to be delivered on time and under budget. North Carolina has given us the policy direction in HB 951 that it's tech neutral, and it's up to this commission to determine that generation mix. And incumbent on this commission, we hope, to send that signal, the same signal that Dominion received in Virginia, and then has been able to execute. Another really important point is, there is that gap, right, between today and contractual certainty at the end of 2025. And I believe that there is an opportunity to get the ball rolling by providing cost recovery, to developers to make sure that their permitting process can go forward. I had mentioned earlier, permitting takes a huge investment in surveys. That investment may not be made until there's contractual certainty. But we can accelerate that process and do a bridge by having cost recovery to allow these developers to make those preliminary investments in permitting, which is an extremely lengthy and complicated process. The ARFI just doesn't quite get there. And I would agree with the public staff that it just doesn't provide the certainty that these developers need. And that without that certainty, Duke may get similarly disappointing results as they got in the last RFI. And delay here, failure to provide that certainty has some real consequences. Rising costs, they got to get into the procurement pipeline, right? The longer you wait, the more expensive components could be. So being able to get into the queue to charter vessels to build these projects, to get in the queue for components is really important, and you might miss the benefits of certain IRA tax credits. And just lastly, renewable development and offshore wind in particular is a global industry. And if a company doesn't have the right regulatory environment, they could take their investments elsewhere. And so the developers here are waiting for that right regulatory environment in order to pull the trigger. And there are plenty of places where they can invest if the environment doesn't improve. Next slide. Timing of first delivery, we already talked about this. This is my calculation of the 6 to 7 year window. So I think that the Duke's calculation of 2035 is a couple of years later than it needs to be. Next slide. And finally, I would urge this commission to not stop at the 2.4 gigawatts that Duke has fortunately proffered as their goal. A one-shot 2.4 gigawatt goal really kind of, I think, sells North Carolina and its ratepayers and its manufacturing sector short. Having a pipeline of projects will improve the economics of these projects for obvious reasons. If you can create economies of scale, and there is an opportunity here. I mean, the NREL has calculated that just the leases that exist today, which have been subject to substantial work, deconflicting and finding the best places to build offshore wind, could generate up to or over 6 gigawatts. So that's a lot more than the 2.4. And I would urge the commission to consider that, at least taking advantage of and not wasting the generating capacity for existing leases. But we shouldn't stop there. North Carolina has one of the longest coastlines, certainly longer coastline than any state to the north. There is a huge opportunity for additional resources, particularly as we're looking towards 2050. So I would urge the commission to at least order Duke to study the possibility of increased generation beyond the existing leases. I know that BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, is looking at potentially leasing. They take signals from states. They really follow states' lead. And so there's an opportunity here for North Carolina to really be a leader, but also a second mover. To other states and other projects have made, have learned some lessons, and we can take advantage of that. So look forward to further dialogue, and that is my testimony.
I have one question. Could you go back one slide to the slide entitled Timing of First Delivery?
Sure.
And I'm interested in the PPAs that you've referenced for Vineyard Wind 1 and Revolution Wind. Vineyard Wind 1 talks about a PPA from Massachusetts, and then Revolution Wind says PPAs from Connecticut and Rhode Island. Do you have any information about who the parties are to those PPAs?
That's a good question. They are, and some of the subsequent witnesses can fact check me on this, but their utilities are the customers for those. But they were the product of a state mandated procurement.
Okay. And then same question for Empire Wind 1 and Sunrise Wind. Do you know who the parties to the PPAs are for those as well?
I believe for those, it is the state. Again, I can fact check that, but I think it's the NYSERDA, the New York entity that sort of runs offshore wind procurements. But I guess it's it's NYPA. It's the New York Power Authority would be the ultimate customer for those contracts.
Oh, for both of the last two?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
I will verify and correct the record if I'm mistaken.
Okay, thank you. Any clarifying questions? There are no further questions, so thank you for your presentations, and you may step down.
Okay.
Presiding Chair Kammerer, Mr. McKillop has a short presentation. Do we have any time for him?
We have 15 minutes is up. I did ask about probably 2 minutes of questions during the earlier presentation. So if you can proceed for about 2 minutes, we'll allow that.
Sorry.
Got it, Bill.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm Bill McCaleb. I am with Walker and Associates and representing here the Environmental Defense Fund. I'll be very brief. Maybe some of my focus is a bit different that you may not have heard much yet about, but it focuses on the intended orderly transition as put in the plan for a bridge that takes from emissions to no emissions and makes a few stops along the way. Primarily, the exit of coal generation was a focus of mine, and then the movement from that to the use of hydrogen, effectively natural gas, then hydrogen, both a blend, and then ultimately to 100% hydrogen. But it's really an embracing of the next generation. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. Next generation of natural gas, hydrogen capable combustion turbines. That is kind of real concern, I think. I may be given the time I've got left, I may just jump around quite a bit. But the bottom line is that the combustion turbines that Duke is proposing, they've couched as advanced class and also hydrogen capable. Right now, today, they're 50% hydrogen capable according to the OEMs who actually build these things, with an expected forecast of 100% capability of hydrogen use for fuel. What does that mean? It means that you're going from, not only when you go from coal to natural gas, of course, there's a reduction in emissions. When you go from that to 50% blends, a similar reduction, and then finally to hydrogen, you're emissions free. But the real concern really is the part that the companies left out in the plan, and it talks beyond their service territory, kind of beyond their fence. And it's about, what about a hydrogen economy, well, a marketplace? You know, what are the issues and concerns with that? And there's a lot of them. There's not one pipeline in this country that currently moves and transports natural gas that is going to be capable of transporting hydrogen. Why is that? It has nothing to do with aspirations or intent or any of that sort of thing. It has to do with science, and it has to do with the materials. The fact of the matter is that every pipeline in this country that transports natural gas is made of carbon steel. And carbon steel is subject to something called hydrogen stress corrosion cracking. You say, well, what is that? It's about, it attacks intergranular boundary energy at a molecular level, and it chews it away. And as it turns out, it continues. It doesn't matter whether it's a little bit of hydrogen or a lot of hydrogen. That just is dialing the knob on the radio that says, how fast will it occur? You're going to get leaks and potentially catastrophic events as a result of putting hydrogen in a pipeline. So, quick way of saying, you know, that the pipelines that are out there right now, regardless of any of those, if there's a number of different studies that are ongoing for a variety of different entities, that looking at what's the right percentage. If you look at the specifications for transportation on any gas pipeline, it talks a lot about the fact that it needs to be methane. Doesn't say anything about hydrogen. In fact, when it does say something about hydrogen, it's talking about it in terms of parts per million. That's nowhere close to anything that you may have seen or heard or read about in any sort of news article with this topic. 600 parts per million. It's pretty doggone small, way less than 1%. And at the end of the day, right, that it's there for a reason. Those pipelines are for-profit entities. There's not one that I know of, and certainly not the primary one that provides natural gas to this part of the country, that being Transco, and the fact that they're bringing on more natural gas through a Southeast supply enhancement is a good thing. But the bottom line is, what are you going to do whether the combustion turbines are 50% capable, or maybe they even make it to 100% capable, when you don't have a market? You don't have, you know, how do you make hydrogen? Can you make it inside the fence? Yes. And can you use renewable energy? Yes. But the bottom line is how clean is that energy? What does it take to make that energy? I'd argue that solar and wind are certainly in the no emissions category, which is a real benefit to making hydrogen. Can you make enough? Is it reliable enough? And that's kind of a quick talk about what was in my testimony. I'm happy to entertain some questions for you. Sorry about the quick dancing here.
Thank you for your abbreviated presentation. I think we all heard a lot, even though it was abbreviated. And let me check to see if there's any questions. No, so thank you to both of you, and you both may step down.
Thank you.
So I believe that it's Total Energies that is next.
Commissioner Kimmerite?
Yes.
May I ask a quick question, just for those of us who are a little later on and trying to make sure our witnesses are here? When do you expect to take the 1/2 hour break for lunch, and do you think it'll be before or after 12?
Our plan is to, based upon the time of the 15-minute presentations, we expect that we are going to be completed before 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And so we are going to be taking the break, a half an hour lunch break, as soon as we're completed. And I think that's going to be at 1 o'clock or before 1 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. You may proceed as soon as you're ready.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Matt Tanner. I'm with the Berkeley Research Group here on behalf of Total Energies. Here to talk about the path to offshore wind, hopefully building on what Dr. O'Brien talked about and Mr. Kaplowitz, maybe different perspective on a few things. My background in offshore wind, I mean, it's probably over the last decade, quite a bit of experience with utilities on how it contributes to their decarbonization pathways. And then a lot of experience sort of up and down the East Coast in terms of the commercial side of offshore wind and what has to happen for it to move forward and sort of be financially feasible, both for customers and for the developers. Next slide, please. So heard a lot, obviously. I mean, it's the biggest piece of the CPIRP, the big load growth that came through, a lot of signed contracts for industrial loads and data centers, and I think, it's important to point out that that's happening everywhere across the United States right now. It's not just Duke. And so, there's obviously uncertainties around it, but it seems it's an uncertainty that everyone's facing the same challenges. And in general, I think Duke is, very correctly pursuing an all of the above strategy, trying to mitigate technology risk, trying to help customers. And I think from, reviewing this testimony and thinking it through, I mean, it's very notable that there's now, 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind that's needed by 2035. Honestly, ideally, even earlier, as Mr. Kaplowitz was talking about. And I think in the perspective of offshore wind, the focus is no longer, questioning whether offshore wind needs to happen or that sort of thing. I mean, it really is, what can be done to ensure that it's, built on time and of course, built cost effectively, by the time it's actually needed. And so the fundamental point of all of my testimony are kind of recommendations and suggestions that I hope will help on that view of, how can you get to, good, effective contractual relationships that lead to offshore wind being built by the time that it's needed. Next slide, please. So I think that people have talked about these sorts of things and sort of the benefits of offshore wind. I think it's worth highlighting a few others that I would note. I mean, I think the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project is a great example of an effective project. I mean, it was planned well, it was effectively procured, it's on budget, it's on schedule. And I think a lot of my recommendations kind of stem from how can you take that process and apply it to North Carolina and Duke. Offshore wind, as mentioned, I mean, has very good characteristics for industrial and load center data. Those have very high load factors. They need a lot of reliability. Offshore wind, has a high capacity factor. It provides its ELCC, its effective load carrying capacity is in the 70s. I think very usefully, it doesn't decline that quickly, at least up to 3,200 megawatts as shown in Duke CPIRP. And I think it does integrate well with, the nuclear that Duke needs, the gas that Duke needs, the solar, the batteries. I think they're all part of the way that you meet this sort of rising load, high capacity, high load factor, needs that are coming. Next slide, please. So with that, I want to talk a bit about, the development pipeline. And again, it's a big industrial infrastructure project. It takes 10 years at least, maybe it could be done a little bit quicker, but it is a complex process. Dominion, for example, built their own Jones Act compatible ship to be able to deliver the turbines. And so, what I put up here is a timeline, starting with year one, the lease award and the permitting for surveying, and then that's sort of where the 3 offshore leases are stalled. They need to get to, years 2 through 4, which is the environmental studies, the site surveying. Duke probably needs to finalize the transmission design ASAP because transmission construction takes time, as well as initial site designs. And that leads to what was discussed of sort of years 5 through 7, which is, the big environmental reviews, the final site surveying and permitting, getting ready for the actual construction. And so I think from the perspective of how to advance offshore wind, I mean, it is a phased project. I think in terms of, allocating resources, allocating money, putting things into the rate base, it can be phased in, but, the environmental review can't occur before, all these other steps that do cost some money. And certainly construction can't start before the environmental review is finalized. And so it's important to, what I'm recommending is that the, Duke request, but also the commission direct Duke to, start doing some of those activities so that it can move forward. Next slide, please. Wanted to highlight, I mean, it's just worth, it's a notable point that in Duke's request, there's significant funding for some of the other long-time resources. And I do think that funding is appropriate. I mean, there are long lead time resources. They have the same sort of stage development that offshore wind has. I think my concern is that the ARFI, it doesn't, as currently stated, doesn't necessarily advance offshore wind quickly enough. I think that there's a significant risk of, just a direct 2-year delay from how it's currently stated. And so a lot of my recommendations are, what can be done in parallel with data gathering, what can be added to the ARFI so that offshore wind is also moving forward. Next slide, please. And then same thing on costs and cost mitigation. I mean, it's obviously an extremely critical point with any big utility project. It's a lot of costs that are going to be ultimately paid by ratepayers. The IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, has a very generous ITC for offshore wind, depending on characteristics, 30 to 50% of total investment. Same benefit for nuclear or onshore wind. One concern that I have is, Duke assumes in their modeling that the IRA funding and the tax credits are extended. But the law as currently written, the tax credits start to expire in 2033, meaning that if the projects don't begin construction by then, there's a risk that they start to phase out and go down to zero, which is just a 1-for-1 increase to costs. And so, I think my recommendation is, it's certainly possible that these credits could be extended. I mean, it's happened before with previous, ITCs and PTCs. But if at all possible, it's a big benefit and a big risk mitigation benefit to begin construction before 2033 and sort of lay the process just to make sure that these very important tax credits get received. I think that same point holds for any other resources. It holds for nuclear, it holds for onshore wind. It's a risk that I don't think it's worth. I don't think that Duke or North Carolina wants to take unless we hear something different from Congress about the extension. Next slide, please.
And before you go to the
Yeah,
next
of course.
slide, your last bullet point talks about when construction needs to begin, and it says that making year 2025 the latest possible year to start the process. Can you just explain what you mean specifically about start the process? What will you be asking for in 2025?
If you don't mind, if I go to the next slide,
Sure.
I will answer that question, but I appreciate it. Okay, so this slide is actually what am I asking for? What are my recommendations? So I think there are actions in 24 and 25. It's not fund the whole process. A 2,400 megawatts of offshore wind is a multi-billion-dollar project. That's not something that gets allocated all at once. I think first, I would recommend that Duke request and the commission approve, up to $200 million for near-term development activities. This would include funding of contract negotiations, site surveying, sort of leading up to the environmental review. It would also fund onshore transmission design and sort of getting ready for the construction of that. I think the goal there is, given the timelines, especially for the transmission, that that takes time itself to be built, to be designed and built. That if the early design was started as early as next year, there actually is time for that to be constructed in time for the offshore wind. The second two recommendations I have are tied together, and I know both Dr. O'Brien and Mr. Kaplowitz mentioned these. The developers, all three of the developers really do need a structured procurement process, which could be part of the ARFI. Just the end point of that ideally would be, here is the structure for when offshore winds can be built, when these when these elements are going to go forward, how cost recovery is going to occur. As part of that, I would recommend that Duke start commercial discussions with developers. Again, part of the structured procurement process. It's not contracting for the full 2,400 megawatts. It's not the final ownership structure PPA. It's design it's a complex process of designing how does that structure look. and that can be done over the next, 18, 24 months, which would then lead into, actual final contracting in the, 28, 29 time period before construction begins. That answer your,
Yes, thank you.
okay. Next slide, please. I think I'll skip this. This just is a little more on the timeline. So if, next slide, just a touch about Total Energies. It's sort of in line with, offshore wind being a mature technology. Like they have 16 gigawatts or greater than 16 gigawatts, under construction or under development, as well as, multiple gigawatts of operating. And so again, part of the offshore wind is a, mature global technology that, can be built, and sort of the process is known. Total is an example of someone who's successfully done that. So that concludes my.
Thank you for your presentation. Let me check to see if there's any clarifying questions. There aren't any. So again, thank you, and you may step down.
Thanks for the time.
Mr. Burns, I'm going to follow up with your earlier request. I have looked at the interveners that still need to make their presentations, and we are not going to be completed by 1 o'clock. So we will hear from one party, and then we'll take we'll proceed next with, I believe it's Avangrid Renewables, and then once Avangrid is presented, its presentation, we'll take the 30-minute break.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
McCall Noble, Betsy Andrews, and Jeffrey Bauer to stand. And there are a couple of typos here. It's Ms. Noble and it's Dr. Andrews for what it's worth.
I can say good afternoon now, so you can go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon. That's right. Sorry. Yes, thank you. We have 2 short presentations to present between the 3 of us. Our colleague will proceed.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to present to the commission today. My name is Jeff Bauer. I'm a managing consultant with Daymark Energy Advisors. Daymark is actually, if you go to the next slide, please. Daymark is a economics and engineering consulting firm focused on the North American electric and natural gas markets. We're headquartered in Worcester, Massachusetts, and we have employees across the US and Canada. I work primarily in our clean energy and regulatory economics practice areas. I focus on cost benefit studies for transmission and renewable projects, integrated resource planning, as well as market price forecasts and that sort of thing. As an aside, I'm also a graduate of the Nicholas School of the Environment at Duke University, so it's great to be back here in the Triangle. Today, I'll be summarizing for you at a high level the key conclusions from my direct testimony. Go to the next slide. So my testimony in this proceeding relates to the benefits of offshore wind as a key component of the company's resource plan. Offshore wind provides an important source of non-emitting generation to meet Duke's growing load, while also achieving resource adequacy, while also making progress on the important emissions reductions targets for North Carolina. Duke's supplemental planning analysis provided important conclusions related to offshore wind. Modeling results show that a significant build out of offshore wind is a key component of the lowest cost resource planning for all of Duke's primary scenarios. While Duke's preferred portfolio adds offshore wind with a target of 2.4 gigawatts in 2035, as I discussed in my testimony, accelerating the development of offshore wind would allow the significant benefits of the resource to accrue to customers sooner, and provides important optionality for future resource planning decisions, and provides important risk mitigation for Duke's resource plan to customers. The first component of that risk mitigation is the optionality to address load growth uncertainty. When Duke experienced the rapid load growth that necessitated the supplemental planning analysis, the additional resource build-out driven by the new load was primarily offshore wind and combined cycles, with smaller amounts of additional solar and storage. And given the long lead time of offshore wind development, it may be difficult to ramp up development on short notice if unexpected load growth continues to materialize. And if the options to expand other clean energy resources are similarly constrained, this will pose an additional planning challenge to Duke in the coming years. The second area of risk mitigation relates to the fact that earlier deployment of offshore wind can help mitigate future delays in other major non-emitting resources, such as the advanced nuclear. Several witnesses have discussed this issue previously today, but the company's planning to bring new nuclear online by 2035 to meet some of the emissions reduction requirements. And it's clear that nuclear is a major component of Duke's long-term plan to meet carbon neutrality by 2050. While there's a lot of development activity happening with new nuclear designs and small modular reactors, there is tremendous uncertainty as to when those resources will be available and at what cost. So by deploying offshore wind as quickly as possible, it buys Duke some time to respond to evolving conditions in that market. If availability of new nuclear units is delayed or if costs are higher than expected, the company could adjust its plans to pursue additional offshore wind or other resources while still achieving the emissions reductions requirements. And the final point that I make in testimony related to risk mitigation is the potential for underutilization of fossil resources. It's another topic that's been discussed by a couple of witnesses today. But as I previously mentioned, when Duke refreshed its analysis in the supplemental planning analysis to consider the additional load growth, the additional identified resources were primarily offshore wind and the combined cycles. Since offshore wind is an integral part of the long-term decarbonized portfolio, Duke could accelerate deployment of offshore wind and potentially defer or avoid construction of new combined cycle units. This would provide some benefits to customers if it would avoid the capital investment that may ultimately be underutilized in the long term. And then lastly, as I discussed in my testimony, accelerating the development of offshore wind will have only a minor impact on rates. The majority of my testimony in this matter relies on company's confidential work papers, so I won't discuss it in the open session here today. But I just wanted to highlight here that by the company's own analysis, acceleration of offshore wind by comparing a couple of the different scenarios that they ran has a temporary and minor impact on rates. This means that accelerating offshore wind development will be a low regret step to addressing load growth while also making important progress on meeting the emissions reduction requirements. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
You can advance to the next slide deck, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll be presenting about the Kitty Hawk offshore wind project, and my colleague will advance with a final slide on our recommendations for the Commission today. If you could go to the, yeah, thank you. The Kitty Hawk offshore wind projects are being developed within the global context of the Iberdrola Group's experience and decades of technical expertise. We are also then fully informed by our local experience in the United States by our Vineyard Wind 1 project of what it really takes to develop and then move to construction of a project in the US. Next slide, please. Avangrid acquired the original Kitty Hawk lease area, which was then OCSA 0508, in 2017 as part of the BOEM lease auction for only $9 million. And that small sum of money really helps to underpin the significantly advantaged business case behind this project. In November of 2023, Avangrid requested the segregation of the lease area into two sections. The northern third of the lease area became designated OCSA 0559, and that's held by Kitty Hawk North LLC. The remaining southeastern two-thirds of the sites stay under that original lease area designation, OCSA 0508, and that's held by Kitty Hawk Wind LLC. But typically that's what we refer to as the Kitty Hawk South project. That segregation was undertaken to really advance Avangrid's ability to generate a pathway to market for each of these projects. Avangrid have owned these lease areas since 2017, and we are committed to making forward a pathway to market for this very valuable clean energy. The Kitty Hawk lease areas are very favorably cited in terms of opportunity to generate energy. They're siting about 27 miles off the coast of Corolla, means that the turbines will be minimally, if at all, visible from the coastline. They have shallow water depths and well-suited ground conditions, which means that we can use industry standard technology for the engineering and final installation of wind farm assets. That de-risks these projects and really, again, substantiates the favorable business case behind them. The projects, maybe most importantly, have very strong and consistent wind speeds, which create a high net capacity factor or overall efficiency of the energy generation in the projects. And interestingly, I think the Met Ocean historical record shows that they're really well protected from hurricane strength wind speeds, which again de-risks the projects. And next slide, please. Avangrid are developing 2 different potential offshore export cable corridors to interconnect into North Carolina. One of these cable corridors, as you can see from the map, has an interim cable landfall in the Outer Banks, and then an additional inshore section of subsea cable, which goes through Pamlico Sound. Avangrid are keenly aware of the potential engineering and environmental concerns which may arise from routing that subsea cable through Pamlico Sound, and we're continuing to evaluate how that could be developed responsibly. However, at the same time, we are maturing the alternative cable corridor, which is fully offshore and makes cable landfall just south of the Outer Banks at Atlantic Beach. Importantly, either of these offshore cable corridors have really well-suited onshore cable route options to bring that energy to interconnect at New Bern. As you'll see from the map, we are also diligencing and maturing a potential offshore cable corridor that makes landfall in Virginia Beach to the north, and that would allow the projects to interconnect into PJM. Moving on to the next slide, please. Summarizing these 2 projects in a table, you'll see that the Kitty Hawk North project has an overall generation capacity of about 800 megawatts to 1.1 gigawatt, whereas the Kitty Hawk South project has a capacity of 1.6 to 2.4 gigawatt. The difference between those 2 is really just down to the number of wind turbine generators, or WTGs, we're proposing for these projects. We're looking at up to 56 WTGs for Kitty Hawk North and 121 for Kitty Hawk South. And the reason you see a range in capacity for each of those projects is because we're still evaluating which wind turbine model should be eventually used. That final decision, the selection of the WTG, will depend on the ultimate engineering of the project, as well as what's available on the supply chain at the point of construction. Because of that range in capacity for each project, we're looking at 1 offshore substation or electrical services platform for Kitty Hawk North and up to 2 for Kitty Hawk South. Assuming that we're bringing this energy into North Carolina, we'd be reliant on high voltage direct current, or HVDC technology, for the cable transmission offshore. HVDC technology offers real advantage in terms of low transmission loss across longer cable lengths, and it also creates a lot of technical and cost efficiency behind higher capacity energy projects. Moving on to the next slide, please.
And a real quick question before you move on to the next slide. What are the capacity factors for Kitty Hawk North and Kitty Hawk South, if you have that information?
Yes, so we're looking at a range of 800 megawatt to 1.1 gigawatt for Kitty Hawk North and make sure I say the right thing. Is there a 1.6 to 2.4 gigawatt for Kitty Hawk South?
Do you have the actual capacity factors for those?
So, in terms of NCF, I think that is still in engineering. It will depend on the final layout of the wind farm and that final turbine selection. But in our diligence, we've been looking at a net capacity factor of sort of 42 to 45. But again, that is very nominal and based on preliminary engineering.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, moving on to the schedule slide. Thank you. So I think what you can see from the schedule slide is how far advanced we actually are through our federal permitting. There's a huge amount of data acquisition and development of this project, both in terms of engineering and permitting documentation and review that has happened for both projects. Kitty Hawk North has a construction and operations plan submitted to BOEM as a key milestone in our federal permitting, and we have logged all of the geophysical, geotechnical, and benthic data associated with that. And that really supports then what we see as a strong potential to make commercial operations date or COD for this project by 2030. Can you advance to the next slide, please? Kitty Hawk South is in a similar position, but a little bit behind Kitty Hawk North. We have submitted a matured construction and operations plan to BOEM, and we've acquired reconnaissance level G&G, geophysical and geotechnical data for this project. However, to advance our federal permitting, to acquire the remaining bulk of that geophysical and geotechnical data, and to complete the engineering required under that federal permitting process, Avangrid really needs certainty on pathway to market. We need to be able to justify that this is investment prudently spent at this point in time. Should Duke move forward towards acquisition, that would stimulate all activities required to maintain the project schedules you see here, a 2030 COD for Kitty Hawk North and a 2032 COD for Kitty Hawk South.
Great. Can you advance to the next slide, please? And I know I'm the last one up before lunch, so I'll keep it brief. Just to build on what my colleagues have said and what others have said earlier today, North Carolina has, of course, set bold and ambitious clean energy targets, including House Bill 951. And everyone, including us, wants to make sure that those goals are met. We're very excited about the role that offshore wind can play, which Mr. Bauer spoke to earlier. And we believe that we at Avangrid can hugely help with our Kitty Hawk project and our nation-leading experience. We commend Duke for including offshore wind in their recommended portfolio, in the updated CPIRP. And we encourage the Commission to accept a minimum of 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind as part of the final IRP. However, the near-term action plan proposed for offshore wind development is just not concrete enough to ensure that these offshore resources remain available for the state's needs, as Dr. Andrews was just saying, and not concrete enough to ensure that we progress on the schedule needed to meet the interim targets. So in order to get North Carolina where it needs to go, we are recommending more immediate and concrete action pertaining to offshore wind. In our testimony and on this slide, we've outlined a few potential steps that we recommend as to how the Commission may facilitate a conclusive and third-party run procurement process that may begin this year. This timing would enable project selection by mid-2025 and final negotiations between Duke and the selected developers or developers, as well as approvals by the Commission on a schedule that creates more clarity going into the next CPIRP update instead of continued ambiguity. So I will stop there and we would welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see that there's any questions, so we appreciate your presentations, and you may step down. So we will take, my notes show that the next interveners who will be providing presentations are Tract Capital Management first, then the Carolina Clean Energy Business Association, then the Clean Energy Buyers Association, and finally Appalachian Voices. So we will take a 30-minute break and we'll come back and be on the record at 1:05. We'll go off. record, and we'll continue with this technical conference. The next party that'll be presenting testimony is Tract Capital Management.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. I'm Ronald Moe from Leidos Engineering on behalf of Tract. Next slide, please. Let me take a minute to introduce you to Tract. Tract is a data center land acquisition and development company that desires and intends to develop a number of data center campuses within the companies within Duke's North Carolina franchises, service territories, and has had ongoing discussions for over a year with Duke about those campuses. So a 500 megawatt campus that they intend to bring online in 2032, and up to 2,500 megawatts in multiple locations in the mid-2030s. Tract's interest in this proceeding is based on conversations that they've had with Duke. They're concerned that the companies may not have enough generating capacity online in those time periods to be able to satisfy both their future loads, as well as they know there are competitors who are also seeking loads, and so they're concerned about that. Want to emphasize my pre-filed testimony as well as this presentation are focused exclusively on the load forecast and the consequences of those load forecasts on the selected portfolios. Next slide, please. So the analysis underlying these conclusions is laid out in my direct testimony. The conclusion, two sets of conclusions. The first is that the approach that the companies use to develop the forecast of large site development loads likely caused that load forecast to be too low, based only on the information that the companies had at the time, not looking back at it today, not looking back at it from some other point in time, but even just at the point in time where they developed it. That approach, I think, can be summarized in the two sub-bullets. They selected, their words, a rarefied group of projects whose, quote, demand could be anticipated with a high degree of certainty, evidenced by advanced discussions with the companies about taking power, as well as other indicia of development. And then they further discounted the loads for that small rarefied group with fairly certain loads to come up with the final load forecast for that group. There is, as previous witnesses this morning mentioned, there's a lot of uncertainty in load forecasting. There's especially a lot of uncertainty when loads are changing quickly and when new kinds of loads are showing up. There is uncertainty in the forecast of residential, commercial, and industrial loads that the company develops using econometric models. What I want to emphasize is that this standard of addressing uncertainty, having a high degree of certainty, that is almost destined to create a forecast that's too low. The only way you get a high degree of certainty that a load is going to be at least that high is to under forecast. That's not the way they forecast residential, commercial, and industrial loads. They try, and I think do a pretty good job of forecasting what they think is the expected load. Here, I think they established a different standard and instead forecast a load that they were fairly certain would be met or exceeded, not met and maybe fallen below. And I think that approach, on the face of it, I think they had to know at the time they were doing it. At the time they wrote the paragraphs in the CPIRP document, that approach was likely to lead to an under forecast of the actual loads. If you could turn one more slide. We have to give, I think, the companies credit for coming back to you in late summer, early fall last year and saying, look, we've got new information about these large site development loads. We need to provide you a new load forecast, and we need to provide you new plans. They're attempting to stay on top of something that is moving quickly. Having said that, I think they were correct in using the same approach that they had in the spring to determine that they had a problem, that they had under forecast in the spring. But then, having determined that there was a problem, they did not have to stick to the same methodology. And yet they used the same methodology, the same selection criteria to come up with a new rarefied group whose loads they were fairly certain would actually occur. And that forecast also, even though it's now 3,000 megawatts in the fall 2023 forecast for the year 2033, instead of 1,300 megawatts, even though it increased substantially, just the methodology they used, again, is likely to lead to a forecast that's too low. The final conclusion is that I think they should also be applauded for providing a high case last fall that includes another 1,360 megawatts over and above the 3,000 that I just mentioned. These are all 2033 coincident peak loads. They should be applauded for that. And from my perspective, and the analysis backing this up is in the testimony, I think that's the most likely forecast that Duke has provided to you. And I think selecting a portfolio based on that forecast is much more prudent than selecting a portfolio based on any of the other forecasts, because those other forecasts, in my opinion, are unlikely to be able to satisfy the load. So last slide, please. I have three recommendations. The last two have, I think, been covered pretty well by earlier witnesses, so I won't dwell on them unless you have questions. So the first recommendation is essentially what I just said. I think the commission should only approve a portfolio that's based on the continued economic development 2023 fall high load forecast. I think any other portfolio is unlikely to actually be able to meet the loads. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
I do have one clarifying question for you, Mr. Moe. Your second recommendation is to order that the commission order the companies to improve the methodology. And can you just explain a little bit more about in what way you believe that the methodology needs to be improved?
Certainly, and a written explanation of this we provided to Duke, I think last Monday in response to one of their data requests. So you'll have that in writing. I think there are two approaches. The first one is the one that Dominion Virginia has been using, which is they have very close relationships with the largest of the data center developers and operators, and have been working with them to develop forecasts. They also have a time series because they've been doing this data center development for about 10 years. I think that's really the state of the art for utilities that have a track record of serving data centers. I don't think Duke is there yet, but I think they should continue. Duke should continue to kind of monitor what Dominion Virginia is doing, because at some point Duke probably will be in that situation. I think until then, the approach that Georgia Power used in their 2023 IRP, which was to take the full list of all of the data center companies that had reached out to them and made essentially submitted a letter saying they were interested potentially in siting within the Georgia Power Territory, keeping track of those closely, keeping track of what milestones they had reached. And then when it came time to develop the load forecast, attaching probabilities to each of the members of that long list, and developing a probabilistic load forecast based on that pretty comprehensive data set. I think that is probably the state of the art for utilities that are in this fairly early period like Duke is. And I think one of the witnesses this morning made the same recommendation. So I think we're in alignment there. Does that answer the question?
It answers the question, and thank you very much. Let me check to see if the commissioners have any questions. Commissioner McKissick.
I guess you were able to answer Commissioner Cummeright's question as relating to a better methodology, and of course you pointed Dominion. But could you be more precise in terms of stating what Dominion actually does differently? Obviously, they have one of the, what I gather, the highest concentration of data centers in the entire country. So they've had that demand that's been increasing, I suppose, rather rapidly for some consistent period of time where they've had an opportunity to kind of better gauge it, judge it, see what comes to fruition as opposed to what is just proposed. But what is it that they do differently, if you could provide some greater degree of specificity?
I'll try. This is based solely on my understanding of publicly available documents, so it may not be complete. I think they use kind of three prongs. So first of all, they've been connecting data centers for more than 10 years and have a time history, a time series of historical data that they can analyze in a way that's analogous, not perfectly, but analogous to how Duke analyzes the residential sales data that they have. And so they can develop a forecast, kind of from a top-down forecast based on historical data. Duke certainly does not have that luxury at this moment. There's not that time series available to them. Secondly, they have very close relationships with the small number of data center developers / operators that currently comprise 80 or 90% of the data center load in their service territory. They are talking with them all the time. Those companies are making plans to expand either their current sites or additional sites. And so they've got essentially inside information that they can use to assemble a forecast. And then they also do statistical analysis of the loads for individual companies. And from what I understand, discuss the forecast that they've derived for, say, Microsoft with Microsoft to say and ask, does this make sense or how should we adjust it? So I think they've got those three ways that then at some point they have to combine, and some subjectivity comes in at the end. But they've got a kind of a wealth of information that no other utility in the country currently has.
That's helpful. I can see where that historical perspective would certainly be of great value, along with the other,
as well as the relationships.
The relationships you identified. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Moe, thank you for your testimony. I think that's all the questions, and so you may step down.
Thank you.
Next up is the Carolina Clean Energy Business Association. Mr. Burns.
Put my cards out for you. Madam Presiding Commissioner, we present 3 witnesses in our testimony that was filed with the commission. There's only 2, Mr. Haggerty and Ms. Miller, who will be presenting during this portion of the technical conferences, but we wanted to make sure that Mr. Newell was available in case any of you had questions directed at his earlier filed testimony. So,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
You may go ahead and proceed.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present to you. Today, I'll be presenting on the value of solar that we see in the CPIRP portfolios, as well as the need for proactive transmission planning. Just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Michael Haggerty. I'm a principal at the Broward Group, where I've worked for 11 years working on these types of issues. Specifically, over the last 3 years, I've been involved with analyzing and modeling the need for resources in the Duke territory, both to serve load reliably, as well as to meet the H9 to 51 goals. I have also participated in the last 2023-2024 transmission planning processes. And have a broad experience of working on these processes across the country. And I think there's a great opportunity here in North Carolina to implement some of those improvements that we've seen across the country to drive to the lowest cost outcome for ratepayers here. Let's see, on the next, there we go. Just had to locate this guy. So the first slide here, key takeaways here that solar and storage are cost-effective components of all of the CPIRP portfolios. And I have not done my own analysis in this case, but so I think it'd be reasonable to ask, how do I know that? And we know that by looking at the analysis that Duke did. They ran a model called Encompass. It's a capacity expansion model that is intended to identify the resources needed to reliably serve load, meet the GHG reduction requirements, and do so at least cost to ratepayers. And the results of that are very clear, and you can see that in the top right figure, where for the 4 portfolios, there is a very high level of both storage, solar and storage. Across the 4 portfolios by 2035, there's 11,800 megawatts to 14,900 megawatts of solar. For storage, there's 4,300 megawatts to 6,700 megawatts. So this highlights that even with recent increases in costs, this is a cost-effective resource. Both of them are cost-effective to meet the needs of the system. An additional finding when you look into the results here, and is shown in the bottom right figure, is that the maximum amount of solar that was allowed to be entered into the system was selected. So this is an important finding because it shows that it's valuable up to that level, and it also shows you that if you had lifted that limit, it would likely result in higher amounts of solar. So when you set a limit on something like this, if you don't get quite the same total amount, then well, maybe that's the amount that it needs. But if it's hitting up against these constraints, then it'd be likely that additional resources would be valuable. And so why is that? Solar is selected by this model because it's the least cost source of zero carbon resources in this territory. And it's also the only clean resource that's currently being built in Duke's system. An additional benefit of solar, and this was pointed out by public staff witness, Mr. Thomas, is that these specific scenarios don't account for all the risks. And solar provides a very low-cost hedge to volatile gas prices. And you can see that in some of the sensitivity analyses that Duke did, specifically around the P3 base portfolio. So here you see the present value of revenue requirements across several sensitivities. One of those sensitivities did not include the carbon constraint. And there was only a 1.5% cost reduction due to that, but it significantly increased exposure to volatile gas prices. And to get a sense of how large that exposure is, in the high gas price case, that would increase the cost to ratepayers by $7 billion. And so that's from the teal blue bar there to the darker bar to the left. So this gives you a sense of the relative scale of the cost of the solar and the carbon constraints, and the value of avoiding potentially high gas prices. And the gas prices in the case were about $6 per million BTU in the short term, which is around where prices were in 2022. So this is a very reasonable high cost scenario. The next point I want to make is that Implementing proactive transmission planning is key to reducing costs. And this is true regardless of the resources that are being built. We've been working on proactive transmission planning processes across the country for several years, and the benefits go well beyond just interconnecting the least cost resources. So it's really important to implement proactive planning within North Carolina and do it effectively as possible. The benefits of that will be to reduce the total cost of transmission, reduce the generation resource costs, as well as reduce the risks created by the interconnection process. And so the figure here, there's a lot of information here, but just want to step through a couple key things. In the current process, there's limited information shared between the resource planning studies and the transmission planning studies. Both of them use the same amount of load forecast, but the transmission reliability studies currently do not account for the changes in resources that are needed over the next 10 years. So that requires that you identify transmission needs through the interconnection process. And I highlighted here two really great developments that have been put in place over the last few years in the GI cluster studies, as well as the RZEP. But what's missing is really that integration of generation planning and transmission planning. And going to the right now, that's what I think you have a great opportunity to do. And you really set the table to do so by urging to implement a proactive transmission planning study and then pursuing it through the multi-value strategic transmission plan. And the goal here should be to move the amount of transmission that's needed and planned from the generation interconnection process, which is a near-term view of the system and the system needs, to the proactive 10-year out planning process. And that will, as I've said before, do several things. First, it will reduce the total cost of transmission that's needed, reduce the cost of the resources, as well as, because that transmission will be pre-built beforehand, it will reduce the risks on solar developers and other generation developers to enter into the system. In some ways, you're opening the door for the resources that you are identifying that you need. Currently, when they go to the transmission system, the doors are shut. They kind of have to bang their way through in order to get onto the system. But by proactively planning, you're able to do so more cost effectively and with reduced risks. So I have several recommendations on how to do that as effectively as possible. One is to proactively plan for that future generation load. And the really key thing there is to put significant time into thinking about where will those resources show up on the system. And really getting good information on the commercial interests, land use issues, transmission constraints, so that you have a good view of where resources, the least cost resources you've identified, should be coming on. Second is to account for the full range of transmission benefits, not just interconnecting resources, but increasing reliability, reducing generation production costs. And there's lots of ways that this is done, and we've seen a lot of ways that's not done well. So I think a role of the commission is not that this is going forward, is to make sure it's implemented as effectively as possible. And there's really great experience across the country. I would especially recommend that you look at the MISO and SPP processes to understand how that is done. Third is addressing uncertainties in high stress grid conditions. You'll be really surprised to hear that the highest value parts or moments, times for transmission is often not included in these planning studies. So that's something that we've been trying to get more and more incorporated into planning studies. The fourth one is to look at it through a portfolio approach, not trying to solve one problem at a time, but what does the system need as a whole? And the fifth is to also consider, not just for your system, but the value of building out beyond your system, regional planning, interregional planning. So that's the long and short of what I got. And look forward to any questions, but we'll be turning over to Ms. Miller next.
We'll pull up the next slide deck.
You have about 3 minutes. I will give you just a little bit more leeway because I recognize that you're pretty close to having your time limit be up, but I will give you a little bit of leeway.
Perfect, thank you. So I can be quick here. So Nicole Miller, I am an associate director at Cypress Creek Renewables. I'm here today to talk about QFs and the opportunities that we think there could be in the carbon plan. So at a high level, there are a lot of QFs right now on the grid, about 4.2 gigawatts of solar QFs. Looks like we're still getting it up, but I'll keep going. About 4.2 gigawatts that are on the grid today. Of those, Cypress Creek developed about 250, and we currently operate still 1 gigawatt. It's important to know that these sites came on in the mid-2010s, and so as Mr. Thomas referenced earlier, they're going to be rolling off around the time of the mid-2030s, so right when Duke is trying to reach its carbon goals. So why is this important? It's important because effectively, if we allow these sites to roll off, if for whatever reason they're not active, then this is going to end up creating a sort of generation gap between where Duke is planning its solar and where it effectively will be. So for example, if you go to, if I go, and I just blew through my first slide on that one. So if you look, Duke is anticipating about a 3.7 gigawatt reduction of solar QFs mid-2030s. It's just what I spoke to. And if you look at the impact, the bottom right-hand slot, or bottom right-hand graphic, there's about a 4 gigawatt gap in the 2030 scenario for where Duke is trying to be and where they effectively would be if these solar sites were to not continue for whatever reason. So what do? As it stands, these contracts have the ability to renew under 5-year terms. These are great options for these sites, for some of these sites, for ones that are looking to invest in storage, for ones that are looking to potentially to repanel. Those are simply not enough time to get financial parties comfortable with the terms so that we can actually invest the capital needed to maximize these sites. I will say as well, we had the Blend and Extend program that we think was very successful. So Cypress Creek had about 600 megawatts eligible for that program. We ended up pursuing 300 megawatts. Those 300 megawatts pursued the program because of timing and because it was economic to do so. So if there were potentially another Blend and Extend program in the future, that is something that we could potentially take advantage of. So said differently, we believe that these sites could be doing more. They could potentially be doing their max generation for more hours in the day and for more years in their asset lives. These sites have the opportunity to add more to the grid, and we think that we should really be thinking about them as we're doing the carbon plan. So we're here today because this takes planning. We have to start thinking today about sites in 2028 and what's going to happen with them. We ultimately recommend that the Commission issues a directive to examine the potential opportunities that these sites have to maximize the capacity at these existing interconnection points, and to ultimately ensure that Duke is utilizing the existing carbon-free resources that are on the grid today to make sure that we are maximizing our opportunities prior to investing in any additional sites. I think I did that in 3 minutes, but you can tell me if I'm wrong. But I'm happy to answer any questions or go into any further details.
So a quick question, you're talking about maximizing opportunities. Are you talking specifically about repowering? Is that what you're proposing for when you're looking to renew the PPAs?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. So repowering is certainly one of those options. It's an option that we have looked into. I think right now, based on Cypress's view, storage addition probably makes a little bit more sense from the economic standpoint. And I will add that we did receive a question in discovery about the economics of this. So we will provide that, which will help to understand what the breakdown is. But so adding storage, potential partial repowering or full repowering, if you think about it, and if you have a site that is essentially operating at 90% capacity, if you can add some additional panels to the site, so different modules, to get it back up to 100%, you're effectively bringing that site and increasing the amount that it can actually produce for a longer period of time. So whether or not that's a full repowering, which may be expensive, I think that's kind of what we need to figure out through bringing together stakeholders and ultimately discussing what is possible for these sites.
Yeah, and just one follow-up. For clarification, has that stakeholder process begun? Have you begun discussions with Duke and other stakeholders about that?
Absolutely. And so I think that's part of our question or part of our ask here. We believe that part of the directive of the Commission would be getting these stakeholders together. I think that there are a lot of things to be thinking about, like what can we do technically? What are the legislative and regulatory implications? And so convening those stakeholders is going to be a key part for deciding if there is an effective program. But certainly that's part of the ask today of the Commission.
Thank you. I don't see that there's any additional questions, so thank you for your presentations, and you may step down.
Thank you very much.
Next up is the Clean Energy Buyers Association.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. The Clean Energy Buyers Association calls to the stand Dr. Jennifer Chen for the World Resources Institute and Ivan Erlab, Director of Energy and Infrastructure at New Energy Economics.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You may go ahead and proceed as soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon. Hello, Presiding Commissioner Kemmeray, Chair Mitchell, and Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Chen with the World Resources Institute. Prior to WRI, I spent some time at the Nicholas Institute at Duke University, so it's really wonderful to be back. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of the key highlights from our testimony and hopefully take some of your questions. My testimony focused on the Astrape study on resource adequacy. And for the short time that I have right now, I'd like to highlight just a few key points, but also talk a little bit about the overall context. So the reserve margin, the target reserve margin, will not necessarily ensure increased reliability on its own. So you can see from this NERC definition for reliability, reliability includes not just resource adequacy, but also how the system is operated. And coming out of some of the lessons that we've learned from neighbors, for example, PJM, in implementing some of the incentives that improved the operation of its fleets, and in reducing the forced outage of its fleet, the average forced outage rate of its fleets, PJM was able to reduce the required reserve margin while maintaining the same level of reliability, which in this case, we're going to be using the same metric as Astrape, so it's the 1 in 10 loss of load expectation. As you can see in this graph from the Energy Systems Integration Group from 2024, there's similar graphs from Brattle and Astrape from 10 years ago in 2013. You can see that at the point where we're looking at a reliability level of 1 in 10 loss of load expectation, the cost of building out a higher and higher reserve margin increases. And actually, these costs can be quite high. There is no cost impact estimate provided in the study, but if we were just to look at the costs of new entry from reference plants like a combustion turbine, for example, we might be looking at costs on the order of $100,000 per megawatt year. And if we're looking at a cost increase of that level associated with roughly 2,000 megawatts, overall, that the cost can be around hundreds of millions per year. So this is something that's very important to quantify. We're a think tank at the World Resources Institute, so we don't provide recommendations, but we want to make sure that this information is available for others to make those types of recommendations. So just to look at some of the drivers, the key drivers that produce this increase in the reserve margin and thus increase in potential ratepayers' responsibility. One of the key drivers is the winter outage rates and the winter risk. So when Astrape did the modeling of the required reserve margin increase due to winter outage rates and risk, they looked at historic rates. These historic rates do not take into account the improvements to the generator fleet that is required by this commission and that is required by NERC or recommended by NERC and that are becoming some of the best practices in the region. So by implementing some of these improvements, we can reduce the amount of reserve margin increase and thus ratepayer impact. In addition, improved short-term forecasting can help us better understand how to schedule maintenance, essentially planned outages, so that they're not happening during these winter peaks. That will also help us reduce the ratepayer impacts due to reserve margin increases. A better understanding of the short-term forecast can also help us implement additional demand response. We can convey some of that information to new load. And I do want to note that much of the new load that's coming online could be flexible in response to prices, especially if they're given timely information and incentives to do so. The other key driver to the reserve margin increase is the limited resource adequacy sharing between neighbors. So the assumption in the Esrape study is that each of Duke's neighbors are sitting at the bare minimum in terms of resources. So they're assumed to be at the dotted lines, just having enough resources to meet the 1 in 10 loss of load expectation criterion, where historically all of the neighbors have been long on resource adequacy. So the solid lines represent where they have been at in terms of the resources they have on the system. So these resources are available to share as part of the modeling, and including that information in the modeling would be a little bit more consistent with the with using historic data, if that's the approach that that is the best. But we want to make sure that we're using consistent data across the different assumptions and drivers. And if we're looking at historic data for outages, looking at historic data for the amount of resources your neighbors have on the system would be helpful too. And just to note that the other assumptions around the scenarios, looking at the whether or not Duke Energy Progress, Duke Energy Carolinas are isolated from each other or isolated as a system from their neighbors. Some of these scenarios don't reflect what currently happens. The base case is the scenario in the Esrape study that is the closest to the current status quo. And there wasn't any modeling of additional resource adequacy sharing that could happen. However, it is useful to note just some of the savings, the resource adequacy savings that can happen from increased sharing with neighbors. So, from the most conservative options, scenarios, for example, DEP was sitting at a target of 26%, DEC at 28%, and those numbers were able to come down with additional resource adequacy sharing to 22%. So remember again that each percentage point can be in the tens of millions of dollars per year. So one final note before I turn it over to Mr. Erlob is that we recognize that you don't have to be in an RTO to share resources with your neighbors and to make sure that everyone's on equal footing when we're thinking about how these resources are shared. So in the West, with vertically integrated non-RTO utilities in the West, there is the Western Resource Adequacy Program. And that program has brought the winter reserve margin down to 13 to 19% to meet the 1 in 10 loss of load expectation criterion. So you can see that you can meet the same level of reliability, share resources without being in an RTO, and make sure that ratepayers are not footing as large of an impact. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Erlob.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Unfortunately, expert witness Brent Alderfer could not join us today, so I'll be presenting both on his behalf as well. Thank you for this opportunity to present. I'll dive right in. So please join me in the Wayback Machine for just a minute, and we'll go to 2004. Compared to 2004, Duke is proposing a 19 times increase in electricity generated from natural gas. In 2004, it was well established by Progress Energy that it was too expensive to use natural gas to generate more than 2% of energy. The strategy was to get the highest value out of gas while minimizing exposure to cost risk. A lot has happened in the past 20 years. The natural gas network was not built to fuel electric power generation, yet the expansion of natural gas power generation fleet by Duke and other Southeast utilities has reached unprecedented levels. Between Duke's 2022 carbon plan, so now we're coming back to present, and the proposed P3 fall-based portfolio proposed in Duke's CPIRP supplemental analysis, Duke has nearly tripled its proposed gas capacity additions while increasing the portion of energy generated from natural gas to just under 40%, as shown on the left and right-hand side of this slide. Duke's supplemental analysis proposes nearly all of the 8,925 megawatts of natural gas capacity additions will be complete by 2033. Yet, just after 2033, as you can also see in the chart, Duke begins to steadily decrease natural gas's contribution to Duke's proposed energy mix until it reaches zero around 2050. Adding gas plants just 1 to 3 years before they are going to be used less and then not at all makes Dr. Chen's testimony examining reserve margin that much more salient, as some of this gas capacity is in support of a higher reserve margin. Even greater than the stranded cost risk is the price and supply risk from Duke's near and midterm dependence on natural gas. We show in our testimony that domestic demand is increasing as more utilities add gas combined cycle and combustion turbine capacity. And as a result, we think gas demand and prices will be higher than projected in Duke's base natural gas price forecast, which is presented here in the chart. Our analysis of the Encompass production cost modeling runs finds that if Duke builds to the proposed P3 fall-based portfolio, but then gas prices turn out to track closer to the high gas price forecast, Duke could potentially spend 67% more on gas fuel than assumed. Ratepayers will bear this full increase through the fuel rider, and the present value revenue requirement of this large difference in fuel costs can be found in our confidential testimony. The era of flat electricity demand is over. We've been talking about that today. We are going to have to increase our power production. We've been talking about that today. But unfortunately, the era of gas fuel price stability also appears to be over, and we have returned to an inherently volatile natural gas market, which is why I asked you to join me for a moment in the Wayback Machine to 2004. You'll note in this chart that I'm referring to the period of relatively low and more stable gas prices that started around 2010 and ended around 2020. We just highlighted the unprecedented levels of proposed domestic gas use to meet this demand. And so now let's step back and look at the global market demand. EIA found that as the domestic LNG market has become increasingly connected to the global LNG market, the price of gas is going to increase for domestic consumers. This connectedness not only drives price increases, it also increases our exposure to global price volatility. For example, the natural gas price run-up due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine cost Duke customers multiple billions in additional unplanned rate increases that Duke did not successfully hedge against. Specifically, Duke's 2020 IRP projected that gas prices would be $2 per MMBTU in 2020, $2.75 in 2021, and around $2.50 in 2022. A confidential analysis of we can see in the historic chart that gas prices actually rose to over $8 in 2022. A confidential analysis of the multiple billions in additional fuel costs that resulted and were borne by Duke customers can be found in our testimony. Duke's price forecast unfortunately left out the billions in additional costs that resulted from a global volatility event, which Duke and its ratepayers are now exposed to. And this volatility was additional on top of their base price forecasts. Ratepayers cannot handle multiple surprise billions in additional volatility costs every several years, occurring on top of Duke's forward price projections. LNG export capacity is expected to more than triple by the early 2030s and become our nation's largest domestic end-use sector. So this is why I was just talking about LNG during the last slide. This is in response to rising global demand for natural gas, which the EIA projects is going to rise 152% by 2050, while domestic gas production will increase only 15%. The current projection is primarily driven by rising U.S. exports to Asia and Europe. And a separate and additional source of price and volatility risk is North Carolina's lack of in-state gas supply and infrastructure. So, said another way, Duke's dependence on interregional pipelines and infrastructure for fuel supply. Duke provided detailed explanations in both its 2022 carbon plan and the 2023 CPIRP and supplemental analysis, stating that existing supply options are insufficient to fuel the current fleet as well as the proposed capacity additions. In this CPIRP, Duke plans to burn diesel and coal at certain times of the year due to this insufficient natural gas supply. Today, we have covered 3 risk factors that will make gas prices higher and more volatile, but Duke has discounted in its planning. Market fundamentals, exposure to greater regional and global volatility, and the supply risk from depending on interregional pipelines that do not exist, and that Duke notes that will still likely be insufficient without further investment in gas infrastructure and storage, investments that are not included in this plan. These regional and global risks are layered. They interact in ways that compound price risk, and they are outside of Duke's control and will be borne by Duke's ratepayers.
So let me interrupt you. The 15-minute time limit has been up for a couple of minutes now. I'll give you just very brief leeway because I do know that you want to talk about how to reduce risk and reliability concerns. So if you could do that in a minute or less, that would be appreciated.
It is the last slide, so thank you for the leniency. As the Commission considers these risks to ratepayers at this unprecedented level of reliance on natural gas in the gas system, we would like to highlight 3 near-term options from a long list of options that are available that would help systemically reduce these gas risks and reliabilities that are outside of Duke's control. Duke can reduce price variance by adopting portfolios that rely less on natural gas, first and foremost. Duke could reduce price and reliability risk by producing more fuel-free resources, building out its transmission system and other grid-enhancing measures, and offering additional efficiency and demand responses, as we've heard from a number of witnesses today. And Duke should use its high gas price forecast instead of the base price forecast. When 40% of your generation depends on a resource that presents the greatest risk of price increase and extreme recurring price volatility out of your entire portfolio, it's better to be too high and wrong than too low and wrong. So our testimony recommends with explanation that Duke accurately price volatility and begin including the cost of fuel volatility and measures to mitigate that volatility into its plans. And our confidential analysis indicates the P3 fall base would not be the least cost portfolio. Instead, a portfolio that relies less on gas and more on fuel-free resources will be lower cost and reduce risk.
Thank you both for your presentations. Let me check to see if there's any clarifying questions. Okay, I see no clarifying questions, so you may be excused. And our final party is Appalachian Voices.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite. Appalachian Voices calls Evan Hansen to the stand.
Good afternoon. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name's Evan Hansen. I'm the founding principal of Downstream Strategies, which is a consulting company that works on energy and water science and policy projects. I appreciate this opportunity to present to the Commission. My testimony will cover 2 types of risks. The first type of risk are regulatory risks, specifically related to the Clean Air Act Section 111 rule. And the second type of risk is related to the natural gas market, and more specifically related to natural gas demand, supply, and volatility. So I'll start with the regulatory risks. And with the Clean Air Act Section 111 rule, I'll start with the impacts on new natural gas-fired power plants. And this was mentioned particularly by the public staff witnesses at the start of this hearing today, that this rule includes 3 categories of new natural gas-fired power plants: base load, intermediate load, and low load. And that base load category is important. Those are the plants that will run more than 40% of the time, and they have a requirement to implement carbon capture and storage at a rate of 90% by 2032. Now, it's important to state at the start that the company's model of the P3 fall-based portfolio did not account for this rule. While they acknowledged the proposed rule in their documents and testimony, the core portfolio, the core model run, did not account for the reduction in generation at the CC plants or the new generation that's going to be needed to make up for that reduction in generation in order to meet the requirements of the new 111 rule. And their model also did not incorporate the increased costs. According to the final rule, the companies really have two choices for compliance. They could run them as baseload plants, but that would require carbon capture and sequestration. And according to the companies, that's not going to be feasible. So with that off the table, the companies discussed in their filing running their new CC plants less often. Again, if they're run at a lower capacity factor, then they would not be classified as a baseload plant, and CCS would no longer be required. But it's important to note that in the company's discussion, they were looking at the draft rule, not the final rule. And the draft rule had a different threshold for baseload plants. That threshold was a 50% capacity factor, whereas the final rule has a 40% capacity factor. So according to the filings that the company made, they were already talking about only running their CC plants half the time at a 50% capacity factor, but reducing it by 10%, that's equivalent to those plants sitting idle for another 37 days per year, which has implications for the stranded asset risk that has been mentioned by other witnesses. If these new CC plants are run less often, that'll increase costs. There'll be a higher cost per kilowatt hour at the new natural gas plants, but there also will be additional generation needed at other plants to make up for that shortfall. And while the companies don't have an estimate of the increased cost related to the final rule, they did have a $3.6 billion estimate for an increase in the present value of revenue requirements relative to the P3 base portfolio. Now, the actual increase would be higher for a couple of reasons. One is that difference in capacity factor threshold that I mentioned, where the proposed rule used 50%, but the final rule used 40%. But also they compared it to the P3 base portfolio and not to the P3 fall base portfolio, which has a higher assumption for the load forecast. The other portion of the Section 111 rule that's important for this proceeding is related to existing coal-fired power plants. And the rule has increasingly stringent requirements for plants that are going to continue to operate for longer periods of time. And what I found by looking at the model results from the companies is that according to the P3 fall-based portfolio model, the Roxborough 2 and 3 units, they don't comply with the final rule because they show generation from coal through 2033. But according to the rule, they would need to show co-firing of natural gas at that point because they would be classified as medium-term units. But the model runs do not show that co-firing. Finally, related to the 111 rule, I asked the question, can the companies delay closure of their existing coal-fired power plants to generate the additional electricity that will be required due to running the CCs less often? And what I found was no, certainly not past 2038, because running a coal plant past that date would require carbon capture and sequestration, which the companies deemed to be infeasible. But probably not even past 2031, because if they were to do that, they would need to co-fire 40% natural gas. And even if technically feasible, that would be unlikely to be economically feasible since that plant would need to be shut down soon. So in summary, the P3 fall-based portfolio does not comply with the rule. They have not yet analyzed the impacts of running their new combined cycle plants at 40%. The Roxborough 2 and 3 coal-fired units don't show co-firing with natural gas. And very importantly, the costs associated with compliance in the company's submissions did not include compliance with the final rule. So I recommend to the commission that you require the companies to develop portfolios that do comply
with the rule and require them to assess the impacts on ratepayers. And now I'd like to move on to the second part of my testimony, which looks at other risks related to the natural gas market.
I'll go ahead and give you information about the time. It looks like you have about 3 more minutes for the second portion of your presentation.
Thank you. The P3 fall-based portfolio requires much more natural gas, more than doubling of the natural gas requirement from 2023 to 2030, which is when natural gas demand peaks. And it's important to look at that demand in the context of other sectors and other states. Other utilities are also considering significant build-outs of natural gas plants. There's increases in other sectors. And as the previous witness mentioned, competition from LNG exports.
Let me correct that. You had 7 more minutes as opposed to 3 minutes. I don't want you to rush since I miscalculated.
Okay, thank you for that. So in addition to risks related to natural gas demand, there's also risks related to natural gas supply. And those are very closely related. Now, the first thing to say about natural gas supply is that no natural gas is produced here in North Carolina, and all the natural gas comes through the Transco pipeline, as you're aware. And the Transco pipeline is fully subscribed. Now, there was big news last week. The Mountain Valley pipeline was approved to start sending gas toward this way. It was big news in West Virginia, where I come from, since that pipeline's coming from West Virginia. But it's important to recognize that even though the Mountain Valley pipeline is in operation now, there are other pipeline projects that must be completed in order to access that gas. And those include the Mountain Valley Pipeline Southgate Extension, the Southeast Supply Enhancement Project, and the Dominion T15 Reliability Project. And some of these pipeline projects have to be completed to bring more gas into the region, but others are required to fuel specific plants. And what's really important to note is that the in-service dates for these projects are beyond the company's control, and that many pipeline projects in recent years in the eastern United States have been canceled or, like the Mountain Valley Pipeline, significantly delayed. Natural gas demand and natural gas supply can lead to volatility when they're out of balance. And the commission is familiar with this because of the rate increases that the commission approved in 2023 that were related, at least in part, to volatility in natural gas prices due to Winter Storm Elliott and geopolitical events that, again, were outside the company's control. And these were significant increases, hundreds of millions of dollars. As the previous witness mentioned, the P3 fall-based portfolio makes the companies even more susceptible to volatility. Using the company's own numbers in 2030, when natural gas use is projected to peak, the companies project their delivered cost of natural gas to be about $2.5 billion. And that's at $4.21. If, for example, the price were $6 instead of $4.21, that cost would increase to $3.6 billion. That's an increase of $1.1 billion. Basically, for every penny increase in the price of natural gas, the cost would increase by about $6 million. And that's why it's so important to consider volatility in your deliberations. This chart from my testimony shows how volatile natural gas prices have been at the Henry Hub. And I divided this into 2 time periods, starting in 2010, when the market shifted with the advent of hydraulic fracturing. So we had a lot more natural gas supply. But the green area starts in 2016, which is when the market was exposed to LNG exports. And what we found is that there was considerably more volatility since 2016.
There was an upward trend in prices. You see around 2022, the impacts of geopolitical events, Winter Storm Elliott. But another thing to note is the outliers. There's some outliers, those dots that are up very high, showing how volatile prices can be. And that's at the Henry Hub. The next slide shows the difference in the price from Transco Zone 5 to the Henry Hub. And North Carolina is in Transco Zone 5. And what you can see is that there are periodic but more frequent episodes or events where the price paid in Transco Zone 5 is significantly higher than the price paid at Henry Hub. Sometimes 10, 20, over $100 higher than the Henry Hub price. So the volatility at Transco Zone 5 in the price of natural gas is something that definitely needs to be considered by the Commission. And that volatility is impacted by several factors. It's the number and severity of extreme weather events. It's impacted by geopolitical events. It's impacted by exposure of the domestic market to LNG exports. And again, these factors are beyond the company's control. So to summarize my testimony about the other risks, natural gas demand is increasing in other sectors and in other nearby states. So the projected natural gas demand increase from the companies here in North Carolina needs to account for that because they're competing for the same natural gas coming through the same pipes, same pipelines, and that has potential impacts on cost. And despite the completion of the Mountain Valley Pipeline, other pipeline projects must be completed to supply the required gas. In fact, the Mountain Valley Pipeline gas cannot be used here in North Carolina without completion of the Southgate project to bring that gas here into North Carolina. Natural gas price volatility has been increasing. And again, these risks are beyond the company's control. So my recommendations to the Commission regarding other risks are to account for these risks when you make a decision in this proceeding and compare the risks in the P3 fall-based portfolio to the risks in any alternative portfolios that may be presented by other interveners. But thank you for this opportunity to present. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Let me see if there's any questions. Seeing none, we appreciate your presentation and you may step down. So we have come to the end of presentations by the interveners. So with that, I want to thank everyone for their very good and informative presentations. We will conclude this technical conference. We'll go off the record. We will be coming back on the record in 5 minutes to begin the next technical conference. So at 2:15, we'll begin the solar procurement technical conference. Thank you.
Come to order and go on the record, please. Charlotte Mitchell, Chair of the Utilities Commission. And with me this afternoon are Commissioners Duffley, Hughes, McKissick, Kimwright, Brawley, and Tucker. On December 30th, 2022, the Commission issued an order adopting initial carbon plan and providing direction for future planning. We'll call that the initial carbon plan. In Commission docket number E100 sub 179, that in pertinent part directed Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas, together Duke, to target the procurement of 2,350 megawatts of new solar generation resources during the 2023-2024 period. On February 8th, 2024, the Commission opened these dockets for the purpose of considering Duke's 2024 solar procurement program proposal and receiving the input of interested parties. On April 9th, 2024, the Commission issued an order scheduling technical conference, we'll call that the scheduling order, which scheduled a technical conference for the purpose of receiving oral presentations from the parties regarding the following three topics. First, information regarding the terminations of power purchase agreements and the competitive procurement of renewable energy program and 2022 solar procurement. Second, the reasons for the PPA terminations and the winning bidders' failure to execute PPAs. And third, ways to reduce the likelihood of withdrawal subsequent to being awarded a bid or executing a contract. Further, the scheduling order directed parties to file with the Commission a list of individuals who would appear at the technical conference, as well as any presentation materials on or before Monday, June 10th, 2024, which was later extended by order of the Commission to Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. On June 13th, Duke filed a recommended presentation order after conferring with the participating parties. And according to that filing, we will hear from the participating parties in the following order today. First, we'll begin with Duke, including the independent evaluator. Second, we'll hear from CCBA. Third, we'll hear from SACE. And fourth, we will hear from the public staff. Parties are reminded to please keep their presentations to no longer than 30 minutes, as we indicated in the April 9th order. And please be on notice that you may take questions from commissioners, should they have any. All right, with that, we will ready to begin. So I will turn it over to Duke to get started. But before we do that, let's go ahead and make appearances just for purposes of the record. And Duke, y'all can begin.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell, members of the Commission. Brett Bryce with Laughlin McGuire Woods on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress.
Good afternoon, Chair Mitchell and members of the Commission. My name is Hayes Finley, appearing on behalf of Duke Energy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nadia Lohr with the public staff, appearing on behalf of the using and consuming public.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lohr.
Good afternoon, John Burns on behalf of CCBA, and with me as well is Ben Snowden with the firm of Bucks Rothschild.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nick Jimenez from the Southern Environmental Law Center on behalf of the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, the Sierra Club, and the Natural Resources Defense Council, or SACE et al.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jimenez. All right, before we get started, any questions? All right, go ahead, Mr. Freischwartz.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Today we have a panel of Mara Farber, State Energy Policy Director for North Carolina, Justin LaRoche, Director of Renewables Development for the Carolinas, and Mr. Bob Lee, who's with Charles River Associate and is the independent evaluator for the procurement. So I'll turn it over to Mara to kick us off.
Thank you very much for having us. I'm Maura Farber. I'm State Energy Policy Director. Just to check, should I be driving this forward with the PowerPoint? Okay, great. Thank you. So just to start us off with a quick overview of what we wanted to cover today, we'll give a little bit of background on the past solar procurement cycles, solar and solar plus storage. We'll talk about the independent evaluators' oversight of our RFPs, and I'll turn it over to Bob to talk a little bit more about Charles River Associates, their role, the stakeholder engagement work that they help facilitate. Then we'll move on to the process and timeline for the RFP and some of the recent results, both for PPA and UOT terminations and causes, and then talk about some of the future risks that we're anticipating and the mitigations that we're working to put in place. All right. So this 2024 RFP cycle is actually the 6th procurement that we've done since the passage of HB 589 in 2017. So we had the CPIRP program There were 3 tranches that we completed under CPRE. And then after the passage of HB 951, we've moved to a little bit of a different paradigm. And so our procurements now, the 22 cycle, the 23 cycle, and now the 24 cycle are all driven by our resource plan. So as we progress through each cycle, we learn more and we continue to evolve the process. And so from CPRE through this now 6th cycle iteration, we do have lessons learned that we have continued to incorporate. So some of those include the way we structure the bidding process. So we have a bid structure that accounts for network upgrades as an adjustment to the bid price. And this allows bidders to submit the most competitive bid when they begin at a time when they don't yet know their network upgrade costs. We've also, over the course of these cycles, created a whole new contract type for solar plus storage contracts. 2023 was the first procurement cycle that we utilized this new contract type. And we also have, in this most recent procurement, established an amendment or a change to our PPA that includes a carrying cost adder. So for projects that may have a very long duration network upgrade that they're associated with, those state jurisdictional projects pay for their interconnection costs soon after signing the IA, the interconnection agreement. And then if their revenue is, and their COD is later in time, we've established a way for essentially them to recoup the interest, that carrying cost of having a longer time between when they sign the IA and when they reach COD. So these are some of the bigger changes that we've made over these cycles. There's lots of small refinements that we keep incorporating into each turn of the procurement. Excuse me. Each cycle also has had multiple stakeholder meetings. So we post our documents, we seek feedback for these RFP documents, we review the feedback, incorporate those pieces that we think are appropriate before we finalize anything with the RFP. And by and large, we've had a lot of support. We have a lot of stakeholders who have been very active participants in these meetings and in providing us feedback and comments. So I feel like we've had a very good dialogue as we've evolved and created each new cycle of the RFP process. And I think this is also demonstrated by the sheer quantity of participants. So in both the 2022 and the 2023 RFPs, we saw more than 4 times our target quantity of bidders, which is a very robust participation in the RFP. So that's an indication that we're designing an RFP that people want to participate in, that there is a lot of interest, and we have a very healthy response to all of these RFPs. So with 589, there was actually a requirement that Duke use an independent administrator, and they really led the process and made all of the decisions for the RFP. In the framework of 951, there's no independent entity that's required, but we do think it's an industry best practice to incorporate independent oversight. And so we have used Charles River Associates for the 2022, 23, and now the 2024 RFP cycles. And I will turn it over to Bob to talk more about CRA.
Sure, thanks, Maura. So my name's Bob Lee. I'm a vice president in the energy practice of Charles River Associates up in Boston. CRA is an economic consulting firm. We've been in business for about 50 years now, and I've been at CRA for almost 25 of those years. CRA's energy practice is primarily an electric utility practice, and we function mostly for, or we work mostly for North American electric utilities. Within the electric utility space, we have several sort of functional areas. We do corporate strategy work, we do resource planning and utility strategy, market analysis, transaction support, and litigation support. And within the transaction support area, procurement is a big piece of that. We do default service procurements for utilities in states with retail choice, and we also execute RFP on behalf of our utility clients in vertically integrated states.
I'm sorry.
Sure, you want to go to the next one?
Yeah. My delay.
Okay. So CRA's role in the RFP process is broadly sort of 2 areas. One, We work with Duke representatives and Duke subject matter experts to help design the RFP and the evaluation associated with each of the projects. The second function is to act as the central point of communication for bidders in the process, because we through that we can ensure that all bidders receive equal access to information about the RFP, updates about the process, and allow bidders to put their best foot forward when they're presenting bids to us. So specifically, in terms of the roles that we have through the RFP, we administer the pre-solicitation process. We evaluate the RFP scoring methodology to make sure it's consistent with best practices, and we work with Duke to finalize bid documents. We manage an RFP website. It's a public website that allows bidders to access all the information. The website warehouses the RFP documents. If there are updates, we post those updates to the information website to give everybody access, and we post red line changes. Through the website, bidders can ask questions about the RFP, and then we post both the questions and answers so that all potential bidders and stakeholders have access to the information. We work with both the North and South Carolina commissions by drafting RFP and finally RFP results. We prepare pre and post solicitation reports, and we're working on one of each of those right now. And those summarize our assessment and findings associated with the RFP. And we ensure that when we do the evaluation, that both CRA and Duke evaluate projects consistent with the predetermined evaluation criteria that are posted to the website and have gone through the stakeholder process. Prior to launching the RFPs, we do run a series of stakeholder information sessions. Duke was the principal party executing those, but CRA participated in all those events in the support role. The meetings were held virtually to ensure that lots of participation, or all bidders and other interested parties could participate. In those stakeholder sessions, would present the objectives for the RFP rules, participation requirements, the evaluation criteria, timelines, and other sort of key aspects about the RFP and interconnection in North and South Carolina that would help bidders. After the RFP, would solicit feedback, questions, and comments. Some of those questions and comments would be rolled into the final RFP once it's released to the public, and would post all the materials associated with the stakeholder process to the information website again. There's some statistics on the screen now about participation and engagement with both the 2022 and 2023 RFP. It was very strong participation by comparison to other stakeholder processes I've been involved with. For both 2022 and 2023, we received well over 100 questions from bidders. There were several meetings for both 2022 and 2023, and we had over 20 market participants submitting responses into the RFP. In 2022, we had 68 projects. In 2023, we had 86 projects. So strong participation, as Maura had said, and increasingly large turnout for the RFP and the stakeholder processes.
Thank you. So this is just a little bit of a summary of the 2022 and 2023 RFP results. In 2022, we had 18 proposals that were selected, and our target was 1,200 megawatts. We were just right at our target here. And over that contracting period, there were 2 PPAs and 1 UOT proposal that declined. So ultimately, from that cycle, we had 965 megawatts of projects. And the online dates from those projects ranged actually from 2025 to 2031. And I'll talk a little bit more about this in a moment. And then with the 23 RFP, this is hot off the press. When we filed this on Wednesday, we're still waiting to hear back from our finalists about who is accepting and moving forward and who was not. So we had 18 proposals that were totaling 1,457 megawatts. And a portion of those projects were also paired with storage, and the total of the paired storage was 258 megawatts. So since the June 13th deadline, we did learn one PPA SPS and one PPA that was solar only declined to move forward. And so we have invited forward 3 projects from the reserve list to make up for that quantity. And the online dates for these finalists ranged from 2027 to 2029. And we have the IE's post-solicitation report, which will be filed by the end of July. And that will cover more details around all of this. But the projects that were just invited forward on the reserve list have until June 24th to decide if they're going to accept or not. So this is a timeline for the 2024 RFP. And the 2024 is our largest procurement to date. This will be a target of 1585 megawatts. And so we have 535 as the solar only target, and then 1,050 as the solar that would be paired with storage target, and about 400 megawatts of storage to be paired with that 1050 of solar. And the timeline very much is very similar to the 2023 RFP process. So we filed with the commission April 12th, our broad sort of overview proposal, as well as the solar only and solar plus storage PPAs. And then we posted all of the documents to the RFP website April 22nd, which opened a 30-day feedback period from stakeholders, and we asked for their feedback by May 22nd. We had a little time to digest this feedback, and then actually just last Friday, had our follow-up stakeholder meeting about all of the feedback that was received for the RFP and the pieces of those proposals that we're incorporating into the process. So as I mentioned, and I think Bob mentioned as well, we have a pre-solicitation report for the 24 RFP that we're working on by the end of June. And at that time, June 28th is the Friday, the final RFP documents and PPAs will also be posted to the website. So this is all in preparation for an early August bidders conference and then opening the bid window August 15th. And the next slide here is really driving forward the process. After bids are due, we have a cure period, and then we move to the step 1 evaluation. And this has both an economic and non-economic score to it. And so from these refinements, we invite projects forward to what we call the shortlist or the step 2 process, and they will post proposal security as they move forward. Once we're in step 2, we have our interconnection phase 1 study, and we use the results of that to finalize step 2 review and select our finalists. And so mid-May is the target date for selecting finalists, very similar to this past year's schedule. And then by mid-June, those finalists would decide whether they're moving forward or not. And they would then proceed with the phase 2 study for interconnection and move on to interconnection agreement. So looking back at some of these recent procurement cycles that we've had, with the CPRE Tranche 1, so there were actually 14 projects selected. One of them declined to sign actually their build transfer agreement. So that's a slight tweak to what's on the slide here. And 10 of those projects have achieved COD, and 3 of them terminated. So with CPRE Tranche 2, we selected 11 projects as winners in that cycle. 3 of those have reached COD already. 1 of them is on hold and is having some permitting delays, and 7 of those projects terminated. And then with Tranche 3, there were 2 projects selected as winners, and 2 of them terminated, but 1 is pursuing Green Source Advantage. Now flipping to the 2022 RFP, we selected 12 PPAs and 7 UOT projects. There were 3 PPAs in total that declined. 1 of them was an early winner, and so we still had plenty of time to backfill that quantity in our step 2 process. And 1 UOT finalist declined. So there are 9 PPAs and 6 UOT projects that are currently on track. And just to note, of these CPRE terminations, we did see 6 of those projects bid into the 2023 RFP. And so just because they had terminated does not mean that they aren't going to find another avenue to move forward. So this is one opportunity for them to find a new contract and continue moving. The text does not seem to appear here, but I'm happy to tell you all about it. So it just went to the next one. Look at these pretty pictures. Are yours don't have text? Well, we'll be happy to fix that. And I don't know why the text didn't appear there. But this slide that is now just an image and a blue box was just to illustrate that there are various reasons for why a project might choose to terminate. And so sometimes there's an inability to get permitting. Sometimes there's insufficient land. And sometimes we just hear that the economics are no longer viable. So, we're hearing these different things anecdotally. Some projects don't tell us why they terminate. So we don't always know. There are projects, we talk a lot about the timing of when projects sign their PPA and when they come online. Historically, we've actually had a lot of projects that have requested delays, that for one reason or another, they need more time. And so we do try to accommodate these requests as they come up. And some projects have had delays of even multiple years. So we do try to work with the developer to make the project successful. We've also allowed projects that terminated to participate in the 2023 RFP or in Green Source Advantage. And the thinking there is really, if these projects are bidding into this competitive solicitation and they're winning in that competitive process, then these are among the best projects for customers. These are really among the winners, the highest ranked, least cost projects. So we give them that opportunity to keep moving forward. And although this slide does not show you the text, there a little more detail on the 3 selected winners from the 22 RFP that declined their wins. So 2 of the PPAs said that they just could no longer honor the prices that they had initially bid. And the utility ownership track project was actually a build transfer project, or build own transfer. And in light of the IRA passage, the Inflation Reduction Act had been passed over the course of that procurement cycle. They had realized that there were now additional tax benefits to the project. And so they were seeking to renegotiate the BOT price based on being in an energy community. So one of the very important lessons learned from the 2022 RFP was the timing. And so we realized that having this solicitation aligned with the annual interconnection cycle really does not give any timing wiggle room whatsoever. So when those projects declined, there was no time to dig into a reserve list and move more projects forward last year because we were on this very rigorous timeline to stay aligned with the DEC. So it's one of the improvements we made in 2023, that we now are using a resource solicitation cluster. And this gives us a little more time and a little more flexibility. But if a project declines, we can move to the reserve list. We can invite additional projects forward and allow for that extra time. And in fact, that's exactly the situation we're in right now. So we're waiting for those reserve list projects to get back to us about the 2023. And then another piece of this is that the RFP rules have provided for a specific target date that we're seeking projects for. And if a project has an estimated in-service date beyond that time, we are not required to choose it as a winner. And with 2022 procurement, I think we were optimistic about the changes that would still occur in the interconnection process. We knew that there were many projects outside of the RFP in that cluster. We didn't know if they were going to move forward or drop. We knew that there were RFP projects that would be dropping from the cluster. And so we expected that there would be improvement in the timelines for the 2022 projects. And there has been some improvement, but not as much improvement as we had hoped for. So with 2023, we also decided to utilize that rule. And because there were projects that had longer lead time dates, we decided we were not going to take projects beyond 2030. And so in this way, we can avoid some of these long lead issues.
And before jumping into the anticipated risks that may impact the 2024 RFP and subsequent solicitations, I just wanted to reintroduce myself and provide a little bit of helpful context. My name is Justin LaRoche. I'm the Director of Renewable Development. On one hand, I am a participant in these RFPs as I lead the team that leads our utility developed projects, in which we bid into the RFP that we develop, we construct, and we operate. So I am a developer. On the other hand, I am part evaluator on the utility ownership team, where I lead the team that evaluates parts of the third-party developed projects that bid underneath the utility ownership track to be sold to the utilities. We've identified 6 key risks. The first is the extended time frame from when bids are submitted to their commercial operation date, which creates an opportunity for impacts due to carrying costs and changes to bidder cost projections. Second is tariff changes, particularly on solar modules, which can cause disruptions to supply and demand, as well as commodity pricing. Third, should equipment lead times continue to grow, this can cause impacts to individual project construction schedules. Fourth is permitting issues or even local moratoriums may impact the viability of certain projects, as we've seen in the past. Fifth is uncertainty around project qualification for certain IRA tax credit bonuses, such as energy communities and prevailing wage and apprenticeships, which qualification may vary from year to year, which that uncertainty can impact the viability and overall economics of certain projects. And then lastly, considering the growing amount of transmission work between prior queued projects, RZEP projects, transmission planning, and regular maintenance, that may impact the schedules for interconnection of certain projects.
Oops. So to touch on some of the mitigations that we're working on and that we've implemented. So as Justin mentioned, the long duration or long lead time of projects is certainly a concern that's come up a lot recently. But what we've seen is looking backwards, that does not seem to be the main driver of these past CPRE terminations. There is an appendix slide to this that had the timing of when the PPA was signed and when the IA date was. And those timelines were not particularly long. So I think this is a relatively new issue that we're seeing, and it's really tied to the enormity of the work that's happening on the transmission system right now. So as I mentioned, each of the RFPs does have a rule that provides that if a project is beyond the target date, it is not required to be selected as a winner. So that is one way that we can avoid some of these issues by selecting those projects that have a shorter time to COD. Another aspect of this is in the non-economic score, we have a pathway to incorporate the developer's experience. And so you earn points for added experience. And similarly, we would decrease points for terminations and for more terminations. So that will also reflect our past experience with the developer. The step 2 bid refresh is another way that bidders can help to reduce their risk in that the initial bid that they provide is not necessarily their final bid. And so that doesn't necessarily have to be as competitive. They can get to the step 2 of the process and then really sharpen their pencils with a little more information, having just moved forward in time and seeing what happens in the marketplace before they finalize those bid prices. And as I mentioned, our 24 RFP does have an adjustment in the PPA that we've called the carrying cost adder. And so this is a way to adjust the Part B or Part D network upgrade adjustment. And so for those long duration upgrades, we can essentially make them whole for the interest that would have accrued on the network upgrade portion of that cost. And then we have the provisional service option. So this already exists for FERC jurisdictional projects, and this really allows a project to interconnect sooner than the network upgrades might be completed. And we have a few filings that are almost complete. So the FERC filing is really to make the process easily repeatable, since there has been a lot more interest in this option. And so we want to make sure that we can handle a larger volume of these requests. And the state does not currently have this option. And so we're planning on filing in both states for adding a provisional service option to interconnection. So the last one here on this right-hand side is about the market-based changes for a PPA. This has come up in our stakeholder process and discussions with CCBA, that there are market participants that are interested in having a PPA price adjustment based on market indices or market conditions. And we didn't end up incorporating that this year. As I think we've all discovered, it is a very complex thing to get right. There are not a lot of examples of where this has been done before. And those examples are usually offshore wind projects where there's a very long time between establishing the contract and when it actually is built. So this is one of the avenues that we have explored with stakeholders about mitigating risks. And then lastly, our near-term action plan and our IRP has incorporated an additional approximately 150 megawatts per procurement cycle for the 24, 25, and 26 RFPs. And we added this quantity because we'd like to get out ahead of potential attrition. So knowing that not every project will necessarily cross the finish line, if we procure a little bit more, then hopefully we're setting ourselves up for success, even if a few projects do end up having to terminate along the way. So I have reached the end of my slides, and in summary, our 2024 procurement is our largest to date. And we have a lot of, I think, important and helpful lessons learned from our past procurement cycles. And this is a process that will continue to evolve with each cycle that we complete. So we are very thankful for the feedback that we've received from our stakeholders, and happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Farber. Questions for the Duke presenters? Go ahead, Commissioner McKissick.
Just one quick question. When you spoke of the carrying costs adder, when would that kick in? I mean, is that automatic, or does that have to be requested, or how does that actually function and operate as it relates to a specific project?
The way we've designed it is that if your project comes online after 11/30/2030, the amount of time between 11/30/2030 and your COD is the amount of time that you would collect interest, essentially, or be incorporated into that calculation. And so the specifics of the calculation are, I think it's the lower of 5% or the prime interest rate plus 2. And so it's really about the amount of time. So for whatever period of time after that 2030 date, that would be incorporated into the calculation for what we call the Part B adder. So the network upgrades that you're assigned, for example, if it's $10 million in network upgrades and you're collecting 5% interest for a year, and you're adding $500,000 in interest costs. So that 10 million would instead be 10.5 million when we complete the Part B calculation. It sounds very complicated when I don't have a whiteboard to write it out on.
Sure.
But yes, it's designed to account for that period of time after November 30th, 2030.
Got it. So it would be just that small increment of either the actual interest rate or the interest rate plus an additional 2%, you say, whatever that works out to be.
Backward looking, that it's once the project has achieved COD, then you know what date they came online, and you can look at the interest rates. I think it's the daily interest rate that would be used to calculate that.
I was just trying to get an idea how significant of a factor that might be as it relates to a particular project. I mean, does it seem as if this would make the difference in some projects being viable or are, in other words, perhaps not proceeding or what?
I hope so. I hope that this is helpful in moving the needle. One of the things that we heard is that when you're a state jurisdictional interconnection project, you're required to put up the full amount of the payment for your network upgrades very shortly after signing your interconnection agreement. And so naturally, there's an assumption of there'll be a few years between when I sign my IA and when I'm actually earning revenue. But if that period gets extended further in time, we want to have this mechanism to account for that sort of added carrying cost.
Sure.
Really.
It makes sense. I mean, I can see how it could be a factor that would certainly impact the economics of a project. I just don't know how close it makes the margins, you know what I mean? If it makes the difference of it coming to fruition or whether the project is one that may not.
Sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kimmerer.
Thank you for the information. I just have a few questions to better understand what's been happening with CPRE and the solar procurements. For the solar procurement 2022, I think there's information that one project didn't accept its early solicitation award and 2 projects didn't execute their PPAs. Do you know, you talked about CPRE projects that bid into the 2023 solar procurement. Do you know whether those 3 projects that that I just referred to in the 2022 solar procurement bid into the 2023? Do you have that information yet, I should say?
I don't. I'm not 100% positive of the answer off the top of my head, so I would be afraid I would tell you the wrong thing. I'd prefer to double check if that's all right.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And then I wanted to understand if there's any correlation or relation between the Commission's approval of the Red Zone Expansion Plan and the 2022 Carbon Plan Order and projects that are have terminated their PPAs or not moving forward. Is there anything that we should be drawing from approving the RZEP and projects that have terminated PPAs? Anything is there any reason that they're related?
Not to my knowledge. The RZEP projects are all moving forward on a fairly fast timeline. And so because they have pretty early completion dates, that would not be one of the drivers for a later COD. That's actually a very helpful factor in getting more solar online faster. So I certainly wouldn't draw a correlation between any terminations happening due to red zone upgrades. I think RZEP is helping.
Or because of RZEP being approved, would there be any incentive for a project to terminate its PPA that would not be able to benefit from the RZEP and then bid into a different procurement, if that makes sense? Have you seen that happening, I should say?
So do you mean if a project had been evaluated before RZEP was approved, they thought they were paying for a portion of this, they dropped out and then would come back because now the cost is being paid for differently? Is that?
Yeah, that's the question.
I do not know of any examples where that has happened. I think we would have to dig a little bit deeper in history just to double check what projects had been flagged, but it's my understanding that the RZEP projects were not being borne by generators. And that was part of the problem and the impetus to move those forward, that we kept seeing projects not move forward because of it. So if they had been selected, they would have been tagged with the RZEP upgrade or allocated that cost, and it wouldn't have been part of RZEP.
I think that's a rather sophisticated determination analysis for a developer to figure out if were my RZEP or my network upgrade costs better or worse right before RZEP. I think that's rather challenging to figure out. And then to Mark's point, as those earlier CPIRP projects were awarded, they knew what the network upgrades were at the time. And so they baked them into their economics. So there's other non-interconnection related drivers that are going on with those projects to ability to meet their PPA terms and get them fully developed.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then one of the recommendations, a mitigation recommendation to reduce terminations is to include in the non-economic score whether a bidder has a history of past terminations. Are you referring to the individual facility or to the parent solar company that would be considered?
I think it was the parent solar company. Does that sound right? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
There was one other thing that I just wanted to mention with the terminations. There is also, there are liquidated damages associated with that. And so, that is hopefully a driver to keep projects moving forward, to take advantage of RZEP in that particular way. They're also sacrificing those liquidated damages in the process. So,
Right, and so I did have one more question because that reminds me. So in CCBA's information, they stated that the recent increased liquidated damages will further deter terminations. Does Duke believe that the current liquidated damages amount is sufficient to deter those terminations?
there are things that happen that we can't necessarily foresee or overcome. I think permitting can be one of those challenges. And so it doesn't matter how high your liquidated damages are. If you can't get a permit, you can't get a permit. So I hope that our liquidated damages are sufficient to deter projects from shopping around and from accepting a PPA, terminating, and then shopping for a new PPA. But of course, there will always be events that occur that are really outside of anyone's control and might end a project.
They certainly help to incentivize projects, address some of those risks earlier in the process, such as permitting. So it encourages projects to go secure their county permits before they bid into the RFP or during that phase one. So hopefully by that time, if they get an award, it's no longer risk on the table. Certainly encourages that type of approach.
This is not really a question, it's just a thought. With respect to slide 15, we were talking about, you look at the history of past terminations. Just in this mitigation option, think about how that interplays with the new final rule regarding long-term transmission planning. And how a potential rejection or termination at a local level may or may not affect that long-term transmission planning analysis as well. I don't need a response. I was just letting you know.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
I was just wondering if you were thinking specifically around the bidder's past terminations or around the permitting and moratorium risk?
The past terminations and how you're using that in your current process.
Okay.
Okay, just a few questions on the provisional service. Does Duke, either of the operating companies, have experience with allowing provisional service?
There have been very few projects that have been interested in provisional service historically. So this is part of the reason that the FERC filing has taken a little bit longer than we thought, because we are incorporating a lot of the details of the process into this FERC filing. It's my understanding it's actually not used very often across the country. So
has it never been used in DEC or DEP?
As far as I know, it has been a provisional service study has been requested, but then it was not implemented.
Okay.
And this is part of the reason that we are looking to implement provisional service for the 2022 cluster to start and make sure we understand the implications of how this will work, how it will affect interconnecting customers before we open it up widely to every cluster.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right now, the proposal would be just to limit it to those that come out of 2020.
Exactly, to
I
start with
understand. Okay, thank you. And the, I'll just leave it alone. Ms. Farver, one of the things that you indicated that, that you all were hopeful that you'd see a reduction in time to COD, and that hasn't materialized yet. I'm assuming that's because projects coming out of the interconnection process are still seeing the same amount of time to achieve COD. Is that what you meant?
I think I was referring to the 2022 DEC. And so when we were in the midst of phase 2, we still didn't know which phase 2 projects were going to choose to move forward and which were not. And there was a lot of movement still in the cluster process. So we actually had a phase 3 study with the 2022 DEC interconnection process. So because there was so much movement, because there was a cluster that had both RFP projects and non-RFP projects together, that just made it even more complex, and trying to assess the risks of those timelines was very difficult to incorporate in 2022. By having a resource solicitation cluster, now we have the isolated group of RFP projects so that they're really just primarily interacting with each other. And that helps us give a better understanding of what to expect with those network upgrades.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I misunderstood you when you said, because I interpreted your comments to mean that the time to place a project in service under the terms of the interconnection agreement, you all were hoping to see that reduced, but that's not what you meant. Is that?
I think that's fair. I was
Okay.
referring specifically to the 22.
Okay. All right. Thank you I'm glad we cleared that up. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think that's all that we have. Oh, okay, well, let's go. Okay, Commissioner Duffley and then Commissioner Hughes.
And mine's just a follow-up, Commissioner Hughes, to one of her questions regarding the provisional service. You mentioned you're refining the existing FERC process, and you'd be making a filing at this commission for the state interconnection process. But with the existing FERC process, what is that process established, and how are you refining it?
I'll answer at a high level because there are other subject matter experts on this topic, but it's my understanding that there was not a lot of detail provided in the current FERC LGIP or LGIA. And so a lot of the process was in a business practice manual, and it seemed appropriate based on what we've seen with other utilities filing with FERC around provisional service that more of that information should be in the actual LGIP. And so that's what we've been working on, kind of finalizing and solidifying that, and also converting it to a cluster framework. Because when provisional service was established, it really was established for a serial interconnection study process. And so we want to make sure that we're creating something that's appropriate for a cluster study world. And it doesn't seem that there are very many utilities that have had to deal with that transition yet.
Okay, thank you. And are you going to be making these requests to FERC and the state and this commission at the same time? Or are you doing one versus the other? Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to do it contemporaneously.
Thank you.
So.
Can I just get some follow-up clarification? You had mentioned, I think, shopping around as one of the things that increasing liquidated damages might stop. I'm just curious, when you say shopping around, is that between different RFPs mostly, like they were, because we had changing rules, and considering that we're going to have hopefully more consistent framework moving forward, that would naturally stop? Or is there still shopping around with, I don't know, merchant plant, or what kind of shopping around are you concerned about moving forward?
Well, there's always an opportunity for a standard or negotiated PIRPA contract. But it could also be among RFP cycles. And so, if someone bid very aggressively in an earlier procurement cycle, and then it might be on the fence about whether those economics would still work for them, I wouldn't want to encourage them to terminate the earlier lower cost PPA just to come back and participate in a later cycle at a higher price. So I think that the liquidated damages help to disincentivize that kind of action.
Okay, so it's mostly jumping from, in the past so far, it's been mostly jumping from round, not from.
I think so. I don't know if there have been any standard or negotiated offer contracts that have then moved to the RFP. I think there's a provision in the contract that we're not required to take a terminated contract at a higher price. I don't have the PPA before me, so I don't want to misquote it. but-
That's fine. It's just that helps. Thanks.
Or, at this point in time, are there any solar projects that are seeking to enter into a negotiated contract with the utilities as a QF?
I believe there are projects.
And what is the PPA term? What is is it a 5-year term?
That's right. In North Carolina, it's a 5-year term, and in South Carolina, a 10-year term.
Okay, so are there projects entering into PPAs with the utilities in North Carolina at a 5-year term?
As far as I know, there are a few that have shown interest in that. I don't know how many have executed. I'd have to double check the numbers.
Okay. Well, that would be helpful to know. Could you provide a follow-up, letting us know how many requests for a negotiated contract that the utilities have received, the term and the jurisdiction? I mean, the jurisdiction, just, you know what, and you can file it confidentially if necessary. It would also be helpful to know if these are projects that participated in an RFP that then came out of an RFP for one reason or another and elected to negotiate a contract with the utility.
And maybe one additional data point would be those projects that are in the interconnection process that have identified their readiness is based on moving forward as a QF, but haven't made a commitment to do so yet. That is probably the more significant number at this point than anyone who's actually signed a PPA or submitted a notice of commitment form, I would expect.
But help me understand that though, in terms, or Ms. Farver, somebody help me understand that. I mean, are you telling me that they're just electing to go? Well,
In the early phases of the DICES process, you can establish readiness without signing a PPA. So you can have a essentially a notice of commitment or an indicia to proceed. I think it may even be optional at phase 1, but required at the phase 2 of the DICES study. And so you don't have to sign a PPA until you're later in the process of facility stage. It's not a lot of projects, but there are some that have progressed down that path, and it's more prevalent in South Carolina where you have a 10-year
understood
term contract available.
So is that though just to get through to stay in the interconnection process, or is there some sort of, I mean, is the contract negotiation process binding at that point? I mean, or is that an actual intent to enter into a contract? Is my question.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you'll have some solar developers who are probably better suited to express their commercial objectives.
Not to put you on the stand, Mr. Bryforth.
No, yeah.
Just if there's anything y'all can say in response to my questions, that would be helpful.
So I do know in the 2022 cluster, there were some projects that were not selected as winners that chose to stay in the interconnection process. And so I believe the way they met readiness was by providing that notice of commitment form. And so indicating that they were going to sign a standard PPA.
So only a notice of commitment form.
I
So
believe that's
establishing
that
their.
step
Okay.
at phase
One
2.
One potential hypothesis of why they would want to stay in the queue is perhaps if they're pursuing the green source advantage offtake, just to buy time while they're trying to secure that offtake.
Okay. So I should not assume then that there's an earnest intent to pursue a 5-year contract, and that at this day and on this date and this time, given the market conditions, one could finance a solar facility on a 5-year contract in North Carolina. I mean, if that's the case, why are we offering a 25-year term? That's where my mind is going.
Sure.
So somebody help me work through that.
My impression is that it's usually used as an option to kind of keep the project alive.
Okay.
And we have received numerous questions about the RFP about, would you be willing to take projects with an interconnection agreement from the 2022 cluster? And we've deliberately said no, we're only taking projects that are in the resource solicitation cluster or have an interconnection agreement from the serial process, because we want to disincentivize that.
Okay.
We want to disincentivize getting all the way to IA and then figuring out what PPA you want to take.
Okay. And it's material, and is it material that a project could finance on a 5-year term versus a longer term, as we've heard is necessary in order to secure sufficient financing to build one of these projects?
I would imagine it's difficult for a 5-year term, but I probably am not the best person to.
Okay, I mean, I understand you're not the solar developer, but is that should not that be a material point discussed in the context of the RFP?
Well, I think having this rule that you can only participate if you're in the resource solicitation cluster or have a very old IA from the serial process, I think that is an important boundary to set, so that we continue to send that message that we don't want projects to just go to IA and then contract shop. But as far as what a project's true intent is, we as the utility don't really have a say in what they present to us. The interconnection requirements are what they are.
Okay.
I hesitate to share more, but I think Ms. Farber highlighted at the beginning that all QF projects have the right to sell at a 5-year term. And so that's minimally required by federal laws implemented by the commission. But the RFPs under 951 give these projects the optionality to also deliver capacity and energy and environmental attributes and be a curtailable resource, potentially with storage added. So a lot more value to the company to operate the facility, a lot more value to customers. So the company's minimally meeting the purple requirements consistent with North Carolina law. And these longer term contracts are providing additional value to the system as the company plans to implement House Bill 951. So,
I understand that. I get that. Understood. Thank you for clarifying that. Just wanted to make sure that as we're thinking about length of contract term, that we hit the right spot. And I'll ask others that are here today to help me work through that issue. Okay, let's see. Any more questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Y'all may step down, and we will go next to CC, but you're next. We have the public staff going last. Did you want to go second? Is that what y'all agreed on?
That is what we had agreed on, but we're
Okay.
happy to go.
Go ahead. Go ahead then. I don't know. My notes say last. So y'all go ahead. I didn't mean to disrupt your order.
So the public staff calls Jeff Thomas and Dustin Metz to the stand.
Good afternoon, in case you've forgotten.
Hello again.
All right. Good afternoon, gentlemen. You all may take it away.
Sure. So my name is Jeff Thomas, and with me Dustin Metz from the Energy Division, and we're going to focus a little bit here on items 2 and 3 from the Commission's order. We provided some information regarding the CPRE dropout rates and the petition to close the CPRE program docket. And just want to note that a lot of what we have here was pretty well covered by Duke's group, but there's a few other aspects, so kind of highlight those. So obviously, as the Duke witnesses kind of discussed, there's a lot of different reasons for project attrition. Can't obtain the land or prices go up, but the root cause that has kind of been suggested by some of the developers is simply time from when you bid in your project and you're locked into a certain price, and the time when you start to buy materials and hire construction crews and spend those dollars for construction. And some of this is driven in part by lead times for transmission upgrades and interconnection facilities, as we'll get into on the next slide. And then these delays obviously can expose to significant cost increases if costs change beyond what you project them to change during that time period. Developers also, they've got to front the costs for many of these transmission upgrades, putting even more exposure on them for some of these costs. So particularly CPRE, CPRE Tranche 2 in particular was a poster child for this impact. The bidding windows closed in March 2020. That's when prices for those projects were locked in. 2021 through 2022 saw the COVID pandemic have dramatic impact on supply chains. Construction inflation by some measures increased at 4 to 5 times general inflation, 30% over a matter of years, which caused some of the EPC contracts that these developers were using to skyrocket. And then the invasion of Ukraine further exacerbated a lot of this with fuel. And so that resulted in CPRE Tranche 2. Over 60% of those projects withdrew almost immediately following this in 2022 and 2023, paying millions, tens of millions of dollars in liquidated damages, which was all refunded to customers through the CPRE rider. And then solar tariffs, other changes to the system that were unforeseen or couldn't be predicted at the time the bids were locked in. So talking a little bit about transmission upgrades. So I have here, moving from DICES. So this shows you kind of this chart here is showing you the transmission lead times for the network upgrade projects identified in each cluster. So you can see the 2022 DICES was the largest cluster. It had the widest variety and range of lead times. The blue block shows you the middle kind of half, and then the bars are bounded by the upper quartile and the lower quartile. So we had projects with 90-month lead times in the 2022 DICES. A lot of that was, you want to add a little bit of context there?
I think it's covered in the bullet point down on the left. There was some Bad Creek 2 expansions that, so a Duke project that triggered upgrades on the nominal 500 kV to 230 kV upgrades. So these projects were essentially contingent or in step with those planned outages.
And I think, of this DICES cluster, this phase 3, only about 43% of the projects in there were solar projects. And so I think that the shift towards moving these projects, the evaluation into resource solicitation clusters has been very helpful in winnowing down the projects and minimizing both the flux and change that occurs within the solar procurement as projects are awarded to go on or withdraw or decide to continue, versus the DICES, which includes natural gas, Duke Energy's own requests, EMC's requests, and as Mr. Metz discussed, the Bad Creek upgrade. And then many of the upgrades that are triggered in the 2022 DICES are considered contingent facilities for later clusters, further kind of intertwining these groups. And a delay in an upgrade related to the 2022 DICES can have an impact on the 2023 DICES or the 2023 resource solicitation cluster. So we'll cover this a little bit, but really there's, because of this time delay and this extensive time to connect, there's really kind of two approaches you can take to address some of the symptoms. You can try to revise interconnection procedures to more quickly evaluate and connect these projects or allow them to provide some provisional service, or you can help adjust the price and account for these delays and the impact on price. So Duke, I think, went over pretty well provisional service and something that we're looking at for 2022. Some of we still have some questions about it. We also, we want to also make sure that whatever lessons that we learn in the 2022 DICES, if provisional service is approved, that we have time to reflect on them, evaluate whether they were successful, in time to implement them in the 2023 and 2024 DICES, because each of these cycles is only a year behind one another. And so it's sometimes hard to stop and evaluate, was this a success? Should we do this for the next cycle or not? And so that's one thing that we're really kind of trying to figure out how to evaluate upfront. Another way, you could theoretically, there's some leeway for projects that need a particular upgrade to pool their resources and pay to accelerate the upgrades. But the cluster study process kind of complicates that because all of the projects have to agree to those higher costs, and then you have to work out how that impacts downstream projects.
And if I can add on provisional service, I think the conversation needs to be had with the system operators on what's the magnitude of projects that we're talking about provisional service. If it's just, again, generally, if it's just 1, 2, or 3 projects, I can't speak for the system operators, but that'd be may be more manageable to evaluate and track. However, if we start talking about 20, 30, 40 projects, 75, 100 megawatts, et cetera, system operators need to come to the table and be part of this conversation.
And that, on that note, the distributed energy resource dispatch tool that is being rolled out across Duke's territories and is part of the multi-year rate plan should give Duke some ability to manage and really discreetly control these distributed transmission connected resources. But how that will interface and interplay with provisional service is kind of yet to be determined.
Mr. Metz, I'm just going to interrupt. Can you say that, say your point again? What is the size limit at which you start to have concern?
It's just not it's not necessarily about the size limit. It's about the magnitude of total projects and magnitude of total megawatts that system operators will have to balance in every given day throughout the entire year on a non-firm basis as they manage other aspects of the overall electrical system.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you.
And then finally, as kind of detailed in Mr. Metz's testimony, the carbon plan, right? So using transmission planning processes to look at, what kind of projects do we have coming down the pipeline from the approved carbon order or the carbon plan order? How do we bake that into a public policy request to understand those upgrades that can expedite the interconnection of these resources and reduce costs to ratepayers by not attacking these upgrades piecemeal and doing kind of proposing holistic transmission system upgrades to facilitate these resources at least cost? That's also all stuff that we'd like to see to continue to do and improve upon. Okay, and then finally, so our last slide here, just going through some other discussions that we've had over the stakeholder conferences about these RFPs. So the 2022 and 2023 RFPs required kind of a one-time downward only price adjustment. A lot of that was to take into account uncertainty about the IRA, certain tax credits, the solar tariffs and how that would play out. And the downward only price adjustment was to allow for protection of ratepayers and integrity of the RFP. So making sure that certain projects wouldn't bid in initially low and then on the refresh increase their price and then make it more likely that ratepayers might overpay for solar. So there's been a lot of discussions about that price and that refresh, including discussions of tying it to kind of a neutral index, as Maura Farber was talking about. It's often used in very long lead time offshore wind bids where a certain proportion of the bid price is pegged to, say, a steel index and construction cost indices that are publicly reported by authoritative agents. One of the big problems here is that for solar projects, they should have a shorter timeline, but also you need a way to capture price declines, particularly module prices. And so that was one particular sticking point in our discussion, was that there was not a necessarily agreed upon solar module price index that could potentially result in price reductions if that index was followed to allow ratepayers to capture those savings.
And if I may, if tying a little bit, being forward looking with this approach and looking at CPIRP, to the extent if we try to integrate more generation resources in the system on larger volumes, it's a higher probability that you're going to need longer transmission upgrades or new greenfield transmission upgrades. So just trying to identify to say there may be a point in time if interconnection is, say, a 7-year process. Now we're exposing potential risk to developers trying to integrate, and there may be a different approach than what we do today to address that uncertainty. Again, from a hypothetical standpoint, not trying to state that transmission upgrades are going to take 7 years, but.
And finally, the last item is, as discussed by Duke and in the 2024 RFP proposal, is to allow the adjustment of the transmission cost adder to allow for some level of interest. Kind of the first time we're trying it to address one of those pain points for developers. Ultimately, the public staff wants to make sure that we are procuring these resources at a competitive price that can provide ratepayer benefits into the future, but that also that we provide, an RFP structure and framework that fairly evaluates these projects and allows developers a fair opportunity to build these projects, and bring them in service in North Carolina. So, kind of trying to balance a lot of this to make sure ratepayers are not overpaying for this resource, and that we can get very competitive bids connected to the system in a timely manner.
All right, thank you, guys. Let me see if there are questions for you from commissioners. Commissioner Duffy, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up with you about your public policy request in the local transmission planning process. And I think we all want, the most holistic, least cost transmission build out. But are you also, is it limited to the local transmission planning process? Or are you also looking at making these public policy request studies in the CERTEP as well?
We do attend the CERT meetings, and it'll be likely that additional policy requests will need to be made in the CERT TP process.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question I forgot to ask, Duke, so maybe you can answer it. As we move into a world that has a lot more solar plus storage projects, seems like a lot of our learnings have been based on just dabbling in that area. What's your kind of prognosis for moving forward when we have a lot more solar and storage for everything we've been talking about this afternoon?
Yeah, take a stab, and maybe Mr. Metz can add, but I think you present a good point, and I think we've thought about this a lot, particularly in the evaluation process, right? So in the past, we've kind of had here's $1 per megawatt hour bid for the solar project, and we'll just kind of rank you based on that. But with solar and storage, it's much more complicated. The way that Duke has kind of handled this so far is they say you're going to get a fixed price for the energy, and then you bid in a capacity price for your storage, and that's what we'll evaluate you on. But that requires that the bids all be relatively similar. And so that's why these RFPs have been 35 to 40% of the nameplate solar capacity is storage. And it's all 4-hour duration. And so you have an equal playing field of these projects, and then you can just kind of look at, okay, what's the capacity price and evaluate them on that basis. But I think it's going to get more complicated, right? Our modeling shows that there's some need for even 6 and even 8-hour batteries and capacity, storage capacity that is 50% or even 75% of the nameplate solar capacity, and that complicates things. So on the evaluation side, it's going to mean potentially some modeling. I was looking recently at a evaluation for Duke Energy Dominion Energy South Carolina in South Carolina, where they essentially, it was all source procurement, and the most competitive bids within technology classes were kind of selected, kind of creating like a short list. And then those projects were modeled in kind of I think it was ProSim, an energy modeling software, to determine what is the most optimal selection of projects within this, competitive rarefied tier. And so we may need to explore some of that, not for the 2024 RFP, but I think our suggestion, if our carbon plan kind of recommendations are enacted, is the 2025, 2026 RFP might be a little bit more complex and need a more robust evaluation process. So we can bring in projects. Maybe a certain project is ideal for large levels of storage because of where it's located. You wouldn't want to artificially limit that project to only 35% of its nameplate, because there could be a much larger benefit there. And on the same angle, there might be a project that really doesn't need 35%. Maybe it needs a smaller percentage, but a much longer duration. And so there's a lot of benefit there that has to be evaluated, and it's hard to do that just putting the projects side by side.
And I'll just add another context, maybe going a little bit beyond the Commissioner Hughes question. There'd be one reason not to just do all projects to be solar plus storage. There is still value, notably in the DEC service territory, for them to grow into their solar to the penetration levels where DEP exists. So mixing concepts a little bit of going to where we're at in the CPIRP, that it could be potentially that in one service territory, we need more battery storage to complement its resources. And then while a different service territory and its respective body of ratepayers could just continue to have standalone solar.
Fascinating. I mean, we don't have really geographic oriented like sub RFP classes. So for what I'm hearing you say, that might be something we talk about in the future. I mean, I guess we have the red zone, but.
I mean, I think in part we already are trying to establish that when we set the minimum target levels. But at the same token, we try to put in additional guardrails to say you just can't procure at all cost, that we need a volume adjustment mechanism or a target depth adjustment like mechanism to ensure that we have a robust enough bid process to get a good evaluation of projects.
Okay, question for y'all. Did you hear my questions to Duke about the QF interest in North Carolina? And those may have been really confusing questions. And so I apologize if I was just, if I was less than clear. My question is, are y'all aware of whether there is interest in QF contracts in North Carolina at this time?
My understanding is that that is essentially non-existent. I look at some of the interconnection reports and the queues. I don't see a lot of solar that's connecting through the QF process that isn't net metered. Duke may know more, but the saga of the 2 to 5 megawatt facility kind of interconnecting on the distribution system seems to largely be drying up. Some of the data I looked at for Duke show that those installations have essentially dropped to nothing as of 2023, the end of 2023.
Okay, but larger projects, you're not aware of interest by larger projects that to go under contract through a PIRPA contract versus contracting with Duke through an RFP?
I have not. It may be that the RFP, because of the existence of the RFP, they don't feel the need to go through that, but I don't see a lot of losing RFP 70 megawatt projects start signing 5-year PPAs. They just bid into the next RFP.
Okay, that's fair. That I recall reading, and this is going to be a really dangerous question because I don't remember the docket in which I read it and what I was reading. I just remember reading it in talking about capacity transmission capacity that will be created by this process that we're calling the red zone process or the red zone projects, that there was a risk. And I'm thinking now it had to do with the shadow cost phenomenon, but there was a risk that the capacity that was being created with these red zone projects could be utilized by projects that weren't necessarily winning bidders from the RFP. Do y'all remember that concern being expressed somewhere?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, sure. I believe that concern was largely around EMP, so merchant generators that might be shipping their power up to, say, PJM. But whether you are procured from one of these solar procurements, or whether you sign a contract with Duke under PIRPA, or whether you sign a contract with Duke and a large customer through GSA, your electrons are serving Duke load and they're contributing towards 951 and the carbon constraint. And so in that sense, if these transmission upgrades are being built to ensure reliability as we have these resources, I would say that they're being adequately used. But if there's a large solar project that's got firm point to point right along a new RZEP project and they're shipping it to SPP, well, unfortunately, that's capacity that can't benefit Duke ratepayers anymore. So I think that was
let me make sure I understand, Mr. Thomas, then I'll ask for your response. So Mr. Thomas, are you saying that, let's say a QF did interconnect, a QF's interconnection took advantage of transmission capacity created by one of these red zone projects? You don't have concern about that because those electrons are going towards serving Duke's customers' needs, benefiting Duke's customers.
If they have a PIRPA contract
Right,
with Duke.
assuming there's a PIRPA contract.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any reason to be concerned about the possibility of ratepayers not getting as good of a deal if those electrons are coming from a QF contract versus an RFP?
Ms. Metz may have something to add, but I think that all else equal, I think that the dollar per megawatt avoided cost rate for a 5-year contract is probably lower than the 25-year weighted average bid price from the competitive procurements. But that's not a competitive process. They just take that rate and that's what they get for 5 years, and then they have to renegotiate every 5 years. So I guess there's a lot of soft costs that are kind of associated with that, and it's uncertainty around what that avoided cost rate will be in the future and whether ratepayers might ultimately end up worse off. But generally, I think it's probably better for the competitive.
Are ratepayers getting a better deal with the QF contracts? Taking into account Mr. Bryfort's comments about, the RFP, the contract that comes out of the RFP includes attributes beyond just the energy and the capacity, and I get that, and rights. Duke has rights related to the operation of those facilities that it might not have in the QF context. But
I think it's a matter of time of when you snap that chalk line. That today, 5-year QF rates may be lower than the 25-year rate, but 2 years from now, it could be the inverse.
It's really hard to say. I
Okay.
would say. Yeah.
All right. Well, I asked the question. Maybe y'all will think about it.
Okay.
Okay. And Mr. Metz, did you want to say, I cut you off so that I could hear, so that I could clarify. So
On the potential discussion and on transmission and whether or not it should be for purposes of 951 or merchant power plants, I just want to add context. The transmission resources are a system resource and based upon and allocated on NC retail, South Carolina retail, and wholesale. So to the extent if a transmission resource is built but for a designation of North Carolina needs, I would add caution because that would mean that North Carolina would essentially be paying for
I understand.
100% of that resource.
I understand. I got that. Thank you for that point. But remind me, I mean, in the carbon plan, initial carbon plan proceeding, the public staff supported the development of the red zone projects, isn't that, or the use of the sort of red zone project planning approach? Is that correct?
For point of clarification, are we talking about the inclusion of the shadow cost for
No,
purposes of
not
ranking?
shadow cost.
Okay.
Just this idea of kind of planning in advance.
Generally, the public staff would supported proactive transmission planning upgrade. There were specific projects which we had disagreement, but there was a whole set of conditions and other items discussed in full context of the docket.
And can you help me, can you remind me why the public staff supported? I recognize that there were conditions on the public staff support, and the record is clear in that docket, but just remind me why.
So generally, solar generation was an economic resource that was going to be in North Carolina's future prior to 951. And it was seen that this potential area in which solar developers would continue to flock to, for lack of a better word, regardless of the best signal saying don't locate in this area because it has high transmission costs, they would continue to site there. So in order to facilitate the integration of this economic resource and the lead times associated with the potential red zone, we agreed or recommended that these subset of projects move forward because that was in the interest of ratepayers and serving North Carolina, South Carolina load at reasonable cost.
And I think if I can just add, I mean, I think just from a basic perspective, I think we all can appreciate that if the only way we ever build out our transmission system is by reacting to the generators that want to interconnect, you are going to get a very piecemeal approach. And some of our concerns really in some of the earlier dockets about RZEP was that we would, without this kind of proactive way, we'd build a line to interconnect a project, and then we'd have to rebuild it in 5 years or 10 years before the end of its life. And so I think while we may not see completely eye to eye on the process by which Duke has identified the RZEP projects in particular, and Mr. Metz talks about more holistic strategies, and FERC Order 1920 talks about minimum 20-year timelines and benefits, and the cases have to be studied. I think looking at the system, we know where we're going. The portfolios may have slight deviations between them, but in general, we're adding a lot of these resources, a lot of almost every resource, and the specific location where it goes will help determine the transmission upgrades needed, but we can figure out or try to figure out what those upgrades are and be more orderly about the transition, which should save ratepayers money.
And as a data point, the recent public policy request that the public staff submitted looked at the evaluation of 12 or 12.5 gigawatts of solar interconnection. Based upon those study results, we did not cause upgrades on the upgrades. The RZEP 1.0 projects did not get re-triggered for additional. Again, that's 12.5 gigawatts of additional solar generation. Now we need to go further.
Okay, North Carolina solar, or
it'd be system solar, be North and South Carolina solar based upon the same methodology that was used for the Red Zone 1.0 upgrades, and where those generation resources were aggregated across both DEP, North and South Carolina, and DEC, North and South Carolina.
Okay, thank you all for your responses. Any additional questions? Go ahead.
So I got a question about the provisional service and the public staff's position. I know that provisional service is not before the commission right now. And if it would be something that would be, an application would come before the commission to either have a waiver or to amend the interconnection procedure. So it's not something that we're considering at this point. But I noticed public staff's comment about your concern about it being complex and repeated studies. And can you just help me understand that? Because so it would be additional interconnection studies, but are you contemplating, or is what's being contemplated, you would interconnect and provide service at less than nameplate capacity for some period of time, and then at full PPA nameplate capacity, but it would not be different incremental amounts that would require multiple interconnection studies. So my understanding is it would be an initial interconnection study at a lesser amount, and then the interconnection study that would be at the full amount. Is that what's being proposed? And help me to understand your concerns about the interconnection studies.
You want to start, and I'll follow up more of the nuances of the study process.
Yeah, so.
And I don't want to get too down in the weeds in this because I know it's
I'll
not
try
before
to
us, but if
keep
you
it-
could do it very simply.
So the way that it's, like you said, nothing's before the commission right now. We're kind of working, I think, to evaluate how that looks. But if you look at the FERC procedure, it's, if you want interconnection, you've been assigned some upgrades, or you're interconnecting, you request provisional. Either Duke uses the study that they've already done on you, or if they need to do additional study, they'll study you additionally right then and there. And there's a timeline for returning that. And that might give you a number. So maybe you're an 80 megawatt facility, and they come back and say, well, we can only interconnect right now until these upgrades are finished 50 megawatts. But then there's a provision within the service that you can be restudied at least every year. So to my knowledge right now, there's not a provision there to kind of continually refresh it. You get a number once. I don't know, and then you can be curtailed, and you may be curtailed first even below that 50. But then you may request study again in another year, and maybe a prior queue generator or even a later queue generator has come online fully, or different upgrades have completed, and you might get restudied, and maybe now it's only 40, or maybe now it's 75. And that continues until that final upgrade is placed in service, at which point, theoretically, you move off of your provisional service guarantee, your agreement, and then you have to figure out how you revise the PPA as well, because you may be getting paid less. There's different capacity test results or performance guarantees related to that revised number. So there may be some revisions on that PPA. And is that in addition to does your full PPA start after you are complete with your upgrades, or does it start when you start taking provisional service? There's some disagreement there. So that's what I think we kind of try to summarize when we said it's complex.
Thank you. And again, I know we're going to have this potentially coming before, so that's very helpful. Thank you. And I think that's enough to answer my question.
All right, Commissioner McKissick, go ahead.
Let me follow up first on this question raised about provisional service, because I mean, it sounds like Duke did a study on it. It never went anywhere, and it's just being contemplated as a way that could help developers. It sounds like public staff is very reluctant to even go down that path. So, I mean, do you believe the concept even possesses intrinsic merit, for lack of a better way of putting it? Or do you see the challenges being so much greater that it really does not look as if would be something that's worthy of serious evaluation?
So I can start off with, first, I can't speculate for the solar developers, but referencing the current LGIA and LGIP allows this concept of firm NRES and provisional service, for lack of a better word, ERES. So that aspect already exists. I think not speaking for Mr. Thomas, but from an operations standpoint, I just think there is concern of how many provisional services do we grant over what time period? And at some point that may become unmanageable. And Mr. Thomas may be able to add on to given that complexity, how will solar developers know what cost recovery they'll get with the provisional service?
Yeah, I think it does have value. I think the devil's in the details. But you know, the added complexities, as Mr. Matt's kind of detailed, do create some friction points. But ultimately, you know, if this can provide a way to keep bidders and these projects in the competitive procurements without forcing them to withdraw, while also providing kind of this low cost, kind of competitive energy to ratepayers that might displace or reduce hedge the volatility of natural gas in times of system need, right? I mean, those are benefits that's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. If we can get rid of these dropouts and stop having these failures in our competitive procurement. So I think that obviously we're going to have to pay close attention to how it's done. It's being expanded to the state jurisdictional because this is mostly going to be for PPA projects. I
Right.
don't know that a lot of utility ownership projects will partake in provisional service, but if it's an avenue that helps, love to see it. But I also, we'll have to see if the solar developers see value in it, because ultimately that's going to be the decision and the economic analysis that decides whether or not they apply for it.
That makes sense. That provides some clarity. That's helpful. And then secondly, I mean, you talk about pegging bid prices to an index will allow upward or downward adjustments based upon publicly available information. But what would those factors actually be? I mean, have you tried to identify what those most significant ones are that would trigger cost in ways that would make a project viable or not? And likewise, if you've done so, have you actually gone back to say, what if? All right, if we had that type of policy in place previously, what would the economic impact or difference might have been related to projects, particularly those that have fallen out or did not, you know what I mean, where the developers just pulled them?
So I can say we have not done that analysis. I think when we were in the stakeholder groups discussing the index, there were a few groups that presented an example of what they do in the offshore wind. So with that, you have a certain project, certain portion is fixed, so it can't be adjusted. Then the remainder is adjusted. So first you have to decide that, and then you have to decide, you know, things like concrete and steel, certain labor costs, regional labor costs might be incorporated. But it was really those kind of big basic drivers where I can go to a commodity market and say, yeah, I can see what the price of US steel is in this point in time and follow it along. So we didn't really get far enough. There were too many kind of complications that came up. I think I mentioned the module thing, right? That is one aspect. The price of steel and concrete might go up, but if module prices go down, that's also a significant cost driver in these projects. And without an index for that, you have no way to capture the downside, which you need, right? If you're only capturing the upside, that's going to cost ratepayers, you know, potentially millions of dollars over the long run. So we wanted to make sure there was that. And so there were just too many complications for the 2024. So I don't know that we went as deep into it as we all would have liked, but hoping that we don't need it, that we can account for this by some of these measures we're taking, but we'll probably be doing this annual procurement process for some time. So hopefully we'll get better at it over time and address those pinch points when they come up. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Thomas echoed correctly. I would look to the solar developer community to give more context on what inflationary pressures drive. I mean, I think from my construction background, as Mr. Thomas talked about, steel, concrete, I would add in copper as well as any other general or earth metals that are needed for the construction of the overall projects.
Well, that's helpful to know. I was just wondering, I mean, I've heard discussion of the concept. I just didn't know how far people would drill down into the details to really know, you know, what impact it might make relating to a specific proposal, or if anybody gone back and even looked to say, what if, you know, based upon a prior project that did not remain viable because of the economics that were involved. So it's helpful to at least understand how far work has gone on this, but it sounds like there's a long way to go, and hopefully other makers will address the attrition issue. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, last question for you all, and then we'll let you sit back down. So we heard this morning, I think it was, about the public staff's proposal, sort of near-term proposal on solar. You're at 6,700 by the year 2031. Duke's at roughly 65 by 2031. It's a lot of solar that we've got to get online in not that many years, particularly when we take into account, the time that it takes to get these network upgrades constructed and placed into service. At what point do you all become, and we've talked today and heard from Duke about some of the refinements that have been made in the 24 procurement, are there, that have been proposed and under discussion to address the attrition. But at what point do we become concerned about the pace of solar coming online and being placed into service? I mean, because obviously if the solar isn't showing up, then we've got to build something else to serve, to ensure that our needs are being met. So give this body some guidance on when we need to become concerned or, anxious that, we're running into a problem.
Sure. So I'll start. It's certainly a blurry line. I'll say that. So in my testimony in the carbon plan, some of the earlier compliance in 2030 and 2032 required over 4 gigawatts of solar connected in Duke system each year. I can say pretty assuredly that that is impossible at this point in time. Only one state has ever beat 4 gigawatts in a year, and that was Texas. Even California hasn't gotten there through 2023, very close. But so I look at the relative size of Texas and the size of Duke's territories, and I say it's probably not going to happen 4 gigawatts. 2 gigawatts, I think some of our plans kind of call for 2 gigawatts. I think if we continue to kind of do what we're doing without creative solutions, I think that is a big challenge. I think Duke's right now we're targeting, I think 1,400 give or take in the 2024. So I think we can do better than that, but I think that in the near term, that's when our need is really great. If you kind of look at the trajectory of solar additions, it's like as much as possible in these early 2030s, and then it kind of, much like all the other resources, drops off and there's a little less. It's still being added, but it's a little less frenetic. And so that's why some of these additions that we've called for that might be more like one-time assistance, right? So repowering QFs, I think I put in my testimony that if only 25% of them repowered with more efficient panels and storage, that could be almost a gigawatt of capacity right there. Putting solar and storage and taking advantage of spare capacity at a CT site, it's not going to give you any additional resource capacity, right? You're not going to increase the output at that point beyond the CT, but you have a lot more solar energy that's potentially being injected there and without needing large transmission upgrades and the timelines that they propose. So I think we're trying to kind of say now 1,500, 1,400 might be reasonable with what we're doing, but we can get higher with these kind of creative solutions, at least in the short term. But we know where that line is, and it's somewhere north of where we are and somewhere around that, once you start getting north of some of the numbers in our testimony, it gets to be a little difficult.
Another complex items, I'm looking over to Mr. Thomas. I think I might be talking about theory and maybe I need to stop talking, but looking at the need of energy versus capacity.
And just remember, we're talking about the solar procurement right now.
Yeah,
So
so-
stick to that as opposed to.
So looking at the overall solar procurement, Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas are winter planning. So is standalone solar, just solar by itself, while it is a valuable energy resource, it's not necessarily helping that winter morning peak. Now, the addition of battery storage, which would be coupled into these procurements, will help mitigate that concern. I just understood the commission's question to say, well, what if we get it wrong? What are we really talking about? Are we talking about capacity here or energy? And I think it's predominantly energy, which also means we already have energy on our system. It's just solar is displacing that resource as a economic function.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that explanation. All right. Thank you all for your time today. You may go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
At this point, we're going to take 5 minutes to give our court reporter a break, and we will come back on at 4, and we will finish up by 5 o'clock today. Thank you. let's get back on it, please. CC, but y'all are up.
Yes, Madam Chair, CCBA calls Mr. Sam Newell and Ms. Nicole Miller. And just to give you a little bit of a framework, Mr. Newell is going to address some of the macroeconomic nationwide, industry-wide factors that led to the last couple of years of changes in the solar industry and other energy industries. And then Ms. Miller is here to present the perspective of a North Carolina participant, a solar developer, and what happened in theirs and what they can expect over the next few years. So, Mr. Newell.
Thank you. Good to be here with you, commissioners. Thank you for having me here. My name is Sam Newell. I lead the Brattle Group's electricity practice, where we provide objective economic analysis for the electricity industry. My personal practice has entirely to do with finding ways to meet and what?
I'm sorry. These are my slides. Do we know how to get the other slides up?
I get Dr. Newell's
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thanks for noticing.
Yeah, it's okay.
So my work has primarily to do with finding what are the least cost ways to meet the energy, environmental, and reliability needs of electricity systems. So I work both for system operators on how to set up the way their system is operated and wholesale electricity markets, with state agencies on how to do procurements. Mostly we're talking about of clean energy. And I work for market participants investing in generation and transmission. And so I bring a bit of a national perspective, and I'm here today on behalf of CCBA. So my comments will focus on attrition, analyzing what caused the past attrition, and then assessing the risk of future attrition and how to manage that. But as grounding, why it matters, I'm going to start with some of the things you heard earlier today in the prior session about why this matters. It's because Duke has identified that solar is a cost-effective resource, a cost-effective way to meet the energy, carbon, and reliability needs of North Carolina. And their modeling, which seeks the least cost ways to do that, has identified solar as a cost-effective part of that. And as I think my colleague explained in the prior session, a key observation about that is that those least cost plans have the maximum amount of solar being added each year, which means it's really valuable. You would add even more if you could. So it's important for ratepayers to access those low-cost resources. It's important that we help get them built, and that we continue to do it through competitive procurements that can get more projects built and competitively do it, so at least cost. But what we're here to talk about is, can we do that without major attrition? And so the context is actually, I realize that some of my data is not even fully up to date. The attrition that's in my testimony is that it's more than 50% of tranche 2 and 3 from the CPRE procurements. And now I see that there are even a couple more that terminated since then. So it is, and that was from tranche 2 and 3 especially, and those were about 800 megawatts with agreements, about more than half of which have terminated. So that's a big deal. And so what caused that? And of course, some of it is idiosyncratic factors. There will always sometimes be attrition, right? But there was one big theme, and it wasn't just faced by North Carolina Solar, and it wasn't just solar. It's economy-wide, and this had to do with the shock from COVID, and a lot of extreme conditions that caused. So costs went up unexpectedly, and this is all the components, materials, equipment, and labor that go into a project. And it's the same thing that we experienced throughout the economy with inflation. Although some components even more than others, like steel, and some of the electrical components. Modules even blipped up a little bit for the first time in sort of the history of the solar PV development. You know, one interesting observation is those were unexpected. So remember back in when COVID hit, we weren't talking about inflation yet. It was actually a year into it before we realized there was a problem with inflation. And then the cost of the other piece is the cost of financing increased. And you can see in the chart on the bottom, I mean, we were talking about, remember when rates were this low? This is 10-year treasuries. I mean, back in around the beginning of the pandemic, down at about 1%, 10-year treasury rates went up to almost 5%. 3 percentage point increase in long-term treasuries will raise the cost of a project delivered cost by about 10% because of higher debt costs. So, I mean, that adds too. Now, again, about what's unexpected, nobody was forecasting that at the time that those tranche 2 and 3 projects were coming online. This was even with a half a year lag relative to the price increases, relative to the inflation, that this started really to climb. So this was all, well, first of all, nobody anticipated COVID, but even when we saw COVID, nobody yet anticipated the price increases or the interest rate increases. So these cost increases came as a surprise. And if you look back at inflation forecasts at the time of some of those bids, they didn't show it yet. So this was, so you take this surprise. Now, this didn't just affect, this affected all types of resources and all geographies. So where we really had attrition is in, I'm from Boston, and there's a lot of attrition in the offshore wind projects up there off the coast of you know, New England and New Jersey and New York. There was actually for the first time in since PV has taken off, we had a dip nationally in 2022 in the number of projects, about a 35% drop in utility scale projects relative to the trend. And so, the Brattle Group was doing a study for PJM. One of the big things that helps set their capacity rates is what's the cost of new entry, the cost of a gas-fired project. So we were doing this at the time. Our study came out in fall of 2022. The number of times we had to update what is the cost of building a gas-fired plant, because those costs were increasing. So this was just, this was throughout the economy. Now let's look at how that affected attrition decisions. So it's particularly with the commercial reality of doing PPAs that where everybody's competing, they commit to a price, but then it's a fixed price. Then, of course, if then the costs get away from them unexpectedly, now there's too big a gap between the costs and the price. You know this. That's the primary story of why there was so much attrition. And of course, it's high rate of change of costs increasing. And because these projects have a long lead time, they were exposed to it the whole time. And that's actually important because a lot of the strategies we'll get to in a second about reducing risk of attrition get at trying to shorten that lead time. Now, one thing that I do want to point out, it's, I think, an important observation. The PPAs became not viable, right? The distance between the cost and the price. That doesn't mean the projects were not economic. The projects we now know were still, well, I'm not going to claim every one, but in general, the projects, solar PV is still economic. If you look at Duke's supplemental analysis for the Carolinas Resource Plan, they calibrated all the costs to the latest solar PPA procurement prices. And it's still cost effective all the way up to the maximum rate at which you can install it, limited by interconnection rates. So again, I think that's an important part. And then if we go at the end towards, actually, I found all the comments really interesting from staff and from Duke on many things, many factors that are under consideration to try to help make these projects succeed and reduce attrition risk. I mean, the first thing I just want to say is, will that level of attrition likely continue? Likely not. We don't have a crystal ball. We can't guarantee there won't be major disruptions. There'll also be idiosyncratic factors with projects. Some will not work out. But we really don't expect anything like the rate of attrition that we've seen. So, and then second is that the commission and Duke can help to reduce that risk. Again, I think especially by focusing on making sure that the lead times for projects don't get longer and longer, but instead get shorter. And this largely has to do with transmission access. And then, so, to sum up, the PV, it turns out, is still cost effective, and competitive procurements are still a great way to get more built to meet the energy needs and the load growth and the carbon plan. So it continues to be prudent to try to procure and get built as much as you can. Expected attrition is likely less. Nope, can't promise, but the outlook is good. And and then especially if you can help reduce the interconnection times, that'll help. Thank you.
Ms. Mills?
We're able to change slides over to the other deck, and thank you for that. So my name is Nicole Miller. I am an associate director at Cypress Creek Renewables. I am here today on behalf of CCBA to talk and give you a developer's perspective about what was happening with this attrition, and more specifically, why we feel confident that this will not happen again. So Cypress Creek Renewables, as I'm sure you're aware, we are a developer that is nationwide. So we have developed in 22 states, roughly 12 gigawatts. We do storage, solar, standalone, as well as hybrid. And our approach to development, we really take a long-term owner mindset. I point that out because what I mean is that when we are developing sites, we're looking to our operational sites for data to help us inform what are the costs, how can we make sure these projects are good, how can we make sure they're better. If you look at this map, as I'm sure you'll notice, we have quite a cluster in North Carolina. So in North Carolina, we have been active since 2014. We have 2,000 operational megawatts in North Carolina. We have developed in 67 counties and ultimately invested about $2.4 billion in the state through these sites. I'll note that we have offices here as well as employees. And so, we're a company that knows North Carolina solar. And yet the reason that I'm here talking with you today is because we were in a position where we ended up having to terminate projects that were on the CPIRP program, as well as decline some SP22 sites. So I'd like to really give you an understanding of what happened from our perspective and walk you through again what led up to those unfortunate decisions. Before I do, I'd like to really highlight how important understanding project financing is. And I think I started to get at this a little bit in my earlier testimony, but at the end of the day, if these projects do not have long-term cash flows that we can show to lenders, we aren't going to get capital for them. They're not going to get built. So we can get capital through a couple of different ways: project equity, tax equity, and debt financing. Again, these projects have to stand on their own. We can't move money around from one project to another. We can't take money from another account. They have to be able to have cash flow that is positive for us to get financing. When we get financing matters too. As you heard Mr. Newell talk a little bit earlier, we are ultimately locking in the PPA prices at the time of the bid. So if that's a 2024 project, say this year, then we would not actually lock in the EPC prices until roughly 12 months before COD. So not, if you're looking at a 2024 project, potentially not until 2027, maybe late 2026. So that gap, and
pardon me, I hate to interrupt, but I've noticed that we sent in a corrected version of your slides. That this is the one where
it's fine.
We purged metadata and it also stripped the text. We sent in a separate one. I don't know if it's available, but just so you know, you're talking to folks who can't see what the numbers are there.
So I'll just tell you, So basically what this says is that the tax equity ends up providing about 30 to 40% of the project cost, and the rest is made up through other means. And again, we can provide the follow-up there, but the previous slide, I think slide might have also had a few numbers. Regardless, what you need to know is that we are looking at financing around the same time as NTP. So we need to be able to show that we are cash flow positive, not to be a broken record, to those financiers before we're actually getting the money so that we can build. So what happened with Cypress and what's happened with these projects specifically? So we felt really confident entering into these CPRE contracts, and this was due to a number of items. First of all, we engaged with EPC providers to see, hey, what are the prices out in the market right now? We looked at those prices and felt like they were prices that we could achieve. Additionally, we believed that the solar prices were going to continue to come down as they had every year in the past decade, if not more. Further, because of our large presence in North Carolina, we felt like we knew the market. We felt like, we might have some efficiencies here. And all of those reasons led us to kind of double down on these contracts and say, you know what, we can do this, we can build these projects and move forward. Unfortunately, we had a number of things happen that really swung costs the other way. So this included construction cost increasing by 20 to 30%. Our long-term operations and maintenance costs. So once we've actually constructed the site, we still have to run it. Those costs increased. And then as Mr. Newell mentioned, interest rates increased as well. I myself bought a home in 2020, and frankly, if I'd bought it in 2022, probably would have been able to buy a smaller house. And so we were kind of seeing a similar dynamic in the solar industry, which really limited our ability to invest in these sites. Individually, any of these projects we believe that we could have overcome. The fact that they all happened together and in quick succession pretty much killed these projects. Just so we can understand, and I included this slide because I do want to note that this was an issue not only for CPRE, but also for SP22. So if you'll see here, both of these tranches, or rather RFPs, happened around the same time. And so we were signing our CPRE Tranche 3 projects just around the same time that we were submitting our SP22 bids. So they were using similar cost assumptions, which meant that when we doubled down and we said, yes, we can do these CPRE projects, we were also using those costs to bid the 22 projects, and we're unfortunately wrong on both ends. So we ended up having another major update for our EPC in 2023, early 2023. And this was after we'd already had some EPC prices confirm our own internal assumptions. So after we'd already said, okay, yes, let's shortlist. Yes, let's move forward with CPRE. And at that time, we realized that these projects were going to have an uphill battle to be able to be financed. I'll go through this relatively quickly because Mr. Newell covered it as well, but just graphically to understand from where we were when these projects were signed to fall of 2023, interest rates increased 350%. This was the highest they had been in 22 years. Again, as Mr. Newell stated, developers such as ourselves use outside resources to forecast interest rates as well as other costs. This was well outside the means that anyone had forecasted. Similarly, the cost to develop increased. So the actual materials that we were using skyrocketed. 2023 was the first year that there was actually an increase in solar costs in the LCOE. And a project that was $100 million, so they actually increased about 30 million or 30%. So a project that would have been $100 million would have ended up costing $133 million just for that increase in EPC. So because these make up such a large percentage of what the actual project cost was, this was really significant. Finally, the operating costs included or also increased. So again, these are actually maintaining the site. A lot of this had to do with labor. In the past decade, labor roughly increased about 2.5% a year. And then over the last couple of years, it rose to 5%. So that doubling was one part. And then it further was increased because of trying to meet prevailing wage, trying to get some of the ITC credits. In order to do that, we had to go from essentially predicting or forecasting non-union labor to union labor, which is much more expensive. Overall, we had about a 10% contingency on these costs, on these projects. I want to take a moment and note that contingency is something that's normal for most projects and most capital projects across the board. This is not a margin, but rather this is something that's saying, hey, we know that there's going to be unallocated spend. We don't know where it's going to be, but we're adding it in to make sure we're ready. We included roughly 10% on our projects. To account for just the EPC and O&M increases, we would have needed 30%. So again, this is really much more than these projects could bear, and ultimately led to us having to deny, or to rather terminate the projects. So I think this is the most important slide, and so I'll sit here for a minute. But why do we feel so good that this is not going to happen again? I think that Duke has really done a great job, or did a great job earlier in presenting the number of the items that are listed here. But I will highlight a few of the things that and provide in more detail. So, for the projects that we actually terminated, we ended up paying $16 million in LDs for those projects, which for a developer who is being, and that's cumulative, for a developer who is supposed to develop, who is their whole goal and how we are rated and ranked and judged is to develop, it's a lot of money to pay to not build a project. So between tranche 3 and their most recent SP22, those LDs have increased. So if a project previously would have been about 4.8 million, it's now 10. So that is one thing that I think Duke has done to, again, continue to encourage projects to proceed. Ms. Farber also noted that Duke is looking at provisional service, and they've also provided additional support as far as lowering fees associated with the interconnection delays. So that carrying cost piece that we were talking about earlier, those are items that are going to help projects to finance and to make sure that we are not creating instances in which a project cannot move forward because of that. Additionally, we brought up indexing. This is something that CCBA has looked at in depth. We continue to look at this. This is a complex issue. Frankly, I think Cypress, probably our projects would have benefited from some sort of cost adjustment, but finding the right cost adjustment is really important. No index is perfect, and so I think that's been a lot of the difficulty. Further, as I've already kind of mentioned, we as developers are encouraged and ultimately judged on our ability to develop. Not only is it, our pride, I think, that is impacted if we cannot build these projects, but it's also our balance sheet, right? And it makes future projects harder to finance. If we're actually not building projects, then the banks that we're going to get our money are going to charge us more for future debt, and it's going to be harder to build projects. So there becomes this cycle that if we aren't executing, we're not going to be able to execute in the future. One or two things that I will add based on, just where we are right now. I think that there's it's important to understand how much value there is in these interconnection spots that we have. And so it's not in a developer's best interest to try and shop around, as Duke kind of mentioned. It's in our best interest to keep our position, to develop the project as soon as we can, and to actually start to generate revenue as soon as we can. I think, we're very appreciative that we're here today. Obviously, I wish that we were instead reporting on how great these projects were and not the attrition, but we do feel confident that this is a black swan event and something that will not happen in the future. So happy to answer additional questions and really appreciate the time.
All right, let's see if there are questions for these two. Let's see. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Kimmerer? No question. Go ahead. You go ahead.
So I had a follow-up question about the two Cypress Creek projects that were in solar procurement 2022. What's the status of them? Are they proceeding with any additional solar procurements? Have they bid into the 2023 solar procurement?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So one of them did bid into the 2023 solar procurement. That project was not awarded and has since been terminated due to we didn't have additional optionality on that contract with the landowner. The other project, we actually did continue that interconnection spot for a while in hopes that we would be able to find an alternate off-taker, whether through a government entity or otherwise. because that 2026 COD was so important to us. We are still evaluating whether or not, that's a possibility, but we'll likely look at other options for that in the future. As frankly, there are not that many options outside of the Duke RFP to make these projects work.
Okay. And then just a follow-up about a kind of a nuance of, you were talking about liquidated damages, that they've increased recently. But for the two Cypress Creek projects and the 2022 solar procurement, they received the winning bids, but they didn't enter into the PPA. So therefore, they were not subject to paying liquidated damages. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
The terminology may be correct, but we did have to pay $1.5 million per project, so roughly $3 million total for not proceeding. And so that is, I think, the letter of credit, or rather surety bond. I'm blanking on which one it is that Duke called upon. So we do have financial incentives and consequences for rather not pursuing those projects.
Right. And under the PPA, so the financial consequences would be greater for the liquidated damages under PPA is my understanding.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Miller, go ahead, Commissioner McKissick.
Yeah, just from hearing your observation today, I mean, it sounds as if the circumstances relating to the economy that existed since the pandemic have pretty much resided to some extent. They've calmed down. I mean, we don't see the rapid inflation at 9% or more. It's back down to about 3.5% right now. I mean, it looks as if a lot of supply chain delays or perhaps are not as great of a problem. So, I mean, is it your assessment that even if nothing were done, there'd be a lower rate of attrition than what we observed, I guess, over the last 2.5, 3 years or so?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And I can speak to certainly Cypress and how we view it. I imagine that a lot of the other developers probably view it similarly. I do think a lot of those pressures have eased. That being said, I think any developer who has not also rethought how they do this process, and this includes Cypress, we have changed the way we do our EPC contracting. We're doing it earlier. We're reaching out to more people so that we understand the full breadth of a potential cost, right? Looking at downside costs more. I think that the pressures have eased and we've learned to just never let our guard down again like that. Not that, we were being overly aggressive, but that we need to understand fully how these projects can go wrong. And I think that that's something that is also going to help us to ensure that attrition never happens again, or rather is really less. I'll share for Cypress, we did get awarded 2 sites. I believe I can share this year, and we were able to execute on both. And I think that's the expectation going forward. And certainly we're hoping that 2023 was just a very bad exception of a year.
And you mentioned historically you've used a 10% contingency. I mean, at this point in time, have you increased the amount of your standard contingency related to projects?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not sure if I can answer that with regards to our future projects. They're still in evaluation right now, and so we're still building out how much we would put in. I think that that's something, we can certainly get back to you on, but there are a number of other factors that we're looking at as well. And just making sure that we're using the best pricing possible. One thing that's interesting, obviously, about the competitive procurement is that if you start layering on all sorts of contingencies, you're not going to win, you're not going to, build projects. And so I think that's the conundrum, if you will, that developers are caught between. Let's make sure that we're protected and can actually build these projects, and also let's make sure that we are building the lowest cost projects that win these RFPs.
And there's been some discussion this afternoon about indexing of significant factors that might influence construction costs and execution of plans. I mean, I think you were here when the persons from the public staff were identifying what those factors might be. And what are your thoughts or observations? Were there anything additional that you would like to share? I mean, do you believe that indexing both upwards and downwards would be something that would be helpful and beneficial to developers?
Yeah, I mean, again, I could speak for Cypress. I know that this is something that we've looked at a lot. I think it's very much dependent on what that index looks like. I think you could have, a basic CPI index that's straightforward, and maybe that's more about easier to evaluate. But when you start to get into what is actually driving these prices, what are the components of these projects that you need to index to, I think that becomes trickier. And I think that's where the holdup is across the industry of just, understanding that we don't want to tie these projects necessarily to something that isn't going to work. And so how do we find something that works? Again, Cypress, we feel that some sort of indexing would have benefited these projects. I think that is something that still needs to be evaluated going forward and, just analyze. To your point, I think you brought it up earlier of, would it have helped in X, Y, and Z circumstance? Yeah.
And I know, Cyprus is, you cover the whole country. So, I mean, are there states which have some type of indexing system in place that might serve as a model for what North Carolina might contemplate if it was moving in that direction?
Absolutely. That's a great question as well. So I believe NYSERDA, and Mr. Newell might be able to back me up on this, but I believe they have some sort of indexing that they have looked at recently. And something like that could be beneficial. There are some indices, I think, in California. I think those are for smaller utilities, though. And so I'm not sure if they would be a direct one-to-one comparison for what we would be looking for here. But I do think that there are some examples out there. And again, Mr. Newell is also well-versed in this.
Mr. Newell, what are your observations?
Yeah, as for some models, first of all, indexing is something that's been in other kinds of contracts for a long time. In EPC contracts, I bet you have have that in some of your contracts. For PPAs for electricity, particularly for renewables, that's become prevalent, particularly with offshore wind. Remember, they're more exposed because of the longer lead times, and they just suffered the very high rate of attrition. And so there was a lot of interest in developing those. So it's NYSERDA in New York, but it's also New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. They all have a little bit different recipes, what index they're using, which I can review if helpful. I don't think anybody believes that an index is perfect, that it perfectly, you'd ideally want something that perfectly tracks how costs change, particularly how they change unexpectedly. And we don't have anything that's perfect for that. Can you have something that's a pretty good hedge, that's better than not having it? One thing that's been interesting for me working with CCBA is just seeing there's a real diversity of views among different developers and their business models and how they even think about costs and which costs are the most uncertain, and whether a certain instrument would be commercially helpful to them or not. So that's the reality, that we have some models. There are a lot of choices to make. There doesn't seem to be consensus on whether and how to do it.
Got it. And I guess the last question, Ms. Miller, deals with kind of provisional service. I mean, what are your thoughts or observations as to what's been discussed at this time?
That's another great question. And I think provisional service is something, I believe public staff alluded to this, that is going to become more important. So in prior years, whenever we went into an RFP or rather whenever we went into DICES, we knew it was going to be about 4 years potential timeline to build. We just had a project and a couple that you can look back. Actually, the last RSC, they're getting 2032 timelines to build. So bid into the 2024 RSC, looking at 2031, 2032 in DEC to actually build. Those are projects that are going to really benefit if provisional service is possible. At the end of the day, if you think about it, if we're able to bring some revenue on earlier, that's going to help us to de-risk these projects. It's going to help us to finance these projects and actually get them built. I think that we could see longer interconnections in the future, and I think that could continue to make provisional service more of an interesting topic to developers.
And last question. I mean, the thing I hear from developers is that the timeline, rather than getting shorter and getting more compressed, is getting longer for the most part. Are there any observations you have to share about measures that could be contemplated that would compress that timeline. So it's no longer 5, 6 years, whatever it may happen to be. And I guess pull that number out the air.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible to execute, well, start the project, bring it online, bring it to fruition, providing power and service in a shorter window of time.
Yeah, that's another great question. So I think a lot of that depends on actually the ability to interconnect these projects.
Yes.
And so because that has been such a long limitation, I think that's going to continue to be the bottleneck in moving these projects forward. From a development standpoint, I think that we could probably do these projects in, 2-3 years. We're doing projects in ERCOT relatively quickly. But, again, because we have a longer interconnection timeline, and because, it takes a little bit to get these projects up and going, I think that gap is going to continue to be there, and not much that developers will be able to do about until the future.
Got it. Thank you.
Can
Yes.
I add to that? This is the same problem that every region is struggling with, some worse than others. And it will get harder as we have high load growth and we're trying to bring on projects all over. Transmission interconnection is generally the limiting factor. So what can you do about it? There's generally 3 themes. One is what my colleague, Mr. Haggerty, spoke about this morning, which is proactive integrated transmission generation planning. That is, in the long run, that's the most important, rather than leaning more on the interconnection process. The second is all sorts of ways to fast track projects in places where there is where there's more headroom. And I'm hearing a lot of thought about that here, actually, so that's good. Although I think there's probably more you can do. But this is cutting edge, right? Because this is what everybody is struggling with, every region. The old-fashioned ways of being really conservatively planning and looking at one project at a time or even a cluster at a time is going too slowly and it's too inefficient. And the third is just sort of process improvements on the way that that these studies are conducted. But it's really, I think, the biggest opportunities are around proactive integrated planning that gets much more efficiencies and attractive time horizons on the network. And the second is fast tracking in various ways.
Thank you. I appreciate those observations, and I certainly would like at some point in the future to hear more about potential for fast tracking.
Mr. Newell, just following up, the proactive integrated planning, is that, would you describe the red zone planning and development of those red zone projects? Is that what you're talking about? Does that fall into the category of proactive integrated planning?
So I just have to be careful because some of the specifics I haven't evaluated closely enough.
But you can't say whether we did what we've done with respect to those red zone projects is what you're recommending.
Oh, well, no, I mean, that's
Okay.
not. I mean,
that's ultimately my
because that still starts with seeing where are their requests and then planning transmission for them. But there's still it is still going to take longer than if you do it more proactively before you get each request. And B, I don't think it gets the full efficiencies, which are actually really amazing because we have a network. And if you plan out the transmission and the generation and the optimal points of interconnection together, they're actually, the efficiencies are really surprising in pretty much every electric system. So while I think there are a lot of things that especially Duke is doing that are probably ahead of the average, for sure. That sort of integrated proactive transmission and think through where is a good place for generation at the same time as you're thinking through how to enhance the network. That is not actually being done right now.
Okay, you've made the point repeatedly, and I think it's in your slides where you point to the cost effectiveness of the solar PV capacity additions. It's actually you're citing Mr. Haggerty's work. And I think,
Madam Chair, we can also offer Mr. Haggerty if you.
No, I just, because we are very close on time here, and we've got another person we need to hear from today. So So my question for you is, as we think about cost effectiveness of solar PV, and we know that we're gonna have to add a lot of solar PV over the years, and certainly over the what I think of as the near term here in North Carolina. At what point, I mean, and the way I understand the modeling process that sort of that takes into account costs associated with the different types of generating resources. We include a cost associated with the transmission system when we look at solar PV. But at what point does solar PV cease to become cost effective as that transmission cost goes up? I mean, my concern is, at what point are we going to have to rebuild the transmission system to get all of this solar online?
Well, I don't have a number, but keep in mind that
Let me ask my question this way, because I don't know how much you know specifically about North Carolina. I mean, is there a point at which, or I don't want to assume, is there a point at which, you have to, like, the transmission cost becomes prohibitive? The transmission that's necessary to interconnect the solar.
Yeah, I don't think so. First of all, I don't think we have to answer that now. I think that is stuff that, Duke will continue to study. But I mean, yeah, you wouldn't want to do a project that has an outlandish transmission cost. You need to have
What does that
processes.
mean?
Well, if you look at the all-in cost, including that, I mean, I don't have a number, but I mean, you wouldn't, that, I mean, I agree with the way you framed it, that you have to look at the whole cost. I also think that solar isn't the only thing that takes, transmission upgrades to integrate. The other resources do.
And that's
do too.
that's fair. I mean, I'm not suggesting otherwise. I'm just trying to think through. We are going to have to add a lot of resources in the coming decade and 2 decades in North Carolina, and solar is going to play a very prominent role in those additions. But at what point, I mean, transmission costs associated with solar has to be included in the calculus, and it is. But at what point do those costs become make the resource no longer cost effective? I mean, because what you focused on today is providing access to transmission. I mean, I heard you say, if you want to reduce reduce attrition, which is what we're here to talk about, you've got to give access to the transmission system. And I'm sort of not focusing on provisional service and sort of that type of thing. But when you say access to the transmission system, what do you mean exactly?
Yeah, so I like the way you framed it, and I fully agree, because the considerations have to look at the all-in cost. And so I certainly didn't mean to imply give it transmission at any cost, because the only thing that matters is avoiding attrition. I don't think that a bit. I do think that there are so many opportunities to short. I mean, actually, I was mostly talking about shortening interconnection timelines, but I think there are so many opportunities to especially if you do in the long run but the very large volumes of additions, the integrated generation and transmission, to do it really cost effectively. I think the entire country is going to be paying for more transmission than we used to. The total investment in transmission last year nationally was $27 billion, where it's not small, right? But there are some ways that are so much more cost effective and expedient than others that I sort of would be surprised if it turns out that solar doesn't make sense as a resource in the long run, because there's no way to do the transmission cost effectively for that, but there is for other resources. So I'd be surprised. I don't have a number, but I completely agree with the way you're framing it. I didn't mean to imply before you should do it at any cost.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
I think that actually the way that the current Duke RFP is set up, I think that helps to alleviate some of those concerns that we're going to end up paying an exorbitant amount for transmission, because the Part B adder essentially adds on what those network upgrades are. So the projects that have these insane costs should effectively be removed from procurement.
Okay. Okay. And we're just trying to understand, again, the costs associated with these projects, making sure we get these projects online. Transmission cost has been a part and will be a part of costs associated with this resource. And so sort of the more we learn, the more we understand, the better the decisions. Ms. Miller, one question. You mentioned, you spoke about opportunities outside of the RFP for contracting, for your resource or the offtake of your resource. And you mentioned, I think, a government offtaker. I'm assuming you meant some sort of like large customer program. Is there meaningful opportunity here as a QF? I mean, can Cypress develop on a QF contract here in North Carolina?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to be clear, the government entity that I was talking about earlier was through a GSA program. So even that would have been GSA. But as we've seen it, and I can speak for Cypress, but I believe a lot of developers think similarly, there is not a way to develop these large scale sites on the 5-year QF.
Okay.
We've had trouble getting lenders interested in refinancing on existing sites that have smaller debt. So to get them on $100 million projects or 5 years, unless they have some wild forecasts that, which in itself would raise some red flags, no one's financing these.
Okay, well, thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate that. Okay, you guys are excused. You may step down. Thank you very much for answering our questions and for covering for providing us with your overview today. We will move now to Mr. Goggin. You are up.
Just for the record, good afternoon, Chair Mitchell and Commissioners. Say said, I'll call Michael Goggin of Grid Strategies to stand.
Go ahead. Okay, great. Okay, thanks again for having me again. So I'm here to talk about how we can expedite interconnection in ways that will reduce the attrition of solar projects. Next slide, please. So I think we've already heard a lot of good explanation of basically how interconnection delays have caused unexpected cost increases that then in turn cause projects to drop out. This is national data from Lawrence Berkeley National Labs. They did a survey of wind and solar developers of reasons why projects have dropped out. And you can see for solar projects on a national basis, the largest cause is grid interconnection issues. There's other, things you can see there. For wind, some of the, local ordinances are greater, but for solar, the single largest one is grid interconnection. And I think I certainly agree with what's been established that, the time delays in the queue process cause unexpected cost increases and that. So I think by expediting the interconnection process, I'm going to lay out a number of ways we can do that. That will reduce the attrition that we see just by getting these projects on sooner. Next slide, please. So here, just walking through the solution. So totally agree with what we've been hearing about the value of proactive planning of transmission, both for reducing the upgrade costs assigned to the generator, but also syncing up that timeline of bringing the transmission online in advance of the generation so that the generation is not waiting 5+ years for the transmission upgrades to be completed. Proactively building in advance instead of the reactive queue-driven process is really, I think, efficient and the best solution to that. We've heard a lot about these provisional service. I'm going to focus a little more, just because we haven't heard about it as much, on energy resource interconnection service. I'll also talk about surplus interconnection service as ways to get projects on faster. And then related to that, particularly with energy resource interconnection service, talking about the study assumptions that are used in the interconnection studies, and to kind of, I think a lot of those study assumptions are obsolete. They made sense when we were bringing on, capacity resources that were limited, that had limited flexibility, with new resources that, solar that is energy only typically, and that it was a very flexible resource. I think there's a lot that can be revised in those study assumptions that would reduce the unnecessary building of transmission upgrades. Using batteries, I know we're not talking about interconnecting batteries here, but batteries themselves are very valuable transmission assets. They can help mitigate transmission constraints for other resources and facilitate their interconnection. And so by strategically citing batteries as transmission assets as part of their value stack, I think we can do a lot to facilitate interconnection of other resources. Grid enhancing technologies is the final one I'll talk about. Dynamic line ratings, topology optimization, power flow control devices are extremely effective at bringing at facilitating interconnection of new resources very cost effectively and very quickly. These come online in a matter of months in many cases. Okay, so going through more detail on these, I'll first, next slide, please, talk about proactive planning. So, you know, kind of the left side here of this table is kind of the current, you know, reactive queue-driven approach, and I think the flaws of that. And on the right is how proactive planning, you know, proactive multi-value planning gets around that. And as I mentioned this morning, I think, you know, the multi-value strategic transmission category, I think, is a really strong step in the right direction. I think the commission needs to ensure that Duke is using that, and that the transmission that's being built and planned and built in North Carolina is planned through that process. I think that's an essential thing. I think there's also a lot more that can be done about looking at the right types of upgrades in that process. To date, it seems to have been heavily focused on building on existing right-of-way, maintaining the voltage, and so reconductoring, rebuilding, and yeah, I think that's been really successful with the red zone projects. But in many cases, that's not going to get us, at least not cost effectively, to where we need to be with the amount of new resources coming online. We need to be looking at moving to higher voltages on existing right-of-way. We need to be looking at greenfield transmission. And yes, that does take longer, and that's why, you know, I'm highlighting a lot of these more near-term solutions, the batteries, the grid enhancing technologies that should also be done in the interim while we do that stuff that takes, you know, the new transmission that takes, you know, a significant period of time to plan and build. So, you know, the advantages of this multi-value proactive planning, the economies of scale is the big one. Higher voltage, higher capacity transmission is a lot more cost effective on a dollar per megawatt basis than lower voltage transmission. And so moving to these higher voltage lines is going, and meeting a long-term need is going to be a lot more cost effective. That's why we moved to cluster approaches, where you're starting a number of projects at once instead of a, you know, the serial project by project one. The same idea applies, you know, moving to a longer time frame, the 20-year time frame that, you know, FERC is now requiring, but also doing this in a multi-value way. And to the discussion that was directed to the previous panel, I would point out that I think the right way to think about this is, you know, not viewing these as like transmission for solar. It's what transmission do we need to meet all of our needs? And that's interconnecting new loads. It's meeting reliability needs as the transmission system is aging, as equipment is failing, and there's reliability concerns for customers as a result of that. And it's in the part of it, it's economics, you know, allowing more efficient utilization of generation, allowing a reduced capacity need because you can move power around more efficiently. And then finally, interconnecting new resources. And so kind of stacking all those values and figuring out what is the amount of transmission and where do we want to build that transmission to maximize all of those values is how I look at it, and not really as a, oh, it's going to cost this much to bring on this amount of solar for the transmission. It's really, the transmission serves so many purposes. I think that's how we should be looking at it. And that, and I think when you do, you know, we heard testimony in the carbon plan case that, you know, the RZEP project, the 2.0 ones have a very high benefit to cost ratio, you know, in the teens. So every dollar invested, you get in the teens of dollars back as benefits. And that's just based on the reliability, just the customer outage reduction from that. So I think there's tremendous value if we do multi-value planning and design a transmission system that's going to maximize all these benefits and not just focus on interconnecting solar. And that's, I think, one of the big advantages of the multi-value piece. You know, doing that multi-value planning also gets you around the cost and the uncertainty with, you know, generation dropouts that occurs when you assign upgrade costs to generators. That's a big advantage, is that because you're broadly spreading the cost of this transmission to reflect that the broad beneficiaries of it, there's not the cost to the generator, and there's also not the cost of the certainty when generators ahead of them in the queue drop out or in their cluster drop out and the costs get reassigned. So there's a lot of value there. And then, yeah, I think it was mentioned, you know, I think RZEP has been good, but you do want to also, you know, not just look at the queue as an input into your planning. You want to look beyond the queue, because the queue is heavily driven by where generators know there's transmission today. And there may be resource areas where, you know, there's not a lot of good transmission, or, you know, in the case of wind, where, you know, it's off and, you know, offshore, it's, you know, totally, there's no transmission there. And so you need to be thinking, you know, beyond existing transmission and where, you know, generation developers are trying to site in the near term. I think you can find solutions that are sometimes cost effective that you may not be seeing with a reactive approach. Yes, I think that covers all of the benefits of the proactive multi-value approach. And I do think this is the long-term solution. And then next slide. Yeah, so we have examples, in Texas did CREZ. MISO has had success with the multi-value projects. They're now doing kind of a second round of that through the long-range transmission plan, and there's actually various tranches of that. And it's been used in Colorado, Nevada, other non-RTO areas have used proactive transmission planning. So I think there is a strong successful precedent of using this to expand the transmission in advance of generation. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I talked a little bit about the MVST. I think it's a good step in the right direction. I think using the queue is an important input, but you want to also do, I think, generation modeling and really do the synchronized generation plus transmission expansion, as we were hearing about in the last panel. I think that is kind of the gold standard where you are doing truly multi-value planning. You're synchronizing your generation and transmission planning and finding what is the optimal under that. That's what MISO and other people do, and I think it's the gold standard. It's to demonstrate its value. And yeah, I think, as I mentioned, the MVST, I think, is a good approach. We need to be using it, and we need some reforms into it to look at, new types of transmission. So that kind of covers where I think on transmission planning, how we can help. I'll go through some near-term solutions, I think, while we're working on those longer-term grid upgrades. Next slide. So we've heard a lot about provisional service. I don't have too much to add to that conversation. The last bullet here, I'll highlight surplus interconnection service. This was briefly mentioned, I think, 2 panels ago. People were talking about, interconnect. I think the public staff was talking about potentially interconnecting solar at, combustion turbine sites, things like that. If you have an existing resource that has a low capacity factor, that has a low correlation with the output of a solar resource, that's a really optimal site to, use the existing infrastructure that's there and connect if you can, if it's a good, reasonably good solar site. So I think there's opportunity there. There's, a FERC process for relatively recently established for this surplus interconnection service and how it works. And there's a lot easier studies and typically minimal to no upgrades from doing that. I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about this energy resource interconnection service. And I think this is really, there's always been like a paradigm shift in how I think we should be thinking about how we use transmission interconnection studies as both, resources have changed. So, we used to study for worst case conditions. This was kind of why you did interconnection studies. You assumed, okay, it's a hot summer day, it's your peak condition, and we have 1 or even 2 contingencies on top of that, a generation and maybe a transmission contingency. That kind of perfect storm event that, maybe happens once every 10 years. That was what you planned your transmission system for, to ensure that your generation resource was deliverable. And that made sense because it was typically a fossil plant that was a capacity resource, and you needed to be able to deliver that resource to serve your load. Today, solar has a very low capacity value according to Duke's accreditation, due to mostly the shift to the winter, but also just, you've added so much solar that the capacity value has come down marginally. And so in that world, I don't think the standard that we use for kind of network service and serving peak load makes sense anymore. It's an energy resource. We should study it as an energy resource. The other thing is that, wind, solar, storage are extremely flexible resources, whereas a thermal plant, many of them are not. And so if you do have system contingencies, if you've got various issues emerging on the system, you can redispatch them. In batteries and solar, it's a matter of seconds. You can change their output and not cause those overloads, not cause the stability concerns. And so you could do a lot with the redispatch of the resource that was not possible with the older generation of resources when we made these interconnection studies and rules. So on the next slide, I kind of talk through some of those changes. So, reflect how the resource will actually be dispatched, its flexibility. I think, ERAS is, I think, the way to be, at least giving it as a strong option and reforming the study assumptions for that to reflect how the resource will actually be dispatched and how other resources will be dispatched. And there'll be have a lot less attention to kind of these peak conditions. And that's what really, I think, the important thing to understand about interconnection studies is they are a snapshot in time. And if typically for this kind of worst case perfect storm event that happens once every 10 years. If we're trying to get as much solar generation onto the grid and to customers as possible, that's not a snapshot issue. It's certainly not a peak snapshot. It's a 8760, how much can we get? How many megawatt hours can we get? How much will be curtailed? And typically, these a contingency on peak conditions is going to have a trivial impact on your total annual generation. In many years, you won't even have that situation occur. And so the impact is zero. And so I think, moving to kind of looking at, 8760, and this is something that the developers themselves are much better equipped, I think, than Duke. And this is, I think, the big shift has happened is that, interconnection studies were designed to address legitimate reliability concerns that Duke had. If Duke had a capacity resource, it needed to be deliverable. We're in a world now where it's about everything. It's about energy and it's about, 8760. These snapshots I don't think are useful. And I think it's really the responsibility, I think, for making that determination of what level of service they need has shifted to the developer rightly, because it's no longer a reliability issue. I mean, there are certain things in an ERIS study, you do have certain, minimum reliability standards. Obviously, everybody supports that. But you don't have the level of upgrades that I think in many cases are unnecessary for the resource to be able to deliver an adequate amount of generation and, make its return. And so I think that's really kind of what we're looking at here, is that giving people the option and reforming the ERIS studies to reflect how the resource will actually operate and other resources will operate around it, I think will give a lot more flexibility to bring on resources sooner. And so models for this, ERCOT has the connect and manage approach, which is very similar to this. It's obviously, I think, been very successful. They've got 40 gigawatts of wind. They've been able to bring on dozens of gigawatts of solar and storage in the last few years alone. So you can clearly interconnect a lot of new resources very quickly under this approach. So I'll let that success speak for itself. And then, particularly for ERIS, these contingency events, Duke's current process assumes contingencies are binding when it's doing the ERIS study. I don't see any legitimate reason for doing that because of the flexibility of the resource and the fact that you can just curtail it if you do have one of those and it's not deliverable. Next slide, please. Batteries. So there's a lot of really neat things that are being developed with batteries to take advantage of their flexibility and their power electronics to address some of these reliability concerns that you see in interconnection studies. So stability concerns, voltage concerns, all batteries are extremely fast and flexible in providing voltage response and maintaining stability. You can even use grid forming batteries. These are, I think, being increasingly widely adopted now. It used to just be on islands, but we're putting them on the mainland power systems now because of their capabilities. They act much like a synchronous generator. They provide inertia and have a much faster and quality of speed of response to voltage reactive stability issues. But even just, run-of-the-mill batteries have a lot of capabilities here to regulate voltage very quickly and accurately. And so you can use this to overcome a lot of these, to serve the role that a grid upgrade would serve for, meeting stability. Battery can kind of be an interim solution. The actual power injection of the battery can serve much the same way. If you've got thermal overloads, you can basically use the battery to mitigate that overload by absorbing during the period when your solar plant would have been overloading this line, and then you're releasing that power later after the sun has gone down. So I think there's a lot of value here. I've got a quick, and then also for these contingencies, the batteries are really effective for this because, again, these contingencies happen relatively infrequently and they have a short duration. Under NERC rules, you have to replace a generation contingency within 15 minutes. Transmission contingencies, again, you're pretty quickly redispatching the system. And so you're really looking for something that kind of gets you through that interim period. And batteries, I think, can be very effective at that. And there's been, I think a number of other grid operators have looked at how you can use batteries in this way. I have a slide on the next one. Next slide, please. It kind of shows, so the traditional way on the left of using transmission to deal with contingencies is you've got an unloaded transmission line. And something happens somewhere else in your network, and so you need to route more power through this path. So you kind of had that line that was sitting there just unloaded. Now you use that. That was pretty inefficient because that line was just sitting there 87, 59 hours of the year until that contingency happened unloaded. You can use batteries, to do the similar service. You've got a battery over here. It doesn't have to be just dedicated to this. It may be doing other things in many cases that just need some headroom, either up or down, depending on what it's doing, to kind of come in and dispatch and kind of absorb power over here and dispatch power. You have a battery over here, just dispatching power and kind of serving as that contingency resource for that transmission line instead of having a spare transmission line hanging there. So that's just one example of, one solution people have, but batteries can do voltage, reactive stability, all of this. The capabilities are really impressive. Next slide, please. I think this is about my last one. Yeah, it's grid enhancing technologies. So these are very fast, very cost effective. I think they're really good interim solutions as we're building out this longer term grid. Dynamic line ratings. I'll talk about that one last because I do have a graphic on the next slide, but topology optimization is taking a line out of service to more efficiently route power on the grid. Power flow control devices are similar. They're voltage devices that kind of adjust how the power is flowing so that it's not overloading this line. It goes around it onto a more efficient path. And then dynamic line ratings. The next slide probably helps illustrate this. Final slide, please. So today we kind of use the orange box. We just assume generally, we've moved now to ambient or to seasonal ratings, but it's still not full dynamic based on ambient condition ratings. And what you can see is that on the left side of that chart, that green area, if you move to ambient ratings based on real-time monitoring of the transmission circuit, there's a lot more capability on there under many weather conditions. If it's cooler out, if it's not sunny, if you have wind blowing across the line, all those factors cool it down and you have a much higher thermal capacity for that line than we currently assume you do. You even have one advantage of dynamic line ratings is that little red triangle there, where basically in some hours, our current kind of static capacity assumption is optimistic. If it's a hot summer day with the sun fully shining on the line and there's zero wind, the capacity of the line is actually lower than we're currently operating at in some cases, and that could be prematurely aging the line. And so dynamic line ratings has a number, mostly it's giving you more capacity and more economic value in other hours where the capacity is higher, but it also can make you, you have much greater awareness of your system and you can make sure you're operating in ways that's not potentially causing a reliability concern. So anyway, that's, I think, so there's a mix. I think there's a good portfolio of long-term solutions with the, long-term transmission expansion through proactive multi-value planning, but then also interim solutions, grid enhancing technologies, batteries, and, these expedite interconnection services that I think give us really the portfolio of solutions we need.
All right, thank you, Mr. Goggin. Let me see if there are questions for you from commissioners. All right, thank you, sir, for your remarks today. And all right, I think we have come to the end of our presentations. So with that, we will go off the record. Thank you.